they recover from that? They've been playing a careless game. AHQ.
Oh
no, that's too many in a vehicle. That's too much damage. The car's on fire. They pull up, they stay alive. 3 still stand. 1 nade would do so much. T1, no. There is blood in the water, and they are looking vicious for this. Milk goes down. 1 man alive for now. The nades start to roll in. And Lee, there's nothing to be done here. T1 on the cleanup.
They do manage to get away with it as everybody's having to reload. Shadow just goes, nah, bro. This is our location, but the shots are coming in from the side of it. A lot of damage back over towards the Freak, so they're just going to step back away on this, and Na'Vi might have a push that they can potentially make off of it, and Lambu has to run upstairs. He just looks back down for a ghost for spray onto one of them. Does manage to get it. Trying to look back for the flush onto it, but knows it's risky. Meanwhile, you can see Style playing around the side of this, trying to see if they can get a flank. Provide some form of support. Aduzi knows he's in a lot of trouble right now. The numbers favor everybody from the Freaks looking off on this. It's going to be Aduzi just trying to hold the angle on it, but it's so many pushes that are coming through. Gets the spray on one of them, but it's going to be sneaking up back behind it, and the Freaks do manage to take him down.
You can stand behind that thing. It takes a fair old amount of damage. Gives you another point of entry on this one. Longsker, most center, but he knows that once where he is, once he goes over this, he's exposed.
I think they might have seen Fuzzface. They've definitely seen that smoke coming out. It's going to be down to 2 teams. There he goes. But now what does Infantry do? Is it go time? Will they springboard off the back, or will they wait and be patient? It looks like they want to use that 2-man hit squad, but the first point of contact comes in. That's nice play from Infantry, and there's the first kill to follow. W-click, now on the receiving end. Where's the trade back? It's only Rimo to fight back so far, and it's just down to him at this point, as you're going to see Infantry Clan desperate to make up for the performance they had.
Beautiful flank from ZGG to get that angle with the SKS and get the job done. The grenades will continue forward. 4 AM though, this is VC, Infantry and 4 AM, all potentially going at it. Summer, last man just lingering in the distance, looking at DJ Boy and saying, I'm sorry fam, I cannot help you out whatsoever. All 3 players of Infantry are making advancement here. ZGG reads the information, answers back.
That's a second.
What? How is he doing this? That's 2 back-to-back.
He's pushing it. He's going for the 3rd, and why not? The man is a god! Absolute beast play coming out from 4 AM.
That's an opening knockback over towards Ragnar. Harold's taking a lot of damage, so really it's just 2 members of W-Click. If either one of them goes for the res, they're putting themselves in such a disadvantaged position. Silzen goes down. It's going to be DJ Boy just pushing back over to the side. There's 4 members up for VC right now. They have so much control. They're just spraying down anything that they see. Playing inside the smoke, trying to spot him out. Gets another down, just spinning back around over toward, and it's just Rimbo up and alive. He takes a little bit of damage, but he's right at the feet of VC, and that's going to be VC Gaming.
Nice.
Is it enough? How many kills? I have 8. How many kills?
4. I got 4.
14.
Did we?
Did we?
These teams got to be careful. The more noise they make, the more attention they're going to attract. And oh my God, he saw his foot. He's going to get knocked. Vegas is going to find the head, and that is one laying down now for T1.
Look at the reaction come out from T1. They tried to defend instantly. That's going to be McCoy going down. Exchange going back over towards Helen. Going to force him back around the other side of this. T1 now starting to be a little bit more contained. A lot of flanks coming through, but that's going to be Vegas down. Now just Drassel. Remember, Ghost needs a big game, and they are now down to 1 alive. They have to be so careful.
This could be disaster. Ghost Gaming is
eliminated.
W-Click lose out on that position forever. Wants to show him how it's done. Shut down eventually, but that's a 2-man pickup at SDV. It's not over yet.
Hang on, they're not flushing forever. They can't get him. He's round the corner of the wall. The grenades are in there. They're pushing Lee. Levy's is outside of the back. That's 3 ZGG. The man's on fire. 4AM continue to apply the pressure.
This could be rough here, and they also have Sun Sister and AHQ at the top of the mountain here in Stalbert. So this could end up being very, very sketchy fight on the very northern edge.
It could be Tempo Storm, though, who might find a knockdown or two here on the rotation for FaZe. They're slowing down as they reach the top here. 80 knocked down by Miluke. Now spots Spud's face as well. Zempa's up close. He gets the knockdown, and then the eliminations will follow. FaZe Clan are in some trouble, but Mexi finds a knockdown onto Zampa to maybe try and turn things around. No, he's not turning this ship around. FaZe Sunday.
Look at the southern swing. They're going to go on the push. There's the nade. Bye-bye, Leo. And it looks like the following push will happen. They picked up the pace. They found the players. Can they find Kane? Yes, they can. It's going to be clinical. Sweep in the south from QM, but there's AHQ. Finally say hello. They've now moved from the north to the south. They're holding the center point. And slap bang in the middle is GX. Sophia is just the last one standing, I think, at this point. Next to Milk here. No easy way out of this. They're just praying that now the other two teams fight. And there they go. We're down to 2, 7 alive. 3 in the north. It looks like maybe 3 in the south as one of them's knocked. Good shot from Wu Feng. Gonna find Milk as we're looking like this surely could be QM's victory. Back to back would be huge. And a shot like that, even bigger.
Still a little bit of utility available for FaZe as they are looking to come around.
Andy goes for the peek off to the side of it. That's going to give away the position. Uber steps up, gets one, goes for the spray into the second one. There is just one Kennen alive right now, and FaZe knows it. They're starting to push back through this. Rusty Zera playing inside the smokes. The hunt is on. The spray comes through, and the EU Giants, FaZe Clan, walk away with a huge, massive 18-kill victory.
FaZe Clan shocking the world. 18 kills and a chicken dinner. I don't know if it's enough, but goddamn Matrim, they made a hell of a round.
Miramar is vast, open, deserted areas, long, empty roads, kind of a post-apocalyptic landscape gives you this Badlands feeling.
서바이벌 패스 5에서는 어떤 것들을 보여드릴 수 있을지에 대해서 저희가 고민을 했었고요. 많은 플레이어분들이 미라마의 밸런싱에 대해서 피드백을 주셨어요. 그래서 미라마를 개선하기로 했습니다.
Season 5 title is Badlands, and it revolves around the Miramar.
제가 시즌 4에서 아쉬웠던 부분은 처음으로 PUBG의 이야기가 공개가 됐는데 게임 밖에서 이루어졌다는 부분이었어요. 이것이 게임 내에서 유저분들이 자기 게임 플레이와 혼합돼서 즐기실 수 있으면 더 강력한 즐거움이 될 거라고 생각을 했었거든요. 미라마가 흥미로운 점은 에란겔과 사이즈가 같지만 훨씬 더 커 보인다는 점이었어요. 따라서 미라마에서는 지나가고 탐색할 공간이 훨씬 더 많은 것처럼 느껴지거든요. 그래서 우리는 이 넓은 미라마에서 플레이를 할 때 숨은 물건 찾기 요소를 더하면 재밌을 것이라고 생각했습니다. 플레이 중에 디스크를 획득을 하게 되고 모은 디스크는 커뮤니티 미션에 쌓이게 됩니다. PC, 엑스박스, PS 플레이어 모두가 모은 디스크는 한 군데에 쌓이고요. 그렇기 때문에 커뮤니티 미션도 동시에 진행이 됩니다. 디스크가 플랫폼에 구애받지 않는다는 것이에요.
The most important consideration was making sure that it is convenient to use, fun, fast, and responsive. We wanted to make sure that the feature can be used in multiple situations, such as stealth approach to the enemy, to finish off opponents which are knocked down, or even use in drive-bys. Basically, have as much precision as possible by allowing you to throw weapons through the windows or tight gaps.
황무지에서는 총알을 찾기도 어려울 때가 있겠죠. 그럴 때는 바로 옆에 있는 근접 무기라도 써야 될 때가 생길 텐데요. 근접 무기라서 꼭 가까이에서만 공격할 수 있는 것이 아니라 멀리 있는 적을 맞추면 재밌을 거라고 생각을 했었고 황무지라는 컨셉과 잘 어울렸던 것 같아요.
I was improving our projectile code to fix bugs in grenade movement. At some point, this refactor made it possible to launch even big game objects with proper physics applied. Just for fun, I replaced grenades with frying pans. Then we've had a series of playtests to see how this feature would fit the game. And it was amazing, so we immediately turned this into an actual feature.
처음에 근접 무기 던지기 기능의 프로토타입 영상을 저한테 보여줬을 때 와 재밌겠다, 이건 꼭 미션으로 만들어야 돼 라는 생각이 들었었습니다. 그래서 시즌 미션 트랙으로 근접 무기 트랙을 만들었고요. 보상으로서 특수한 근접 무기 스킨을 얻을 수 있습니다.
You may find that melee throw range is too low to be used outdoors. In our early implementation, the range was higher, but it looked ridiculous and it was breaking immersion. A human being cannot throw a cast iron frying pan as far as an apple. So I added more complexity to ballistics, and then to get the right look and feel, I was tuning the 3 parameters: launch velocity, air drag force, and even gravity. As a result, frying pan travels so fast that it looks like it actually can kill someone.
In terms of item throwing, this is a feature directly related to our mission to improve the teamwork aspects of PUBG in duo and squad modes. The most important thing was to improve the quality of life of the players. We hope to help in those incidental situations where you would get locked up under fire and unable to move from your cover. This system basically helps you provide ammunition or medical items to those players who cannot otherwise move closer to you. Also, it makes you much more mobile and less locked down to a place.
시즌 4에서 가장 즐거웠던 부분은 팬분들이 저희의 이야기를 가지고 확장시키고 추리하시고 새로운 이야기를 만드시고 저희의 의도를 간파하시고 그러한 것들이 굉장히 즐거웠어요. 이번 시즌에도 좀 더 재밌게 즐겨주셨으면 좋겠고요.
I think it will bring a lot of satisfaction, grab a kill or maybe even a chicken dinner, as it looks both funny and dramatic, and especially looking forward to seeing some amazing shots being pulled off during drive-bys or crazy jumps with nice weapon throw finish.
많은 피드백을 주시고 그것에 맞춰서 저희는 게임을 개발하도록 하겠습니다. 감사합니다.
sees him through the door.
Oh, goodbye! Say
Instantly
hello to the
disconnects, though.
shotgun. Wait, he holds the angle. 2 more shells ready to go, locked and loaded. Smoke still standing. Can GH recover? They can't enter anymore. They know that is a big resounding no. Shut the door, get out. This is my compound. Peeking around carefully. Another fool! GX being decimated and the flush from Joy.
686. He's gone for the flank one. He's completely just. They're looking at this fight and they're sending him after the sniper. That's amazing. If they take that out, that's their cover completely gone.
The UMP! If any time it's now, if any range it's there.
And the pressure is just mounting onto 4AM despite their high ground advantage.
There it is.
TSM are cutting them down one by one, and only one angry man remains. Now are about to be some angry men because TSM surely now will claim match 3. Gustav knocked down though. Maybe there's still a twist left in this tail for match 3. Xiaolu, 24 health. He's got all 3 members right in front of him. He'll get the knock down onto Michael. Is there any more still to come? This would be disastrous for TSM. They get the win.
They're just impacting right in front, but that one is good. HC is gonna find both members of Entis Ace.
Now up to 10 kills. FaZe is making their way down the hillside. You can see shots come back over towards BC. Tide has to drop to his belly, and they want control over this game, and they know exactly where BC is at.
All right, can Tide provide a miracle here with that AWM? He's got Domu as well for support, but the grenades are raiding in. FaZe has a ton of utility. Domu is down. It is just Tide left here.
This is FaZe just running right up into the face of BC and taking this game away. 12 kills coming up for FaZe.
Behind you, you have the hills. It's going to be rough to get across there. I would expect a few teams to make a hard pull-up on that. It will be difficult. Speaking of hard pull-ups, Milan's gone.
What?
Tempo Storm are just feeding the Giants here. There's another one as well. Tempo, what are you doing? Why are you just driving into death's embrace?
Easy, slowly creeping up onto this. We're going to see an angle back over for Molojoy as it's getting very, very hazardous. One solid grenade could land on top of QM and just destroy them, and it's going to be exactly what happens.
I hope my boys weren't too hard on you. But I've been hearing some pretty disturbing rumors. That you've been placing bids for my territory behind my back. Of course, they can't be true because you know Miramar belongs to me. I'd let you borrow it for your race, but that doesn't give you permission to make new deals on your own.
Estoy acá para hacer el media day.
因为你们叫我来的。저 촬영한다고 해서 안 아, 카메라 많으면 머리 하얘져요.
너무 많아졌다. 많이 하긴 했지만 아직 어색해.
就感觉就挺有意思的。我感觉很逗。
Feels really good at being in the finals. We didn't get the greatest first two groups. It was kind of close at the end, so the fact that we made it, despite being only 13th, it feels pretty good.
I don't know, it just feels good to qualify to the last game. The last game of the semifinals was just the beginning, so yeah, we'll be even stronger. Thanks for your support, it means a lot. Thanks up.
强对决的痱子吧，我感觉乌巴很强，我们两个人玩游戏的方式也像。没有痱子 No.1。 뽀에임이 좀 많이 결제되는 것 같아요. 제가 잘 안 움츠려드리는데 뽀에임만 보면 살짝 움츠려드리는.
The team that we're going to be focused on probably 4 a.m.
I think the most exciting team that we're gonna probably get into it with the most is probably 4 a.m.
我觉得能够进决赛的队伍都是实力非常强的队伍吧，然后每个队伍都是我们很直接的对手。
Right, I swear, can we get like Google Translate so Roy can like say a Chinese quote?
Ni hao?
What does it mean?
Hello.
Ni hao 4 a.m.
만나시면 조심하셔야 될 것 같습니다.
나 이 финале, поэтому вы не выиграете.
결승전 때만큼은 내가 너 다 죽인다.
coming together of 16 of the best teams from across the world here for day number 2 concludes. So too does the 2019 season here for PUBG Esports, as today, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to crown a world champion here on this stage. That person, that team will be walking away with the trophy, and they will also be walking away with at least $1.75 million. It is all on the line here for these 16 teams. Welcome to the pre-show. My name is Kyle Laris, and to my left-hand side, Toffees, Froz, Avenger. Guys, we're here. Everything for us, for the teams, for production has led to this moment, and we today can find out who our world champion is going to be.
I mean, I think that's what it comes down to. 32 started, 16 came, but only one can really hoist that trophy, and it will be inarguably the best in the world. Nobody can contest that, and I think it might surprise some people who ultimately comes out on top.
I can't believe it's only 6 games left of this season that started so long ago for us. I mean, everybody has been looking forward for this, and it's going to be an amazing moment later on.
Hundreds, potentially thousands of games has been played this season, and it culminates today. Everything is still open. We saw some insane games yesterday, but the true winner will stand up and be crowned today.
From insane games to insane circles, I think for a lot of people, of course, we started out the tournament with one of the most ridiculous circles we've seen in a long, long while when it came to Erangel, and then across all of our maps, Sanhok, we only play one of it, we saw a very heavy variety of circles of Avenger, which definitely tested a lot of these teams when it came to adaptability and how to play out those scenarios.
And I think that's how we crown the true champion, to be honest. It is you have to go through the hardest of tests.
Through the gauntlet.
And the gauntlets, and the hardest circles as well. And I think what we saw yesterday was just the start. I hope to see some more spicy circles, and I hope to see some more spicy games.
I mean, that's what happens. We got a lot of circles. That's what you want. They've gone through the fire. They've thrown the gauntlet down. They've proved that a circle where they're by their drop, you can win, but you also have to win the ones that are the hardest to get to, or at least pull in points. And teams that are looking for kills and not really sort of going for the big win, like maybe the Rumblers, are showing you can get points that way, but you can't win the tournament. On the opposite side, if you're just playing for placement, you're definitely not taking home 1.75.
Let's take a look at how things have shaped up so far through our 6 games yesterday, which did conclude in the points that we see right before us. The top 4 with Genji, 4 Angry Men, OG and Entus Ace, and OG and Entus Force looking strong up there. But some of the other teams were able to rise to the occasion, especially towards the end of the day there. Not to mention, of course, FaZe, who was able to take a big chicken dinner towards the end of the day, Avenger.
They managed to step up, and today is a special day for them. Hopefully they can kind of engage and continue that. We're going to start on 3 Miramar games, so we'll see if that continues. They managed to play extremely well on Miramar to be up, but for me, like, the big story was Genji. They managed to start off playing extremely well. We had some rough circles though, but after 2 games, it looks scarily open still.
We'll get to talk about them in more detail later. Of course, it does bear repeating as well that when we're actually alluding to FaZe, they only just squeaked into this stage of the tournament as a whole. Let's talk about some of the other names that are available to us, though, because we saw some impressive performances from some of the teams in that middle pack, despite sitting in the middle pack. It is just unfortunate for those teams, Toffees, that some of those teams across our 1 through 5, etc., really stepped up and really rose to the occasion of this grand stage.
I mean, I think that's it. A 12-game series, especially when Genji takes 2 chicken dinners right out of the gate. You've got to have a sensational big game, and you see that separation from sort of that mid-pack happening in the brackets right now. And I think that means we're going to Miramar first. They've got 3 games to do it, but those teams who are sort of on the bubble 9 through 13, if you don't get a win, or at least a big, I would say 15 to 16 plus on the first 2, you're pretty much done in terms of your hopes and dreams of hoisting the trophy.
4 Angry Men sitting in 2nd place right now definitely didn't disappoint overall when it came to their performance for us.
Most kills so far is from Angry Men, and it comes down to their playstyle, being super aggressive. They will literally just crash you no matter if they don't have anything to do, they don't know where to go. They'll just send it. They know this is our only and last resort. We gotta get as many points as possible.
OG and Entus Force, on the other hand, consistency is key. Their placement was extremely consistent. On the other hand, they didn't manage to get as many kills as 4 Angry Men did, but I'm excited to see if they're able to step up, because their consistency can prove them to maybe get a big chunk of those money, if not take it home if they manage to get a win.
Yeah, definitely so. Very, very big for them. Looking down the leaderboard as well, obviously we have the 2 CJ Entus teams actually representing in that 3rd and 4th spot, and they, for the most part, for a lot of people, Force had expectations behind them. Ace not as much, but they've exceeded expectations throughout the stages of this tournament.
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of people saw them as sort of the little brother of Force coming into this. They didn't have a lot to lose, but they came out in a lot of ways have outperformed their sister team. We saw that sort of 1-2 finish yesterday that was pretty exciting for them, but they play two very different styles, right? Force doesn't have a chicken dinner in the bank, and yet they are in the top 5. They're looking to put those points on the board through kills and then some consistency to go along with it, where I think Ace is playing a lot more placement-oriented, finding good positions, and that fundamentalism is working really, really well for them.
All right, let's focus on first place currently here. Gen G, a team that we, at the very beginning of yesterday, we said to, everybody, 3/4 of this team really showing up. PO left something to be desired. Yesterday, he completely proved that wrong. Avenger was able to step up, and this win that they were able to get in the first game of the day was massive for them.
In no regards of the circle, how they played this game was just a pure execution of how to play this game perfectly. Their positioning, how they managed to keep players alive throughout the game and keep other teams alive because they benefited them until they didn't, and they managed to kill them afterwards.
It comes down to their executions. Every time when they need to move, they're going to move one at a time while the others will be covering, and they work as a unit. Pio, we saw him during the semis, we saw him during the groups, moving away from the team, doing a little bit more of a solo run. Now he's sticking more with the team, and it's working out.
A tough question here to get the day going, because why on earth not Toffees? Does Gen G retain their first place, or do you have other expectations for them?
Do they retain it to the very end, or do they lose it throughout? I think they will lose that for sure in the first 3 games. I don't know, does that mean that they won't get it back towards the end of the day? Because remember, we finish on Orango, where they have been playing out of their minds so far this weekend. And they also are known for not doing wonderful there, so it could go either way. But I think they will definitely lose that lead somewhere in the first game or 2.
I feel like they're strong at playing with the circle when they're inside the center and know how to hold it. When they have to get in, play the edge, that's not their strongest part. So they need to get the circles.
Let's move on. 4 AM here. One of the teams that we've already alluded to a little bit here before, and through all of the stages, once again, they've been very, very impressive, to say the least. There were a few moments for them where they were given some easy opportunities to seize, and indeed they did do that, Avenger, but there were some opportunities that they took with full force behind them after being put in a tricky spot.
The People's Champion, by far the most pick and votes on the overall. They have more than 50% of the pick and votes, so a lot of people would be happy if they take the victory home. But they need to take some wins as well. They can't just keep fragging out and get a consistent top 4. They have to get a win. They have to get a chicken dinner. And hopefully we'll see that today here in the start, maybe on Miramar.
They're not playing a bad game, but once again, their aggressiveness is sometimes also the fault for them. We saw that in the end of that Stalber game when they took the fight, not just against TSM, but Lashes at the same time. Make it 2 to split, and that's how they fell from that game and didn't win it.
They replaced CPT with Xiaolu, and I think that it has been a good 1-2 punch pairing with ZGG01. We've seen him really pop off, and we always talk about him, but I think a lot of his success has been determined by sort of that backbone, having the partner. When you watch them play, they work well as a team, and so it's one of those things like you can be a confident fragger when you know there's always someone sort of covering your back, making sure that when you do step a little too far or peek a little too hard, there's someone immediately in with the smoke, immediately in with the cover, and that's exactly what this team's done well.
And to be fair, since 2019 was kind of our measuring stick for all of this, it's a bold move to replace someone like CPT, who at face it was...
He was absolutely amazing, but to finish up on 4 AM, confidence is key for them. I think we saw in the interview with ZGG how confident these guys are, and if they manage to maintain that, we're going to see them do great things today.
Let's talk about Ents. They've, for me, surpassed all expectations coming into this tournament. I didn't give them much of a chance at being able to strike at the top when it came to PKL's representation, because they have such a good wealth of teams coming into this tournament. However, Ace has stepped up and done very well for themselves.
You got to remember, they came in through the last spot from the qualifiers they had there. In the last game, that's how they clutched and got the way in here. In the league itself, I think they ended up on a 7th place. They've always been sort of an underdog compared to the other PKL teams we had here, but they stepped it up enormously here. They were the PKL team with most points throughout the group and semis combined as well.
And that shows me an evolution. When you talk about their actual home region play, Rang was, I think, their top fragger with only 1.13 kills per game. They come here, they're performing well. Mickey has been absolutely, well, more than fine in terms of his ability to sort of find positions, work well as a bike scout, make sure his team is going to good locations, and that's what you do. If you don't have the firepower, you can win this game with brains, and I think that's what makes PUBG different than a lot of others, is the fact that you don't have to always win through brawn, and that's what these guys have proven to us.
For me, though, they have to step up on the other maps. They did get 21 of their 50 points on Sanhok, and even in the interview, they said, we did not expect this. So if they manage to step up on Miramar and our angle, they might be able to maintain a top 3 position.
Let's talk about Force as well. Just slightly behind Ace in the standings right now, still sitting in 4th place. And for the most part, gentlemen, we were singing songs mostly about Songjang, who was able to play very well for himself and the rest of the squad. However, everybody was able to play very well. Indigo, Kale, constant kind of playmakers throughout all of this. And speaking of which, there's Mr. Songjang across.
Well, it didn't work out this time for him. But I'll tell you this.
Got that one.
He's not just another frag, but he's also the IGL of the team. And it means a lot being an IGL and being able to frag out. But a lot of times we would say Indigo is the main fragger of that team. He is the one who carries them on with all those frags.
For me, though, the first game, how he managed to stay alive, crossing the bridge was just a fantastic game, though.
Oh, huge.
If they manage to make more clutch plays when they kind of have a bad game and maintain a top position, pairing that with potentially a win, then they're also going to maintain a top 4, maybe even take the win home if they manage to step up like a lot of the PKL teams here.
I mean, it seems a little bit like the way that they've been playing. They're still in the top 5, obviously, but it seems almost like they're stemming the bleeding a little bit. They use these 2-2 splits. They're don't have a chicken dinner, which I think they've probably planned on having at this point so far. So the worry, well, if I'm everybody else, I'm worried that when Force comes out, if they do get a win in 1 or 2, they're going to get that same sort of momentum boost that Gen G got going out of the start, but they won't let it go. This is a team that will continue to gather speed as they roll downhill.
And for the most part, yesterday, day number 1, I think it is safe to say that a lot of our Eastern teams did hold the reins for quite a while, maybe up until the ending of the day. Does that speak to their potential to adapt throughout a lot of these situations? Because again, yesterday was very varied, much more varied than we've seen some of our days, maybe throughout a semis or so, whilst time has gone on.
I think it talks to their dedication and hard work, basically. They outwork everybody, and that's also why we have these teams here in the top 5. A lot of PKL representation, and also, even here, we see them, Mickey, being able to take down 13 kills. It was just amazing yesterday. Amazing performance.
Big killers, top fraggers, and these names are almost synonymous with a lot of kills done. Apart from, I would say, maybe someone like Mickey, who has come in and been able to shine so well. For Ace, we saw him in his interview yesterday, a very well-spoken individual. So for him to sit at the top with 13 kills, above Pio, above Gustav, above Uber, that's massive for him.
It is. It's huge. It's like you just named a bunch of the, really well-known fraggers. And, back home they call him the great bike scout because that's what he does. And it's rare that you see sort of the guy who's the scout also be the frag leader, because often they're having to sort of play defensively, hold positions, and get their team into the place. But he's doing it. He's jumping off. He's getting kills. He's playing aggressively. And that's what you have to do. If you feel like an underdog coming into this tournament, it's all about putting lead downrange and getting as much as you can.
It's pretty insane to see him get 13 kills though. And why I say that is because Ace only had 26 kills yesterday, meaning he got 50% of them.
Yeah.
Oof. That is huge.
And also in only 6 games. Like, to point that usually we see a KD above 1 is pretty good, especially in Pro Leagues, but 13 in 6 games.
Against the best teams and players in the world.
Insane.
And speaking of big, we have a huge amount of damage being able to be done here by 4 AM throughout yesterday. They, for the most part, had great positions, great opportunities to be able to lay down a lot of damage. Even if they didn't necessarily get all the kills, Avenger, they were still causing havoc across the lobby.
Their impact overall in the lobby is definitely felt. We can also see in the interviews, when we see from the other players, they're like, we're looking to take a fight with 4AM. They're constantly on the lips of the other players, so they're very aware of the impact that they're doing, because they're knocking a lot of players. They're making sure that people lose their helmets and their meds.
They're doing damage, they're taking utility, but the thing I want to point out on this right now is 8C is one of the top 5. When you talk about FaZe, we always talk about Uba, we talk about Mixie and Fuzz, everybody loves him. The fact is, 8C is often sort of, the 4th man, and we don't talk about him a lot. He has been absolutely coming up spades. His grenades have been amazing. He's opened up pushes for FaZe with just really solid support that I haven't seen before. And I think 8C, he was a developing player for me over the last year, has come into his own and is dominating right now.
Just look at his moment yesterday against Tempo Storm in the end of the Miramar game there. When he pushed up with Ironside M4 against Tempo Storm, he didn't knock them, but he got 2 of them super low.
Yeah. Funny story as well. talking to Gustav, he's like regarding AT as, obviously they play a lot together, so he knows him very well, but he's regarding AT as one of the most underrated player in the whole pro scene. So it's interesting to see also from Gustav, which is probably regarded as a top 5 player in the world, because he's able to IGL frag as well. So him being able to say AT is actually probably one of the most underrated players is absolutely insane. And I'm happy to see him show himself and show up as one of the top 5s here at this stage.
Of course, here is Mickey from OGN enters Ace. These gentlemen as a whole, Mickey especially, really did stand out, and we've already seen that exemplified in the 13th.
We have, and we've talked about the good of them, but here, let's talk about the bad for a second. My worry is you brought up Mickey has 50% of the kills on the team. That means what if he shows up today and he's feeling like a mouse instead of a monster, and can the team maintain their momentum if their 1 star is not cutting it?
No, but also even a bike rotation. One bike rotation that goes wrong, you hit a team, you'll be taken off, and all of a sudden 50% of your frag tower potentially is going to be off. On the other side, though, he can also then start calling, giving some more information, but losing that player is very unfortunate if he gets lost in the bike rotation.
You got to remember, he wasn't the main fragger during PKL itself. I mean, that was Rang, and he still haven't shown up too big, but I mean, if Mickey can't do it, I'm pretty sure the others will do it.
I mean, they have to. This is the big show, right? And in the top 5, though, everyone's looking at you, and I think that is my worry for Ace as they go into today, is the pressure is mounting, and you can't just all leave that on one man's shoulders, no matter how charismatic and good at interviews he is. He still can't, you can't say, like, you have to carry everything. And that's, I feel like, the Ace situation right now.
No, it was good to see Mickey yesterday. He was so fun, and he blew my mind, that's for sure. We're going to be moving on, though, as well as we've taken a look at Ace, and we're going to focus on Forever from 4AM in a few moments' time. And he's another gentleman for 4AM that has stood out, but I feel like the entire roster of 4AM has really stood out. Not only here yesterday, but just across this tournament as a whole.
4AM is a super trigger-happy team. They like to shoot anything that moves. It doesn't matter what it is, friendly or enemy. They would go for everyone.
Yeah, we saw that yesterday with the Grass. No, jokes aside, these guys, we've seen 3 of them on the top 5 damage. It talks to how big fraggers these guys are. They are capable, and if they manage to continue their confidence and performance yesterday and maybe potentially take home a win pretty early, they could potentially take everything, be crowned champion here.
Very importantly, 4AM right now across the portion of the globe is the people's champions right now. They are one of the teams that a lot of people are rooting to win and try and hoist that trophy high. And right now, 4AM throughout the stages is on track to be able to do that. If they make it work, it's amazing for them.
We'll see. They haven't won a chicken dinner yet, and they're still in 2nd place. That's absolutely terrifying. Somebody else who's terrifying for me is the guy on the screen right now, Gustav. Remember, he tried out with FaZe once upon a time. Mixie said this guy's got some of the best potential in all of Europe. He ended up going with TSM and has, I think, really bloomed into one of the best IGL slash fraggers, and that's a big deal. In the old days, IGLs didn't kill things. IGLs just told you how to kill things, and guys like this have shaken up the scene and said, hey, you can do both, and not only can you have to if you want to be on top.
TSM currently sat in 6th right now, just behind FaZe Clan for PEL, the region in which they do actually represent here. And for a few people, TSM, after the semis, after the group stage, looked like one of the best hopes for PEL coming into the tournament.
I mean, still, they're not looking like a bad hope, I'd say. Sure. They're still doing really good. Sure, they are currently on 6th place, but their points is saying, hey, we're top, we are out there, because 1 to 6 right now is currently where the gap is for top pack, and they're doing good there. They need to have good start, though, because yesterday they had a terrible start.
I think when you look back at what happened yesterday for TSM, that 4v4v4 on Erangel that they had Avenger, that they eventually ended up winning out on that situation, that was the most impressive showing for them yesterday throughout the global finals.
I definitely think that displays that they are truly a top team here. They're 14 points behind Gen G currently, and Gustav, correct me if I'm wrong, one of your favorite players of all time, being able to IGL, frag, micromanage your team to make sure they're in the right position is just amazing.
And when we talk about that 4v4, like really, that was a masterclass of IGLs, right? We had Gustav, Purdy Curdy, and God V, or Wayless as he goes by now, calling that thing. And that is crazy to see 4 juggernauts or 3 juggernauts facing off at that level.
Honestly, the more we see from TSM and how they're playing, the more impressed we get, I feel like, because it's kind of Gustav don't need to call as much anymore.
Yeah.
The others, they know, all right, this is what we're going to be doing. So, hey, I'll go over here. And Gustav knows, okay, well, I'll just stand over here and start fragging out and kill people then.
Well, they're only like, what, 13 points? 13 points from catching up to first place. So you said kind of a bad hope. They're 4 points behind FaZe. That means literally any of these teams in the mid-pack on a big game one puts them right up on the top.
All right, gentlemen, everybody, boys and girls around the world, it is time. We are beginning day number 2 of PGC here as we get down to it. Our world champion will be crowned.
Closer to everybody on TSM. The spray starting to come out. You can see a little bit connecting. And there we go. Na'Vi is just dusted. The hunt is on. The spray comes through. And the EU Giant.
Massive 18-kill victory. FaZe Clan shocking the world. 8 kills.
Look how active Lazarus was being here that entire late game, and that's what they seem to do best. But at the end of the day,
The blood starts to pump and your heart begins to race. Ladies and gentlemen, the adrenaline for all of these players is about to start pumping through their veins, and the chills will take over as we are in the final day of PGC. 64 players are going to descend onto the battlegrounds, and then we are going to crown ourselves a world champion here for day number 2. It's time to get hyped. It's time to get ready. We are almost upon it as we begin the proceedings. Gentlemen, top is Avenger. Froz, we are going to talk about some of these teams before we get into our first game here. GEX, a team that is one of the underdogs of the tournament as a whole. Froz, I'm going to start with you. I wonder why, as we talk about this team, they need to step up to the plate today, and they need to be able to prove their worth here on the grand stage.
So I still have them as my dark horse. They had a really rough start yesterday on Erangel. They got dropped on. They didn't do well. They got wiped away. But at the same time, they did come back during game 3, but it was not enough. After I dropped out a little bit more again, I want to see them be much more consistent. We saw them during the semifinals. They ended up at 5th place, being super consistent throughout the whole stage there.
They have the potential to do so. We also saw them in some of the fights yesterday. We saw some tendencies what they were able to do, and if they manage to step up, they can definitely claim a bigger share of the prize pool, guys.
I mean, I think you can say that they're still a dark horse, but they're going to have to be death themselves to come out on top here. Also, we've got W-Click. I think that these guys are another team that's outside of trophy shot, but that doesn't mean you still can't make life-changing amounts of money with a really good run today. And they have nothing to lose. Both GEX and W-Click have the ability to catch people off guard, to play sort of outside the box, and that's what they need to do.
Nothing is impossible yet, though, but Silsen, he had 8 out of the 11 kills that W-Click had yesterday.
And also Ragnar and Silsen, they do have the experience on these type of stages. They were both last year at PGI, so they have the experience, they have the confidence. I'm sure they're going to be able to show more today than they did yesterday.
Then you got a team like QM that sort of, I don't want to say shocked everybody, but came really aggressive at that last stage. They ended up in 2nd after sort of groups and have been really, really playing hard. Yiz, I think, surprised me with his skill. It shocks me to see them struggling right now in 14th place. I thought they would come out here. I thought they would be better. I mean, Kylaris even picked them to win this entire thing.
I did. And then moving on to Na'Vi here to round things out as well. One of our PEL teams that a lot of people are looking for success here right now. How do you think they stand right now, Avenger, and what do you think their anticipations are?
So they're currently sitting on 10th place with 26 points. One good game, one Na'Vi kind of win with a lot of kills, 10, 15 kills, will put them up there. They will put straight back into the top 5. I'm hoping to see that kind of start. Miramar is their kind of map to do so.
All right, it is time. We are getting into game number 1. Ladies and gentlemen, let's get it going. It's game 7 here of the grand finals for PGC. We're going to Erangel.
Thank you, James. There was no better way to put it. We are now moments away from kicking off the final day. And before we do, I want to say a big thank you to everyone in the arena behind us, those at home who have tuned in and supported this game from start to finish. Yes, it is about the players on the stage, but this is as much your final as well. You've supported this game. The prize pool, everything has added to this moment. So breathe it in, guys and girls. This is the last chance to dance for a lot of these teams.
It's a hardcore fan base that has been watching and keeping in touch for the last year as we started this road to this main stage, to one team being crowned a world champion and walking away with $1.75 million. It's an infinitesimal number to think about that 4 of these guys on that stage are going to be pocketing that. But they have to get through 6 more games, Lauren. It's not as easy as that. It's easy just saying, yes, there's money on the line, click heads and win forehead. But it's not. This is a dungeon gauntlet, and every one of those 16 teams, and something Steve mentioned on the desk, the teams now that are the lower half of that, they're going to struggle to work their way up there. There's nothing to lose, and every position, it's more money in the bank.
Richard, it's a Sunday. We know what can happen on a Sunday. We know what can begin. I'm not writing anyone out.
There's a rumor.
I'm not writing anyone out anymore. It's almost time. Again, thank you for sticking with us as we are almost ready to step on that first map. The players prepared, focused. The last couple of words being said between them. And first, we did see Erangel yesterday. That was the first glimpse we got to see, but now it's a different landscape in front of us.
Things turned completely upside down yesterday when we moved towards the last stages and we looked towards Miramar. We're going back to the sandy pastures. There was a big difference.
And just to clarify, the League Ops team is monitoring all of this to present the most impartial and fair matches going forward, just to keep you guys informed of all of the happenings. Crack on.
It's a totally different game. We spoke about it earlier on in the back. Yesterday, the East, they started out strong. They came in hot, and they worked their way to the top of the table. Then all of a sudden, the West decided, you know what? It's time to turn up. And it's time to get this one underway. Day 2, match 1, grand finals is about to begin. The plane's in the air, and we are going to Miramar.
6 more games, 5 after this, and it's from south to north. We saw the Western world finally put up numbers on Miramar. The East claimed those first couple of games. Was it they just come off the starting blocks hot? The Korean teams, the Chinese teams, are they just that much better? Or was it the map? Is this the time to see that top 5 shake up?
Well, look, yesterday, we touched on it just a second ago, we saw the West begin to shine. FaZe grabbing an abundance of kills. They got a second, they got a first, they round out the day strong. But the question is, was this just Miramar, or was this them heating up? There are a million and one things we can theorize to how this will all go. I mean, naturally, usually, Erengel's their home turf and they do well, but all of a sudden, I think FaZe mentioned he was just doing it to shut Avenger up on the desk and actually give them a performance that we can see from this.
Yeah.
One team that I do want to touch on, ironically, on your screens right now, and I'll kind of throw this one out there. Yesterday, they picked up the first 2 wins. It was super impressive. I think it was 42 points in a mere 2 games.
Yep.
But after that, for the rest of the 4 games, they only grabbed 14 points, which, all right, it may be better than some. I mean, hell, down at the bottom of the table, we've got one team with 15 points. But that's the story of PUBG and how things can change. And ultimately, how we've led to this scenario where there's no definitive winner. The top is completely open.
And I mentioned the West, and I can't help but talk about it. You look at circle positioning as this is hit already. You have TSM and FaZe in paramount position. They could arguably face off against each other and cause some damage, but they're in a very good spot. You look towards the West, for example, not many people are going to be rotating further in from that side, so they should have clear shot. You look at Fuzzface on Twitter, he was saying it's not just about circle position, it's do you have to go through teams? Is there anyone rotating around you? What's the surrounding area? It's more than just where you are. But I have to say, between TSM and FaZe, and you're arguably Na'Vi in the north, they have a great deal of territory.
I love how you pointed that out, because it's one of those things we see quite often in PEL. When we get TSM in this kind of circle, central map, we know they generally, the time and time again we've seen before, they'll move off the back of Hacienda, but down here now in their location, how this circle, the first few, it does dictate how we go further, but we know from around circle 3, 4, we can get a good gist and a good feel of how it will flow. The mountaintops, the inaccessible terrain, dictates where the circle will be flowing to. And many of these teams are now skilled and individual. I think someone like Gustav, they spoke about him and they really sung his prayers on the desk. Formidable player, but most importantly, an incredible IGL. To have at the helm on a map like this, if he's feeling it, he's on fire this competition, this could be his next few matches to look out for.
Yeah, I was glad we were looking at Gen G, just Pio and Taemin, between them, 20 kills. Huge impact from just yesterday individually. Very impressive to look towards, and I'm wondering if that can be replicated. If it was just comfort with circle position, we can only theorize until we see the proof in the pudding, which is today. Everyone relatively calm thus far. It's gonna be pretty much as even as you can call it for now. I'd say yes, the Southeast teams could be in a bit of a harder position. Anyone who drops Los Leones here will have to work through teams. That is going to be a factor. Everyone else should have pick of the litter. They can go where they fancy. I see a couple of shots here and there, but they're all peacocking. There's not much to be worried about as of yet.
I mean, Gen G had the fantastic day on Erengel, but you spoke about Taemin. He's up there in the top 5 players with the most kills on this map specifically. I'd see Uber, Zampa, Gustav, Taemin. 8, 7, and 5 all respectively. 3 of those players, actually, I'd see Zampa and Gustav. Same place last time in Oakland a year back. So once again on this map specifically, to be opening up on day 2, you want to look for good performances. Them players in particular were key and crucial yesterday to round out the day. Now we need to see them start the day for their teams.
4am, the most dangerous team, I think a lot will say. They're so unpredictable, they're so explosive. hailing from PCL. They've been formidable to look at as a team. It's hard to put them in a box. Are they just a late game team? Can they fight early? Do they have every player in the right place? Do they need it? Is it just that reputation? We've just seen them be so critically explosive. It's scary to watch, so no one can really tame them yet.
They are impact damage dealers. When we look toward the statistics that we see from 4 Angry Men, they literally shoot everything that walks. They are averaging 1.4k damage done per game. That's 500 more than any other team on average. 3k damage done above any other team. That's why they're all the way up there. And if you think about Gen G, had they not let things slip, or at least picked up a few more points during the latter stages yesterday, they would have been able to extend that gap. But 4AM, literally, if you walk by them, they will fire your way. You will have to duck and cover or take them head on.
Now let's look at WClick. Yes, in the finals they have not turned as many heads, but during those semi-finals, how many times did we see them in that final 3, final 4? Always there, just in the background. They certainly deserve their place here, and I'd love to see that playstyle, their ability to grind to those final end positions, resonating in this moment.
And with only 17 points on the board, there is literally nothing else to lose for this team. If there was a leash on them yesterday, take it off and let them go. Just let them loose on the battlefield. I'll hold for now.
This is a big pull-up.
Everybody's not moving, Lauren.
Rumblers have cut noise. They're waiting patiently. Joy, the smile would be wiped off his face, but does he know? How much of an idea does he have? He's going upstairs. He might ring the bell, and the Finn waits so patiently. Joy steps quietly, and as soon as he turns this corner, oh my God, lost HD! Good morning, Joy has just caught him so badly off guard. This is baffling. The Rumblers have no idea what's going on, but here comes Mickey, and he's certainly not looking like the mouse just as of yet, as they're piling into this. The Rumblers are scrappy. They're a bloodthirsty team, but are they ready for what's coming their way, or can they back safely?
They moved away from the windows, so unfortunately now it takes it a bit loud to come around. There is a small wrap there from Microfire. Grenades will come up. They're both hiding in a corner. If he hits this, that'll be huge. The 2 players who could take damage there. They are boxed, they are weak. But it does not land. It goes a little bit too far. There's a second. 2 for 1. Cherry popping. There's the response they needed.
I don't think they needed the 2-for-1 discount today, and that nade could have sealed the deal, but it hasn't done yet. There is support here, but it's not that close by. Joy was the man to draw first blood, but can he do more? Microfry wants to clean this up. He spots out Joy and rips away all their happiness. One man stands for ace, and can he do anything back? He tries to flush, he gets it. That's bloodthirsty. They're out for revenge, and that's a good tag. Waldo has to back away, and the Rumblers, they had it all going. They want to flush these guys. They want to make sure this hurts.
Both of these teams are going to take a hell of a lot of damage. Alpaca, last man standing, enters ace, running for dear life. You can hear the bullets that are dinking off the back. 16th place position, and it's the Car 98 that gets the job done. Remember, that's 3rd place coming into this competition. This wreaks havoc for the top of the table and opens things up just a little bit more.
The Rumblers are down in 11th. Yes, you're not looking at them to be a tier 1 finishing team, but doing that sort of damage in that position on the circle, that has got to be mentally devastating. You can see the weapons that are used, so even seeing a Car 98 flush on that and kill is just brilliant to me. I love it. It brings a little smile to my face. Now, this is VC's route thus far, checking in with them. Can't ignore what they've been doing. Hacienda not really toying towards it. We see a couple of shots as the teams are now starting to bully each other around those more contested areas.
Couple of points there for the Rumblers. Yes, they have lost 2 players. Yes, it's going to be damaging as we work further afield into the game. Enters Force has been spotted by VC. DJ Boy will be definitely calling this one back for his teammates. Make sure they know the position. Lazarus, 3rd party in abundance. You can see it in the distance as the shots do come through. They'll disengage from this one. That's fine for now. Circle pops. Let's see where she goes. Will it be the usual standard thing that we'd see around the middle area? Yes, it is. Generally speaking, this is what we'd expect to see. The more kind of important thing about this one is the road in the middle.
North-south divide.
Exactly. Which way you're going to go, which side you want to be on. TSM, for this one, this is a hot point. In the north, it becomes very difficult because you have that mountain terrain that runs through. It cuts it. In the south would be the safer position. However, when we look towards day number 1 and we saw what the circle did, anything can happen. And that's the whole story of PUBG. You have to be on tenterhooks here. You have to have your head on a swivel and accept every single conflict that could come your way.
Na'Vi and 4AM are starting to move from north to south. They're trying to compress. It looks like a lot of these teams are trying to sit on that road. You can see the compound. It's an incredibly popular compound to take. Dangerous to play out of, though, because there are those surrounding hills that give so much vision. You can't get past the fact that TSM and FaZe, looking as well, QM hold very strong positions overall. However, on foot is ZGG. The man is an animal. He's got a mini. He's got the 8 times. That could be the death of Na'Vi. Fall away, get to cover. Do not sit out in the open, Senya. You can't do it at this point.
Just keep an eye on 4AM every single time someone drives by them. If you are spotted by them, they will happily shoot. They're not afraid of any single fight that comes flying their way. For them, shooting at teams is just ringing the dinner bell and driving more people towards their position.
Senya's got to make the run, Rich. I'm a little worried for him. Luckily, in a way, he can use the downside of the hill, the dark side of the hill to try and work his way forward. He may just have to try and roll this car as he goes. Be meticulous, be careful. Na'Vi cannot suffer a loss at this point. When you see these circles centralizing, you know that it's going to be a late game play. We all know, like, okay, guys at home in the arena, let's be honest. If this hard shifts at any point, it's going to be mayhem, and the observers will be sweating. We all know how it goes. So, for now, you cannot start losing players. You have to be careful. The Rumblers were forced into that situation. They had to deal with it. Beyond that, though, everyone is looking to be smart, play cerebral PUBG in this.
You'll see a lot of the players running the minis, and that's because it's one of the most versatile guns in the game by far. Currently, the top damage dealer across all 6 games, 19.7k. We are living in a meta where minis, M4s, and SLRs, they're your top 3 damage dealers and weapons knocked. With 6 times and 8 times on a map like Miramar, early game engagements become long game engagements. You'll see people across the map. You'll be looking for scouts. If you can pick someone off on a rotation, happy days, it's a free point. If you can take out someone who's actually looking for a good position, that's even better because you've taken away that IGL. You've taken away that captain who's looking for a spot from his team, so it's critical to get these Lone Rangers dead.
And I'm surprised we haven't talked about it yet, is look how much room Gen.G is ensuring they keep. They're playing incredibly slow rotations. Look at Esther previously, who was just on his screen. He is watching the backside of the crater fields to ensure no one is near them. Look at Loki's rotation. Look at Pio. This is a very unorthodox approach. We'll have to touch back into it later to see how that unfolds. But they are way far west, heading south, and the other 2 are north by crater fields. Incredibly weird split we're seeing coming out.
There's a very small chance this does hard shift all the way to the left, and if it goes west, you're looking between Pozo and Monte Nuevo. There are circle endings we see around there. Generally, we've seen a lot in the middle, and that's why a lot of people, TSM, FaZe, QM, are banking on that. Circle pops, and you know what? It's done just that. We go to the side of Monte Nuevo and things get a little bit more interesting because there is a huge, huge chance this comes the way of the FaZe clan just beyond their hillside.
T1.
Flood down the middle, off of the back of the ridge in the north. TSM now and all these other teams that banked on that central location are going to have to go on a wide rotate.
And you said FaZe, and you were talking about their current position, but you look at what we know their compound to be. T1 has just swarmed it. It's arguably one of the strongest when we see these circles come in. It was played so often, and I'm curious to see if Fuzzface may scout that. It looks like he is, and now he's getting Helen. I would not want to be on the receiving end of any of that man's shots. Currently sat in 4th with 10 kills beside him. You can see the accuracy. FaZe maybe trying to hedge their bets here, trying to continue that 2-2 split.
There's a few times we've seen FaZe Clan, they will also do the 2-2 split, and it shows you the value of this game and how every single one counts. They've had a few poor performances yesterday, and that cannot continue today. If they want to win this, they have to play perfect PUBG time and time again. There would have been a time where you may see 2 players from FaZe disconnect and take those compounds that T1 has, but by not doing it, they've been disallowed that access, that prime territory. T1 now controls Monte Nuevo and the compounds in front of them, but it's going to be critical to take the fight sparsely because Gen.G, they've yet to come out of that blue, and when they do, they need to find a home.
Yeah, we're going to have to now start seeing the teams going on those wider rotations. Na'Vi, yes, to an extent they aren't going to be working in from the north. They could swing on the outskirts, sure. 4AM can do the same. You know that roadside, any of those compounds will be taken by now. As soon as that hard shift, I don't like saying hard shift, but it was a bit of a swing on that. It will now cause issues. Lazarus Trying to land a couple of shots here, not having much luck. It is a little far. I'll give you a break for now, NA. But we are going to be seeing Tempo Storm, speaking of NA, creeping up in the background behind Lazarus. They've got to be careful about this. They've been quite brazen with the shots, and now they might be on the receiving end. And saying that, 4AM are on the receiving end of a couple of shots themselves.
W Click and Co. rotates in abundance. We said Gen G were looking for a home, and here's the first part. Loki checking in. If there was a vehicle there, he's definitely called for it. Maybe not. Not look round the front. Could be in trouble. 2 players inside waiting at the door once again. Same scenario as before. No movement made. Bullets found, though. He spots one, leans round the corner. That's a good initial opener.
Well, they took down 3rd place. Why not start trying to pester the others towards the top? But Gen G are a different beast altogether. Loki, that pan sounded like it might have helped you then a touch. Glad you haven't yeeted that one yet. We are seeing that Lazarus have not been unscathed in their battles. PO's on the way. This is a battle they do not want to take lightly.
Low ball.
And this could be big. Waldo takes the nade, drops it down, doesn't quite find where he wants. Now PO and Loki know exactly where they're going to drop that nade to. Loki helping him out, holding the angles, holding the window ledge. There is no support arriving for the Rumblers. It's just Waldo now.
Probably commit his teammate here, unfortunately, but he has to get it done. Oh, all 4 of them are here. You've got to defend the stairwell. Headshot, but not going to happen. The Rumblers, 15 position for them. It was a good start to pick up a few frags, but once again, it's an early shower. Unfortunate in 15th place. Na'Vi, however, you did touch on them early on. They have to move. They're still up against...
this circle, Rich.
Oh, I didn't even notice that.
It's the phase circle. It is the phase circle. If any of you PEL fans or any of the dedicated fans out there who watch every game, you'll know what I mean. It's gone west, basically. So far in the middle, you've got TSM, FaZe, and T1. We'll come back to that, because the Northeast is about to be set on fire. 4AM are in danger. Na'Vi leapfrogged them. They moved ahead. You saw that earlier battle, and now we'll see the end of it.
We'll look at all these engagements that go down, then talk about the center of the circle, because it's going to be a wild one. DJ Boy onto Yeet, down in the kill feed. Sills and also answer back a doozy. Instant knock and flush. He's there. Confirmation. Players behind. But Willis, he says no. Drill comes through, gets the tag. He's down. Frag's also there. It's actually stolen away. That's QM at distance on the hillside.
Yeah, QM hold the higher ground, but everyone is looking this way. As soon as you start shooting, there's going to be a punish. 8C should have that one. I don't think anyone else can steal the flush. Na'Vi already moved ahead, trying to get towards the long barns, but there's still 4AM hot on their heels. But for how long can they survive here? Surely they're dead. ZGG is the last one alive in a vehicle, trying to send it anywhere he can. Get away from Na'Vi, get away from QM, get away from VC. Leave the vicinity.
I think Na'Vi will play for these kills off the bat rather than letting them die to the blue when everyone else have them. You may see, there you go, Senya picking up blue. That would have gone somewhere else had he not got that one. It would have gone to another team. I believe it was QM who knocked him. Pio onto Alo. That's a confirmation. Gen G, where have they actually ended up going? They've carried on swinging it, so they'll go through the southernmost low area where we saw them off the building. They're now in the fields. Lazarus, they're trying to make something happen. The biggest issue with this circle, there's not a lot of compounds. There's not a lot of places to play. You are looking at dips, divots. Hell, look at QM's position at the moment. They're working off the back of a dumper truck and a mere buggy. They are off the back of the vehicle. They're going to have to work this one uphill. Hopefully, Enter Force doesn't get too tunnel visioned, because they've got 2 more players coming up the ridge lines also.
Yeah, Ragnar looks a little dead to rights, if I'm honest here. If he can make it in, that'd be great. He's using the ridgeline for cover, but there's so many in front. QM are making the run themselves. They know Force are nearby, and if you're Force, you're going to be pissed. Your team, your sister team just went down. You want to get yourself in, but look who waits. All these teams can fly on the outskirts. We have Genesis waiting, VC waiting, FaZe, and actually pretty large split. We'll come to that when it dies down on the outskirts, because Na'Vi are still way off in the blue as well. We're going to be about losing out on maybe 1 to 2 teams here. VC could be mopping up points.
TSM's gone for a split, FaZe Clan gone for a split, T1's dragged it back together and put all 4 players in the center of the circle. GX on the hillside. QM gets a response though. Wu Feng hits the deck. Senya also taking out his teammate. A little bit weird, but we'll let it go. 4 Angry Men is eliminated. 2nd place on the leaderboards. QM will follow through as well. It's a little bit tough at the top, Lauren. We've seen players falling left, right, and center.
Well, we've seen Ace go down and north, now 4 AM. We're moving to the north here. Look at the territory we have. That south side is about to get busy. You see the engage happening, and Force are not getting away with this anymore. They're getting a lot of pressure coming in, and there's the first to go down, and Na'Vi is eliminated. Not surprising, they were far out in the blue, struggling for a way in. This eastern side, this ongoing battle, it's actually just down on Indigo. Arguably, one of the top fraggers. He's really the powerhouse for this side. But he needs to find a step forward. Summer in the way, maybe information being relayed. But look at DJ Boy's angle. It's going to be important. So now Gen G on the run. They're moving up towards Tempo Storm. Maybe the knock was the go signal. Lucky's leading the way. Tempo Storm maybe trying to get the revive. Oh no, the piece come out. Sharky's got to have called that. They have to be on red alert. Oh no, Gen G are at the door. The trade is there, but it's so subpar. Gen G sweep through Tempo Storm.
That's a massacre. All three players just pushed aside, no problems whatsoever. However, North America on the opposing side gets the job done on Entus. Force goes down. They wipe them out. Job done for now. For the rest of the teams that are inside of the circle, they have to defend what they've claimed early.
Genesis has to be swift about this too, in my eyes. Yes, VC are coming off the back of a fight, but they can't waste time here. They need to think about the circle position themselves. Let's see if they can be potent, if they can be quick about this surgical, clinical VC on the move. Already 3 of their players working their way down. The spray from Nerf. He needed more from that. Switching up to the mini. Where are these shots going, Nerf? This is the time. I know he has to move. The blue's on his back. The pressure is there. Now onto H-Win. Now onto K-Mine. They've got to find VC.
VC only have a small riverbed to work with, if you will, a roadside, because Faceplan will hear this and a couple of grenades might be coming their way.
K-Mine wants this, Rich. He's chasing it. He's pushed up right next to them. DJ Boy's on the left. 2 players on the right. He's going to try and isolate one. This is insanity from K-Mine. But he doesn't spot it out. Oh, no! Tragedy strikes. K-Mine's trying to take matters into his own hands. And DJ Boy with a resounding no.
While I respect it, it was a little bit bloodthirsty to go and try and through the middle of a split pack scenario like that. It could speak a bigger volume of how little information they actually had. This now leaves the rest of his 3 teammates to get the job done. Profi, Beryl, Red Dot.
But now here comes the problem, Rich. We needed to be quick, because look at Gen G, they see the issue, and there's VC mopping it up. Yes, TSM are third-partying VC, but this is not clean for Genesis, and it's gone from bad to worse. They've lost out on Nerf, and now just H-Win has to watch as everything falls to pieces. One nade could change everything.
It's not going to be that one. It might tag Summer. Job done. Maybe that's the go sign. H-Win. There's one of them healing, 2 of them on the floor. Gustav also kill free. Keep an eye on that. These engagements, you encroach on the circle's position.
H-Win.
There's 1. There's 2. There's...
Oh! So close. In the end, the revives will come out and VC stays alive, but this is that TSM battle we saw raging in the kill feed. Gen G getting back on their feet. TSM have 2 players in safety. They put Gustav out on a limb. Don't fear just yet, but look at this cover. It ain't much. TSM have built this, and that's all they have to play with. FaZe control the east. GEX have the north. VC and Gen G in the south, and T1 in the west.
Gustav dying actually in that bad of a thing, really. Been able to hold them all the way dead to rights. Gen G here, give the information back to the rest of the teams. It also forced them to use and commit utility. It got the knock, it slows them down, it puts them at the mercy of the blue. Meanwhile, FaZe has been repositioning. There's Gen G and VC who've yet to make a run down this riverbed, and when they get here, they are going to be met with a Hail Mary of bullets. Smokes are up, it's time to run. Both for Gen G and VC, they're out of time, they got to go.
Lovely headshot on towards Taemin. That at least denies one angle, but look at the instant push from Gen G. You are not allowed to get territory on these boys. They know exactly how they want to play it. They're set up so perfectly to catch VC as they come down the hill. But there's the next issue. Cannot overstep now. As much as you love aggression, 9 kills proves it. You cannot get overconfident. There are teams behind you. We're seeing TSM suffering a similar fate.
They are pretty close together, so they have to be very aware that grenades could be damaging to their health. Speaking of grenades, they're up, they're over, they're looking for the next target. GEX, they have to run a gauntlet. It's open field day, and they could be easy pickings. Moving on to VC. There's an answer, there's a response. 10 kills in the bag. Even if they go out now, that's 10 clean points they picked up. Pio's down. Whether he's revivable or not, it's a different question. He's just in the hut, but teams might have an angle on that.
And And there goes the final contender for VC. They are eliminated down in 6th. We're down to 5. I think PO safe to be revived here. It could be a little close on the time, but look at FaZe. They see blood in the water and they're going to exploit it. Fuzzface moving up. I like this. They're going to hold the ridgeline. They don't have to overstep here. They control a good quarter of this new circle, but Gen.G are no one to be taken lightly. They scare me.
FaZe's issue is that they're held on the hillside by the teams across the road. They can't come too far up because the line of sight will expose them. There's no point in having a man knocked at this stage in the game. You might as well bide your time, wait for this circle to update, and then make your next maneuver as a 4-man stack. T1 eventually, depending on the circle, will have to come out of that building. The safety net will be taken away from them. And again, with it being a rooftop you can access by the ladder, they have so much line of sight on teams across the road. Had you had a sniper rifle at this stage in the game from T1, that could be an easy headshot waiting to happen. Circle goes the way of FaZe. T1, GX, what have you got left in the tank? GX are actually being held dead to rights by Mexi all the way up against the circle. That's a really good preemptive play from him.
Let's take a second to look at this. Gen.G, yes, they are close to the circle, so are TSM. Problem is, what cover is there once they get to it? Not a great deal. So that's still tricky for teams in the circle. FaZe currently becomes king of the hill. Only 2 kills, though, to sit by. So again, you've got to say Gen.G are way ahead of this still. T1 do need to make the run, and you've got to hope they have a vehicle to do it, because it is not any easy way out of this compound. You cannot comfortably rotate. Maybe try and fight your way out, but I don't think people are going to give you much. 5 seconds, Rich. These teams need to look for their way forward. FaZe prepares.
Ada's the first one to go from T1. Needs to find a place for the rest of his teammates to follow. They can get the edge, and it is only an edge. The scrape of the circle will be...
just in.
Yeah, it depends how many more vehicles they've actually got. I think they can hide for cover. Has he got the smokes? He's got 3, so he can put them out for his teammates to meet them. They'll commit them now, but that's them gone for the next circle side. We spoke about Gen.G's angle on the teams across the road. GEX, they're going to fall victim, unfortunately, to all these teams in the position outside of the circle.
I've got to say, Gen.G are terrifying me. This is game 1, and they've just come out and absolutely massacred most of the lobby. Taemin finds Leo and GEX as they try and make their run. Have been halted, they've been stopped, they're being kept alive by smokes, and Gen.G aren't done yet. PO has been knocked again, though. So it is TSM with a line of sight towards them if they move forward. But Iroh wants in on this, and that's FaZe now feeling TSM's force. That scares me for FaZe. Maybe they weren't considering how much of an angle TSM might have.
We spoke about the angles that might come into play, and now the damage has been done on FaZe Clan. There's 2 players from TSM that are still all together. GX finally gone. There's a headshot that came through the imposing side. Remember those grenades, if T1 has anything left, TSM might be in for a full-blown bombardment. T1, they want to continue this. They're committing the smokes. This means they want to cross the road and get involved. We've seen them do this before, Lauren. They're not scared to take a fight. And while TSM and FaZe Clan knock the hell out of each other, here comes the Death Squad.
T1 are making the play, and Iroh, out of nowhere, is baffled, turns around, and he sees a firing squad on the road. Bold, brazen. T1 want to live up to what Gen.G have been doing, and they might just do that. TSM, one from being maybe the downfall of FaZe to getting everyone's attention. Rory falls as the nade came out from a CAD, and it looks like T1 will fight their way forward.
Rory's gone, Ira's gone, Michael is just left hoping and praying they don't see him hiding down for now. I don't know what much more he can do. You can see from the members of Gen.G, they have no meds. There's no stims on them. They are damaged, but they're not out yet. The bombardment will continue. Grenades are going their way. I think it was a flashbang that's trying to draw Michael's attention. Once he's gone, they can then force and focus on the 2 teams left uphill.
But look who's coming! It's Mexi! He was building slowly and quietly, and he has just destroyed T1. You thought they were brave, and now they are dead! Out in 4th. Where do FaZe take this? Already Uber's found PO. They've turned their attention. They looked out of it. They look quiet. They look cold. But now FaZe come alive. It is Sunday. There's never a moment they weren't going to deliver as another nade. Can you believe it? These nades! It's insanity! And now we see the gods battle. Gen.G against FaZe. But we know what day of the week it is. And so do the boys on your screen. Uber's making the run. They're all pushing it. Gen.G had control, and now they just have Taemin. How much damage can one man do to an absolute god of a team? He takes the fight, but I think we all know this is Sunday. This is FaZe!
They ended yesterday with a win, and they start today exactly the same. 10 kills in the bag and a chicken dinner. These boys are hungry. This is FaZe Sunday.
They barely made it to the finals. Could you imagine a world in which you wouldn't see those men on your screen doing just that sort of damage? That nade was formidable. You saw them counting the time so perfectly. They saw T1 was just tunnel visioned on TSM. You had to only look at the mini-map for a second, see FaZe, knew it was the time to strike.
How much attention did Michael draw from T1? They never looked the way of FaZe. They committed their smokes. I like the play. Get stuck in, get across the road. But you'd done the damage. You then had to focus on another team, the two teams that were still staring you down the barrel of the gun from uphill. They didn't. And Mexi says, well, you know what, boys, you're all clumped together. That's an easy set of points for me in the bag. He throws the nade and it finds the target, and it finds it well.
This is the Sunday we wanted, and we're seeing a lot of red on stage, so maybe Rachel's got a favorite. Who knows? We'll find out, I'm sure, in just a second, as she is down there waiting with the interview.
Thank you guys so much. I checked my calendar, and it is Sunday. So what do you see as your path to victory here today?
It's a FaZe Sunday, so we just play our own game and win it.
All right, Mixie, talk to me about those nades at the end. How long were you saving that up, and was that just was that beautiful happenstance, or are you guys calculating all that?
I mean, we were controlling like a lot of circle the whole game, pretty much chilling, waiting to get to the late game, and then it almost went wrong. We got three of us got knocked. I got them all up. Then I saw one guy, and I was like, okay, I'm gonna nade this guy, and then I knocked him, and AC was yelling, you got three! So I didn't know there was more than one there, so I just naded and got lucky.
Fantastic work. You guys definitely pulled ahead here. Now, it's still a bit of a rocky road to first place, but taking the temperature of your team, how do you think you're going to be able to pull it off?
I think we are feeling really good right now. It's 5 more games, so anything is open, but I know we have it. We have it in us to win, so we're just going to keep playing our own game and see how it goes.
All right, well, thank you, Mixie. I'll let you and the boys get back to it.
Thank you.
And I'll send it back on up to you guys at the desk.
What a start to day number 2 here for PGC, as it was Miramar, of course, here to get things going. But what a game to start things off. Not dissimilar in terms of firepower, in craziness that we saw when we had our first game of the day yesterday. We saw Gen G going on an absolute rampage at the start of this game, which obviously they're still in first place with the points that they've accrued. And FaZe comes out towards the end. Ridiculous nades. Froz, you even mentioned, is this a CPT moment? Is this a CPT grenade? About 2 seconds before that went down.
Look, I mean, it was made to happen, right?
Yeah.
You just saw them group up and the nade just came in.
Let's take a look at the highlights here from the game. We started things off from the very word go. Rumblers going up against Ace, Toffees, and that was kind of a crazy moment in itself.
Sorry, the highlights are just North America getting massacred.
Do what you want.
Hey, Toffees, you got the floor. You got the floor.
Hey, talk about these highlights. No, but I mean, it was a tough start to him. Rumblers had some interesting choices there. Ambushes that both worked, it didn't work. Genesis ends up going down pretty early, and then it comes down to FaZe. He gets the 3 and makes it a 4, wipes out T1, who, ironically enough, they were able to win that game because of T1's push. When T1 made that push, it slowed down sort of that Gen G progression and let FaZe very quietly and comfortably get 3 reses, and they were really spread out. So basically T1 saves them, and then Mixie says, thanks for the 4 points, bros.
It's a big win. That is technically a back-to-back here for PEL and FaZe, as they're able to take the win here on Miramar for game number 7. Avenger, it is a big win considering the fact that Gen G almost absolutely dominated this lobby, and they were already in first place coming into today.
We got to give it to Gen G. They played this game absolutely amazing. But FuzzFace tweeted me yesterday and said, we want to shut you up. No more saying Miramar is your worst map. So again, they prove it here, and it's truly FaZe Sunday here. It's nice to see.
I mean,
To that point, though, actually, before we actually go a little bit further, do explain where the origins of FaZe Sunday came from, because I've already seen a little bit of a glimmer of it to get things going.
It's multiple times, and it started more than a year and a half ago. For me, the true moment when FaZe Sunday started was when they won 4 games at the Pan-Continental, the WSOE, where Temperstorm actually ended up winning with 3 out of the 4 current lineup.
Yes.
And they winning 4 out of 6 games in one day, that truly started it for me. But before and after as well, they managed to win so many games. They managed to kind of come back. They didn't win all the tournaments, but a lot of them, they ended up in a much better position and nearly made a comeback or made a comeback.
Big performances on Sunday. Thank you very much. Avengers history lesson. I do appreciate that. Very much appreciated. Still, lots to talk about in this game as a whole. Toffees, you wanted to talk?
I mean, let's talk a little about Gen G. You know, FaZe wins that one, but I think Gen G played it to the nines. You heard the commentators talk a little bit about that sort of crazy rotation that they sort of used outside the blue. And to me, I'll be honest, that just looked like, I guess, a macrocosm of the way they play Final Circles, right? They would float one, they would cover each other, they were doing leapfrogs, and that's the way they play. It doesn't matter if they're making a long rotation outside or they're in a small final circle. They're always moving very systematically, very planned, and it was beautiful to watch.
Huge points for FaZe coming in, as well as Gen G, who absolutely put up a masterclass on how to rotate and how to be patient throughout that game, with VC getting themselves 3rd place as well with 10 kills. Very stacked, heavy, top-loaded lobby for game number 7 for us.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, one of the best pushes also came actually from T1. It was towards the end, and when they pushed across the road, they took the opportunity when TSM was one of the teams that was holding down T1. But when TSM was fighting the other teams, they took the opportunity across the road, and I mean, they did make something happen out of it, but there was a nade in the way.
I mean, again, how could they know, right? Because FaZe, it was only Fuzz sort of in that nade position. Or, I'm sorry, Mixie, he was knocked there. They didn't see firing coming from that point, so they blocked off TSM and Gen G and said, let's take this winning position, which I think was good. The problem was they gave Fuzz so much time that he was able to res everyone, and then when he gets Mixie, Mixie goes, oh, I happen to have you some utility left, and then it was just an easy over the top.
And that pushes FaZe into 2nd place. Wow. However, the huge points that Gen G was able to acquire from that game will still keep them at the top here. But one thing is for sure, throughout this day, throughout day number 2, with 5 games left, everybody is going to be attempting to nip at the heels of Gen G and then push them off of that pedestal.
Thank goodness that, not to be mean, but thank goodness FaZe won this, because if they had lost it, Gen G would have picked up another 8-point swing there. Like, boo! It wasn't that, they would just be almost just depressingly far ahead for the other team. So keeping it close, I like that.
This is kind of scary for the other team. So basic Gen G being that far ahead right now with 5 games left, I mean, basically they can start doing stuff that you won't expect now.
Especially since these are 2 teams that could quite easily go on a run. We have seen that they are heavily momentum-based teams. That momentum is a general term. What does momentum truly mean? But it is an existing theory in PUBG where once the confidence starts building, you do not lose that confidence.
We saw that yesterday, though. I expected that from Gen G yesterday, being able to potentially bully some of the other teams, push and be more confident. We didn't see that. But then being able to show up today, have a start like this, potentially could start that kind of effect, the momentum that you have the confidence and kind of roll with the punches, if you know what I mean.
I mean, as we look at that map and the circle closing, you can see those rotations, and it is going to be giving them momentum. You say it's a theory, it's a reality. All of us who are watching at home, we've had nights where you play 3 games because, man, nothing seems to be working. And we have nights where you just don't sleep before you go back to work because you can't stop winning. And that's the scary thing. And I don't think it's scary for these teams to see these 2 on top of the leaderboard. It was scary to see them walk into the stadium.
This really does show just how far Gen G rotated and made choices to try and get to the position that they earned.
I think one of the most important rotation they did was in Circle 2 when they went on the west side there, as we can see on the left there. They did a 2-2 split. 2 went to the south, 2 went to the north. They were basically just scouting out. One of our 2 pairs is going to get into a position. The other 2 will join later on. And we saw PU and Loki going on the south. Not just that, but they also picked a fight with Rumble straight away while the other 2 were actually rotating in.
What I also love from them is their commitment to the fights together. They make sure they always are together from this point, which is an improvement from the group stages, also from the semifinals. So them being able to come together, make sure they are pushing. Also, we saw Tempo when they pushed that. They were together. They made sure they won that together.
I mean, but I think that you bring up that sort of push. Loki went into Rumblers by himself. I think it was Loki that was the one who pulled in there. It was a trap. You saw them both pointed at the door. One had the stairwell, one had the window corner. And the logical play for almost every PUBG player is, oh, this place is empty. I'll just run inside the easy way. But Loki didn't. He went around. He walked slow. He checked the window. So that systematic awareness and always looking and expecting the worst pays off there. And that's why these guys are so good.
I'm quite sure he saw them move there, though.
That's possible. Okay.
And there you go. Here are our top 5 killers from that game, of course, here. And over the entirety of the tournament, even, I should say, as Gen G and FaZe have just completely shaken up how this complexion looks right now, with Pio being able to sit up towards the top. Taemin is still there and being able to make his presence felt. Uber is now joined by 8C. Really, really big stuff coming out from these guys.
I'll tell you this, Pio being on top right now, this is some scary stuff, because we didn't see Pio stand up that far ahead during the semis, during the group, and that was the weak point from Gen G. Now with him fragging out,
that's what
you
we
better
said.
be looking out.
That's what we said when we got here. I said if Pio turns on, right, they're playing it at 7 right now, he will dial that up to 10 and they'll be nearly unstoppable, and it seems that they are. On the other hand, you know Mixie's not far from that leaderboard after that 4 kill.
No, indeed. Guys, I just want to, whilst we take a look at this damage here for a moment, I just want to take a step back, because we have already seen so many special moments, and then game number 1 of the last day has these fantastic moments, and I am awestruck with how some of the games have gone down here so far, and that can only echo through some of the amounts of damage that these guys have been able to do as well, because they have been standout performances from a lot of the names on these teams that have been able to shine through.
I mean, to me, that is why I love PUBG and why I like to watch it. It's about the moments. You get great skill shots, but it's about how these teams respond after the skill shot. When T1 makes the push because TSM loses Gustav to somebody, because the way that FaZe was able to get 3 reses when everyone thought they were out of it, that's what makes this game really great. And I love watching the moments that they develop here. You can tell the teams are really putting
weight on it. We're not even finished, and it already feels like such a special tournament for us.
What I like is that we see new stuff coming out from every team, every game more or less. They're making new stuff up on the run, making sure, all right, we're not going to be predictable. Look at Rumblers hiding in the church. That was a perfect trap, but it didn't work out too well.
As we take a look at the Tobii eye tracking moment here from this game, we can see how FaZe is able to try and deal with some of the adversities that they did face, and watching as Uber tries to reposition himself in this kind of chaotic moment eventually.
I think it's funny that there's no in-game comms here. Maybe it's because yesterday they were asked, can you please stop cursing so much?
Look at this though. They have 2 kills here with 14 people alive, and they end up with 10 kills in the end.
Yeah, very big stuff. And that nade, absolutely massive.
Him being able to rest all 3 guys, then to go on to with a triple nade here, that was absolutely insane. He did get knocked himself in the end. They managed to clean it up and get everything. Before that nade kill, guys, they had 2 kills. They cleaned up everything in the end game.
And I mean, and again, I'm glad that they did. Because Gen G, I think, probably would have ended up not only getting the FaZe kills, but probably the T1s as well, because they had a really good position there. So FaZe coming back up and playing so well is good for everyone, except, well, now I think they're on a roll downhill. They've proved they're good at Miramar, and we know that they're great at Erangel.
Well, we did see FaZe, and we saw TSM towards the end, and it's like Panzer said, this is a PL circle. We've seen this happen so many times before. They know exactly how to play it out.
I mean, for what I want to talk about here briefly, again, is not only to even just reiterate what we were saying before, but Gen G's rotation in was something that was so special for me, because as the commentators were talking about it, it's something that really does need alluding to even more, is that that move is what enabled them to frag out. Those moves, that strategical awareness, it's not just about firepower. It's about decision-making. It's about strategical choices here that are able to get you to the kills.
It is. It's getting the strategic choices, but also having the firepower to back it up. And that's where PO coming online, I think, has made a huge impact. They're making the smart choices, but when PO goes, he's being supported now every single time, and it's showing.
Let's focus on some of our other teams here, though, as Lazarus for them, a little bit of an unfortunate, sorry, Toffees, a little bit of an unfortunate situation for them. Luke 12 was the last member alive, and then they did get pushed up on.
Toffees, you do know whose fault it is, though, right?
Yeah, no, it's Xenox.
Is it entirely Xenox?
100%.
Okay.
No, I mean, at the end of the day, I don't count them out. They do have the ability. These guys know how to plan and come back and get themselves in it. They have a very good drop on Miramar, centrally located. We've got 2 more games to play there, so I wouldn't write them off just yet. That said, the last game wasn't great. The rotations weren't crisp enough. They got lost a lot of people in some sort of weird fights. We'll see how it goes the rest of the day.
T1 showed up at the start of yesterday with a 4th place, and they're starting off for the 4th place once again here today. Only 3 kills under their belt for that game, but they were still there, present.
If Mexi didn't throw that nade, they would potentially have won that fight, because their timing and their positioning, when everybody else fought each other, they could potentially have cleaned up the entire, like, the last 3 teams, they could potentially have taken like 8 of those kills.
It's a really good point, to be able to be in that compound to then understand to take the ridges near the roads. They are the last kind of bastions of hope for them to try and win out that game.
One step at a time, you don't want to run all the way. And that's what they did. It took it strategically, one step at a time, and made sure that they got into the circle and could fight. But towards the end there, they didn't have any cover to work with, Sadler.
Okay, we'll get back to them in a little while. Sure. Maybe I think we'll take a look at Rumblers, and honestly, Rumblers has me a little worried today. I talked to them earlier, and they said, I think you guys were there. What are we going to do today? They're like, we're going to play for the circles. And we're going to try to be strategic. And all I could think is like, that's not Rumblers PUBG. Like, get out there, take the aggression, right? When the team rolls up on you, push them. Don't wait for them to walk through a door. I get that they're trying this sort of strategy. Let's pick up some kills thing and wait to see where the circle goes. But I just want to see them push fights. I want to see them be aggressive.
They need to get more placement points. Yesterday, they only got 1 placement point. Rest was just kills. They're super aggressive, but it kind of works. That's their style in the end.
That's my point, though. That's their style, is pick up the kills and then get the placements when it works out. Make smart choices, but still get out there and be proactive.
Tempo Storm as well, one of the teams at the moment, unfortunately for them, sitting in 13th place right now. Toffees?
Again, this should be Tempo's tournament. We're on North American soil. The house where they play is just a couple hours up the road, where they've won all 3 seasons. I don't understand exactly what's going on right now. It feels like they're just off of their pace. They're not, the rotations aren't as crisp, and they're not winning their fights. Like, they're picking them, they're looking for third parties, they are taking some good risks, but they're not panning out.
Yeah, it has been hit or miss for them. They got themselves a 1st place in one of the games yesterday, but...
That was 18 points out of the 27 points they've gotten so far. That's not good enough. They haven't gotten any placement points except for that win. I mean, we know that they are capable of doing it, but they need to show that to us right now.
As sad as it was to see Dre leave the team sharp, it was an amazing pickup. We talked about the Pan Consensus before. They played amazing back then, and with Sharky coming into that roster afterwards, I think they showed that they are the best North American team. Unfortunately, it doesn't show right now. I want to see them play faster. I want to see them rotate fast. I want to see them be more aggressive. It doesn't feel like that when they're going into these kind of fights. We saw it with Gen G. They were playing too passive. Usually we'd see one of the guys go up and make sure that nobody was pushing them. Meanwhile, the other guy was resting. That didn't happen. So hopefully they will step up today. It's still potential, like 2 games in a row. Like we saw with Gen G, they can come straight back into it. I want to see them end in top 5.
All right, well, thank you very much, gentlemen. Time for game number 8 here of the Grand Finals. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for your patience. We're heading to our commentary teams here from Miramar once again.
Game 2, if you're seeing us, you know it's almost time. And I know that's what you guys want. You just want to start the game. So do we. After that game, are you kidding me? Of course we want to get into the game right now. Is it happening, Richard? Is it happening?
Nothing can be taken away. Like, I know we've said this one before. FaZe's momentum is just formidable. Their performance is bang on. Gen G is just this one team that, ironically, when we were here last time, against all odds, were the winners. It's their story of their lives currently. We've seen them time and time again against every single odd, having 2-3 players live held. They didn't have any meds there. They work their way through.
Fight it out.
They know the map like the back of their hand, and the performance that PO currently and Taman are putting on is sterling. This is yesterday, the headshots that they're pulling off with the ARs, with the 3 times, with the 4 times, that, you know, it's just like, it's impressive. It's high level, it's what you want to be playing at this level, and I'm glad Toff is touching it, that finally PO has been enabled he's here to play, and the rest of the team is also living up to that standard.
Yeah, I mean, yesterday you saw an Erangel, there were glimpses of, you know, him coming back. There was like that nice little wrap. It was that hospital-style circle, and he just started to be, you know, building up, and now it looks like they're continuing in that similar vein. But I do want to look towards Entus, considering we saw them doing very well day one. They've been quite consistent in how they're performing, and I'm talking about both teams, keep in mind. This isn't just one, this is both. Have we seen a look at that yet, or is it too early? It's one game, I can't be that harsh yet.
I mean, they were in the top 5 coming into this one. They will slip off the back of it. I think for Entus Ace, it's going to be, you're going to be always disappointed when you go out, unfortunately, first in this, and it does affect their standing and their placement. But you know what? It's another game. You have to forget about that. You have to let it all go, get it out of your mind, speak to your IGL, speak to your team captain, reset, replay, we go again. Miramar, game 2, day 2, rock and roll. We start at Campo Militar, and we come down to the south.
Now, I've been seeing FaZe do their traditional drops, you know, talking about a team who's been playing a similar style. I don't know if they can reach it so comfortably this time. I'm looking to see if they'll go for the reach on this, so they try and stretch it across, which maybe they can, but that's a busy area. I want to see if this puts anyone out. If anyone gets uncomfortable, Na'Vi have adjusted swiftly. They'll go wherever they need to. They're the first ones out of the plane. But I want to see everyone else. How do they account for this? Anyone in the east is perfectly happy. They are fine. Over towards the west, though, in the north, it's going to be a bit of a stretch here.
Well, we won't get a full western swing, which knocks out like your Pozo endings, you knocks out your hillside, cliffside.
Richard, I've seen that Player Unknown was in chat.
Oh, wow.
And this is
here.
quite close to the islands.
Please don't do it, Brendan.
Is it time?
Or maybe please do it, Brendan. Give us a weird one. Give us something fun. Let these players work for the money.
Look, we've seen wild circles. I mean, you only have to look at this tournament itself. That north shift on the bridge, I've never seen it before. I've never seen it.
Really?
Oh, no.
Yeah,
Helen, stop it. Helen, please. Please, Helen, not TSM. Let him be.
I was a bit upset they didn't get many more kills than the previous one. They had a decent position in the circle, but I think they played for placement rather than going out and fragging out. There were times that they could have maybe got a little bit more proactive. I can see you pointing at the map. I see there is water there. I know you want it, Lauren. It might swing that way. Saw a weird swing yesterday. We'll see if we get the same. If it does, then Tempo Storm just belts it across to the this is mine now.
Look, again, it's super unlikely. The circle has hit. It is on the east, not surprising. Centering around Entus Force, I guess you could say. Tempo's got a good position, but there is a great deal of water, so this does mean that there won't be as much territory available. You won't have as many compounds. Hard shifts become harder because there are not as many rotation routes. But a team that this does bode well for is Gen G. Sitting in the north, they have El Azahar pretty much as their kind of, I guess, back garden. They're just south of it in the split compounds, perfectly fine. Having a little loot away. This is a look back at, obviously, the nade. You saw it building. You saw the nade becoming a potential when Mexi didn't move up. And there it is. Yeah, it does take your breath away for a second, doesn't it? You're like, bloody hell.
I'm pretty sure he got the second one as well, so that gives him, I think that's all 4 players picking up 4 points. And something else, a bigger picture that Martin touched on the desk. They had, what, 2-3 kills coming into that? Mexi actually got all 3 players up, so they were on the outskirts, literally on the outskirts of going out. Mexi steps up as time and time again, we've just seen him hold his nerve and clutch individual moments. He's a very selfless player. He's more than happy to die if he has to. Obviously, no one wants to die, but the scenarios where I'll say, okay, I'll give myself up, give the information, be the one that opens this. In this scenario, he gets the heals off and just throws a belting, there's no other way to say it. It's a highlight clip, and we want more of that. That's what we expect from a grand finals at a world finals.
So let's see who this sits well with. We already said Gen G in a good position, Tempo Storm for sure. Force could sit well here. They'll probably have the first pick, you'd argue, because they had quite a split loot. Entus Ace, I like their approach. It looks like they're going to have a bit of a hold to the east of Los Leones, so they should be pretty happy out there. The teams who are going to find it hard are the ones mostly in the northwest. That's a pretty rough entry. It's going to force you out. You will imagine this will move away from water. You're playing those odds at the very least. So that's not too much of a bother. Teams with a nicer entry point, you could argue maybe Na'Vi, they can slot in on the northeast side. FaZe, southeast.
When I look at this circle and I see Impala near enough, it's not quite in the middle, but you know, if we're counting out the water and saying it's not going to go there, I'm just preempting off this. First of all, you lose about 20% land and cut off that entire quadrant and say, okay, well that's not going to be playable, so it's a smaller circle anyway, so you'll get these few early engagements. I look towards Impala and I think, okay, well, what's around it? We look towards 3 quadrants, the north, the south of it, and then more importantly to the west. So between that, if you want to do the trifecta, Gen G, T1, and then further afield, you know, somewhere around Entis Ace, for example, this whole field, it's a bit of a night. Oh, did I hear just? Is that a
I heard an AK.
It's a misfire.
It's a desktop. We've all done it.
Yeah,
makes you jump and it's uncomfortable.
Yeah, you have to be. It's a bit of an IGL nightmare. It's pick your poison, choose your location, hope the circle comes your way, and really, who's the most reactive? Who's going to be off the back of it where the circle goes? What's your rotation like? Can't say enough about the previous rotation.
Hold on. We are having the first engage already. So this is Tempo Storm. They had a really nice starting position in this. It looks like they're holding a 2-2. They are getting a bit of pressure to begin with. Hopefully we can switch over and check in with Tempo. Because it looks like these shots are pretty far away. I don't know if Joy can be picked up, but this would be a massive loss again for Ace. These early fights on game 1, they suffered against the Rumblers. This could be a somewhat similar fate. That could be a pickup there. Is Alpaca going on a recovery mission? This is very brave. Yes, they have smokes up. Yes, they have cover. But now you're risking another player here to try and get one back on their feet. But maybe they feel it's so necessary, as after that first game, they need their players.
So this is always a scary commitment. There's 2 sides to the story, is that maybe you can bait some of those players out on Tempo Storm's side into a place where either you get an eye line on them, or a third party can take one of them down, knock one of them out, give you some more time. They are going for it because of the disastrous previous round, so they want the res, they want to stick it.
How's that car still up?
Honestly, you'd expect no tires on this. If it is going to go, it's going to go and just slowly chug away along the sandbanks. But
they've done it. They've got it back up.
I'm okay with it. The utility's there. You have committed a lot to it, let's be honest.
But they do have a good enough position. I don't feel that's a bad idea. They're not center, but they're on the outskirts of a more middle position. So for them, I don't see them having to move drastically unless there's a super hard shift, which you're going to have to move regardless. So for them to try and pick up their teammate, I don't mind it. I'd like to see that, considering game 1 was a little bit of a letdown for them.
Okay, well, we've got a minute. Let's touch on where teams are. VC, they'll be coming out of San Martin, open fields in front of them. Same goes for QM. Na'Vi, Elazar, easy insertion for them. They're up top. No one's really going to pester them.
Yep.
FaZe, they're going behind enemy lines. They're going on an uphill battle and maybe play the slow game. Maybe they're hoping to God that the circle goes across to the island, in which case they will be happy. But the one team that I was going to touch on next, and I'm glad our observers have got it, Lazarus and 4AM. They are within meters of one another. Godv, he's the first victim. Weirless will fall. 1 point in the pocket of Lazarus, but can we see more? Will they take this time to collapse?
I'm looking to see if 4AM push it. They're the team that scares me, right? You just poked the beast. You ready? I'm wondering if they go for the ZGG's already kind of extending on this one, maybe trying to find a bit of a highlight angle, because now you can see the pressure coming in. Luke 12's won some of this, and honestly, Lazarus could do with a bit of a push here. They could do with another couple of big games to remind us why we like these guys, but ZGG instantly taps back the Lazarus players, calms them down, says, all right, boys, calm down.
There will be a little bit of love loss here. We saw on the last day, Lazarus did the dirty. Purdy Curdy with the VSS says, you know what, Hacienda is my back garden, boys. Get the hell out. Ultimately, Lazarus topped the tables during the semis. So there will be some retribution here, should 4AM be able to answer back, but losing one player off the bat, you did not expect it. We'll look at Gen G's rotation. Elazar for them, nice and quiet. They've gone further afield, not too far from this position. They are just over the hillside, but they are in actually a full 4-man split. Loki on his own. The rest of them might be able to connect themselves over at this area. Yes, they will, so they'll hold down this bottleneck. Shots that I do see on map, actually. Enters Ace. FaZe is getting a little bit closer to their position, so they've gone for a 2-2 split to give them a hop, skip, and a jump inside the circle, depending on where it goes. It's mainly a position play more than anything, so you can move and rotate once this is done, rather than being stuck inside a building, so I get why they've gone for the disconnect. The same idea goes for Tempo Storm, and actually Enters Force. All these teams now are going for these 2-2 splits, these 1-2 splits, because they don't know where it's going to go. It does go more to the northern side.
lane.
So this one ping-pongs between Elazar and Impala.
So let's look at, again, now who becomes the most deadly teams. Enders Force, big split on this. They're gonna have to supplement some of their players here. Indigo cannot hold this on his own, and neither can the other players. It looks like Maluk's in a nice spot here. Maybe Tempo Storm will leapfrog up to him. You do see Na'Vi getting very close by towards Gen G up in the north. I would be looking at that one. It's a couple of oh, no, that's not good. That's a very bad place to park your car. And now it's who's going to just pretty much nab it. It looks like T1 get a go at this one, but that is pretty bad for Enders Force considering they had Indigo waiting for support.
The interesting fact about this circle is how Minas Generalis plays out. Because it's all the way to the edge on the western embankment, we never get a circle inside that area. It just can't go because of the mountains that are behind it that you can't access. So it will be flooding more towards the central side. You then have the water on the east. You're going to be looking for somewhere around the middle area, and that's why everyone's going to bank on these roadsides. You take whatever you can grab, dips, divots, huts, whatever works. It'll be a very scrappy game. We have a lot of open land.
Oh, GEX's split. Speaking of open land, look at their split here in the eastern side. It will allow a pickup for FaZe. That's what worries me at these points. I don't think you can hold these 1-1 splits all the way across. 2-2, I can see that working. Maybe a 3-1, sure, but not that isolated. Leo now has zero support, no chance of a refrag, and it's just whoever gets the pickup now.
It's a bit of an unorthodox position and probably Curse of the Caster as soon as you mention that he just gets tapped in the head. But there you go, when you're out on your own, there's no revive possible. We will see eventually die out or bleed out no matter which way you want to go. Uber might just say, I don't want this, I'm going to get to the point on the board. That's a shot and a half uphill. Actually hits him on top of the mountain. You can see on the right-hand side how teams have been moving around this area, and that's exactly what I was speaking about earlier on with Minas Generalis and how it affects this one. Why 4AM are trying to get ahead of the game when we look towards teams like Lazarus, for example. They've come down to a better position. Maybe they can pin Lazarus up there, maybe they can't. We won't know until the next circle comes through. GX losing one player like that's going to be dangerous. We'll see if potentially they lose more on this rotation.
Yeah, 80 might see it. I don't think he's going to get a clean enough angle to be able to actually punish anyone. The southwest for me, Rich, is looking quite scary. You have probably the vast majority of teams sitting down there. Genesis, TSM, Tempo Storm, Enders Ace, W, Click, Rumblers. This is just the dedicated few. Then you could look further. There's the bleed out on Leo, not surprising. That was FaZe's. And that does mean that their eastern side for FaZe is pretty clear. They do have Gen G to the west and Na'Vi up north, so that's kind of the lay of the land in the east. But that said, for me, that western side is very scary here.
And that's because if you were to grab a pen now and put it over Navi's head and just draw a line going to the west, hit VC and then head down south all the way to Enders Ace. These entire two roads, we see a hell of a lot of circles being forced by the hillsides down to those areas. If you can contain the road now, if you can get a good position on it, stop teams encroaching, peacock them, keep them away, a good position now will pay dividends. As I'm talking all of this, you know what the circle says?
Screw you.
Screw you. Let's go towards water. So now that puts that in play, you know it's going to be counted out in the next circle. It's coming inland.
And what this means, Rich, the vast majority of the teams I was just talking about in the West have to move. And yes, there is room, but Impala might be packed. We're going to see a lot of open terrain here as well. That hillside where Ace, Force, T1 all currently reside is going to be very open. Gen G currently sits slap bang in the middle of this phase, just off to their east. And Na'Vi controlling the north. Three terrifying teams creating the triangle of doom here.
This will be hell in a cell. Everyone's going to try and bomb to the middle and get themselves a good position. When I say good position, everywhere's rather open. You want to be here rather than an enemy being there. Tires are popped. I'm hearing one go. Ira, that thing's on fire, buddy. You gotta get out. You gotta get out. It's gonna go up in flames. He'll survive for now. Don't think his teammates can really come back and pick him up. Maybe you can get a cheeky pick there and a cheeky knock. Enders Ace are also seeing movement towards their northern side. They have to watch the south though. Genesis is creeping. Grenades are out. Profi will mark them. Will he get any tags?
He's got to pick his fight here, Rich, because they got one team on one side, Force is stretching on this, and you have Ace on the other. Genesis are about to be sandwiched in the worst way, but H-Win's nade gives them a way forward, and they needed that. Now Force is going to be tempered. They can't keep stretching on this. They're down to 2 standing. Now, is there going to be a reply from Ace? Are they going to try and flex on this, or is it done for? Yes, they are. VC are actually getting some shots in. Profi's on the long way around. Does he have an angle? It looks like he does. Force fall again with one player standing. Indigo now goes into recovery mode as it looks like Genesis might have found their home if they can make it any further forward.
This is so messy, and these shots are actually coming across from W-Click. They're all the way down in Impalas. These are long-range shots. They'll have to hit the res. H-Win. Good proactive movement from him.
Smart.
It holds them back, so they actually, even if he doesn't go for the kills, it means they can't come forward and kill them while they're getting the heal off. I like that play.
Rich, Tempo Storm, they ain't far from this. If they hear these shots, they could third party.
K-Mind
Ragnar just
down.
found K-Mind. That's W-Click. Again, this is over in Impala. That's a big shot
Ace,
to be
what are
coming
you
through.
doing?
They're just spamming this. And Force has no idea. Tempo Storm are creeping up on this. They've arrived. Force are trying to fall away from Genesis, but to go into the loving arms of the next North American. Maluk's there. You have Force trying to find any modicum of safety, and there just isn't any.
It's messy, but we love to see it. Early engagements are always going to happen in a circle like this. Everyone's just praying for something to work with. We were speaking about earlier on position. Rory, next one to fall from TSM. Rather unfortunate. I saw Michael go down in the kill feed earlier on, so that's Lazarus. They're all the way out up against the white on the western embankment. 4 players are now just hailing down onto TSM's position. They could be having an early one in this game. Circle of dates goes towards the north. Na'Vi, all of a sudden, look in a very strong position.
They certainly do, but you can't get past QM or 4AM. I mean, it's not the big squad of 4AM, but yes, Rich, the South. Teams trying to get to this. My word, these pack of teams we just saw fighting now aren't anywhere near the circle. It looks close, but I promise you that run it may as well be the other side of Miramar. There's still 16 teams standing. We have 53 players. This is about to explode. This circle cannot house this many teams.
How do you approach this one? What's the rotation going to be like? Because you can't just hit it from the south. If you do, there's going to be teams littered, scattered, and waiting for you to do so. Teams like this, for example, GEX have turned up and FaZe Clan's found them.
Now, FaZe are in a 2-2 split. I was going to say the only way you can do it is try and crash maybe a 2-2 if you're going to have the luck on it. And GEX going to try. Kane has to be quick on his feet because the nades are coming in. Down to a one-shot, but stays alive. 80 fancies another go, and the nade's good. Looking for an off angle. This could catch him off. The nade's up. It's over. It is good! Who are these guys? What are these heat-seeking missiles that are in their pockets? And now GEX look deadly. They had 3 crashing towards them, and now it's just 1.
The vert nades there, it gets the job done, and I expect them to strangulate this and stop the revives coming through. Speaking of revives, Genesis, they might be all out of luck. They've engaged an Enter's Force, down they go. I saw earlier on TSM doing damage. When it comes to Lazarus in the kill feed, there's engagements galore across this one. That's what we want to expect. Uber continues the bombardment. Ace has gone in the kill feed.
But now look, FaZe are calling in the cavalry. They're not going to risk it on 2-2 splits, even though you could argue maybe the other two had better positions here. But Uber, the man at the end of that trailer, the beast at the end of the game, wants it on the action. That nade isn't bad, but they've already left the building. Now you got Sophia on foot, Shyway as well. Who's going to get the kills? They're trying to lurk on the smoke. They found Mexi. They've taken him down. Yes, the nade's good, but you need to get a flush on this because 4AM are on the hillside, and that's a big amount of pressure breathing down your neck. Gen G wanting on the action. That's all the big dogs now staring you down. Sophia, last one alive, I'm pretty sure here. I'm thinking Shyway got knocked in, yes. Sophia now left alive and not for long. Swept aside, FaZe control it. But they may have given up a lot to try and support their teammates.
Ira goes, actually knocks one of Lazarus. There's been a continuation of this battle going on, but out in the open, we have to move to BC. Tempo Storm, just on the other ridge side, you can see the bullets coming through. Sharky, 4 players standing, they could make something happen on this, but they don't have to pressure them, they don't have to push, for the simple fact, it's VC that has to do all the work, but Zampa, he's going for a low ball. He's going to try and flush them from behind. Yes. This could be deadly if he catches them off guard.
Summer was holding him back initially, but now in the blue, Sharp Shot just showed a little too much. You can see the line of smoke. It's VC trying to get their players in the circle. Now the line of sight comes in. Tempo needs to be aware. These shots are not going to stop landing. Tempo needs to be on alert here. VC are now back in control.
You know where he was stood. They've no idea where these bullets are coming from. They're looking every single way, but the bullet fires are coming from up north. This is dangerous. I'm seeing Tempo Storm just falling in the kill feed one by one.
Genesis are on the hunt as well. They're sweeping from the south. They're coming up behind Tempo. And there they go. They tried to battle the Chinese side, and they've had absolutely none of that. And now the circle centers up. It's gone to the north. 4AM Large and in charge, but only down to 2. Genesis hot on the heels of that previous battle with BC. They can see weakness there. Maybe try and exploit it. Now, Na'Vi have 4 in the north. K-Mine strikes, does get down tied. That's pretty good going. I don't know if they can clean sweep this. They're still pretty far away, but Profi, the man is on a run. He's on a mission.
He's the only man in this entire arena that was at Auckland and also was at PGI. He's been there, done that. I think what?
Yep, K-Mine said, all right, Profi, I like your run. I'm gonna bring the car, so it's fine. K-Mine is playing a very scary game for me. He's playing a little bit too aggressive because now Gen G are just laughing at this. That's gonna be a car going up any second now. And there you can see it, Taemin, already one of the top players here, desperate to punish that.
PC is still on the run though. Loki's got them on an angle. They will fall in front, but they can't get confirmation. One point will go to Gen G, the other to Genesis, and they do share the load. But up top, Na'Vi, Lazarus, 4 AM, Senya from Na'Vi just spots Profi, dinks him in the face. K-Mine now has to run for holy hell, pan out, hoping to block the bullets. What can you do, buddy? This is shooting season, it's open territory.
It is, but what I'm seeing is the Rumblers trying to fall towards FaZe, but Gen G get the line of sight. They're playing out against everyone, and W-Click holds the east. The Rumblers are going to have a tough time here. They might be able to get to FaZe's compound, but I can promise you, there's going to be 2 other teams watching their rush towards this. They have 4 players and a lot of utility. Smokes are in, FaZe knows this. They've got to be aware of the angles, so they can be just, I guess, crushed by at this point.
I'm liking the play here. They know there's a big run to do, so they will put smokes up against the building as close as possible to deny line of sight. ZGG has other idea. That's all the way from the hillside.
That's
what
behind
a
FaZe.
300-400 meter shot, but he's answered instantly. So as soon as you give away the position, the domino effect comes in. Vestelot says, you're out in the open, I'll take the kill.
They're running it now. FaZe knows what's coming their way. They may not know the team, but now they know the players coming through. The smokes are up, they're starting to slightly fade. Genesis got eliminated. That's Loki finding it. Gen G saw that a mile away. Fuzzface is your point man with 8C. Uber was on Overwatch, but he can no longer see. Let's see if FaZe have their players ready. Cherry Poppins gets in. They've got to know this. Fuzzface has the cross, Rich. He's waiting for them to try and push up to that next compound, or will they not move? Lost HD is right behind Fuzzface. That's a very scary battle from 2 big players. Microfry did get caught, and now the tag comes in, so every other team is piling in. FaZe wait with bated breath.
There is time. The W-click, they can cause problems. I don't think there's any grenades after utilizing them all previously in the engagement. Cherry Poppins, second one to fall. That was while he was sticking the res. Is it time to collapse? There's only one standing, that's Lost HD.
But they don't know the angle. They have no idea where, oh, maybe they do. Fuzzface on the pre-fire, draws out the shots. Does he know he's there? Because now he's getting a lot of pressure from the other side. It looks like they're desperate to get rid of Lost HD.
Lauren.
That's W-click though. He's down in 9 HP here. You're hearing the click, maybe trying to bait it out. Fuzzface wants to go on the push. He's got nothing. And there's the spray. FaZe control the south, but now they got to move a couple of seconds until that blue is going to force them forward to W-click.
It's not W-click that worries me, Lauren. Gen G are heading down the mountainside. They are sweeping and clearing. If they knock one of FaZe for them, they'll say, you know what, boys? This is the team that's hot on our heels. If we eliminate these, this makes our run on the leaderboard that much easier. Vehicle, it's only one. How far can you go? You've got 2 teams that will be eyeballing this up. ITZY might be able to find a location for the rest of FaZe to catch up. But Gen G, if I were them, I'd be taking out FaZe. This is a big set of kills for them. It's not the points, it's the team's position.
I agree, and I think that's why they're sticking around here so long, but 8C's adjustment is actually going to give them a very good angle. They can maybe fight a little bit towards this, but you're fighting against Gen G, so that's no easy battle. The North is in control by Na'Vi. You do have QM up there, you do have 4 up there, but W-click slowly building into this. The powerhouse, they're leaving Rebo behind. He is on his own, trying to control FaZe, who are step-by-step moving their players up. PO is on a limb. He's moved out on his own. He's found one. He punishes 8C. No trade available for FaZe, but Na'Vi like a bit of this.
I'll have to take 2 different fights. 4 AM goes down. We'll move on board with Uber. ITZY bleeding out of the wayside. It will be second knock. The bleed out will come through fast. two different fights that he has to take. You got to pick your battle wisely. The overpeak is real. Has to be careful on this one. Gets the headshot. Whipped up for the second gun. This is an important kill. Knocks him for now. Can leave him be. He now has to focus on the task at hand, and that's Gen G sweeping on the hillside.
Uber has to save the day, and I don't know if he can. Denied by Loki. He is instantly deleted. Phase of 2 standing, but barely. Gen G see a contender to their throne. They're going to have none of it. Instantly kick them back down the hill. But Na'Vi, they've been building in the north. They've been playing patiently. 5 kills reserved for the CIS gods. But can they shut down this lobby? You look at the center, W-Click just got prime position. You look to the northeast, QM hold territory.
This is a really strong player from Na'Vi. 1-2-1 split, look at that. They can stop any rotations from the north or from the south and essentially crush their enemies in the middle. Walk together as a pack. Circle hits the middle, they now have to wander in. Bestaloch is on his own, needs to be careful he doesn't get disconnected by QM. Silson goes down. This might be the go signal for Gen G. We've got one, let's push in, get the center circle, knock out W-Click, and then we've got something to work with. Otherwise, they are held at the foothold of this hillside. It won't be the best position moving up because of Na'Vi's advantage with the line of sights they are given and provided by this hillside.
Honestly, I think Gen G are about to do double digits again. They're in the top 4. We're down to 4 teams. I am terrified of this roster. By all means, Na'Vi want to stop this. They want to control. They want to be stoic in nature like we know they can be. You want to build up as players. You want to hold the high ground. PO tries to play in. Harold says no. The peak's his for now. The spray is so good. PO is so controlled as an individual. 3'd up as well. The helmet doesn't look so good, but the rest of the gear looks good enough to fight with. And now we see Gen G in the middle, putting their flag in the middle of this circle, saying, all right, who dares fight us?
Taemin's position is critical. He can overwatch and look for peekers on QM's side.
Oh, that's a scary upgrade to 3, isn't it?
A doozy, man of the hour. Can he be the one that confirms this? PO's going for a flank. Taemin's reading this, feeding the information. They're making the advantage, they're making the push.
They're going to go for this one. Loki's already found one. It should be go time for Ezra. He's looking for the next push, the next bit of flex, trying to find the player on the ridgeline. Na'Vi have been left in the dirt. You're seeing Gen G playing so far ahead. Everyone else is playing checkers and they're playing chess. Already they're going to go for the beak. You can see Esther. Spins on the dime, he knows it, but Na'Vi have punished. They've moved it, they've read it, and they might be able to hold this one together against the gods.
Esther down but not out. Pio and Loki holding him. G is on the back foot. He's last man standing for QM, but he's outside against the blue. The grenades come down. Taemin goes for a low ball. This could be a Hail Mary from the gods if he messes this one up.
Oh my God.
Bestaloch is looking for it though. This is really clever from him. He's looking on the offhangers, looking on the side. Loki, while he was down, at least QM can steal a point. There's a fight. A doozy sees him dead.
Taemin fights him. Taemin just found Senya. This is still very much on 2-team stand here. Gen G in recovery mode, Taemin on the hunt, and Na'Vi on the back foot. Bestaloch, he's got the nade in hand. He doesn't know how to stop him. Taemin peeking the ridge, trying to find a shot towards Senya. Getting the flush. Bestaloch peeking over. He gets down one. No, he does finally. Where's the rest? PO stands, Esther stands. What can they fight with here? It's down to just PO in a 1v2. PO now needs to calm himself, still the nerves, steady. Oh, Na'Vi, this is risky. Trying to get 3 alive at this point, I don't blame him. I'd want to take an army with me against this man. Fake smoking on one side, going for the low ground. Rich, I don't want to write him off here.
I don't think you can. He's such a beast when it comes to these type of scenarios, but with how many people and how many players Na'Vi have, there is level 3 gear on him, so that's a big advantage. But he can just get hit from so many angles. The only problem is for Na'Vi, if they take this single man time and time again, then he could make something happen.
He's got to have seen Bestaloch. I'm almost certain he's had a glimpse. It looks like Pokemon Oldoy knows it as well. I think they've seen each other now. Where is Pio in all of this? Trying to wrap back up on the high ground. This man is being mobile. He's trying to isolate the one player. This is so smart from Pio, but can he do it? I think Senya's aware, but can he handle it? No! Pio finds one. Now he has to do the magic. It's to isolate another 1v1. Can he do it? Pokemon Oldoy on the push. Don't go 1 by 1, please. Do not feed the beast. Pio awaits. He's looking for the next. He's tagged up now. He's not looking so likely. A tag comes back. He wants to do the damage. He's 3'd up. He's geared up. He's ready to go. But Na'Vi says no.
We've been looking for that Russian magic, and finally Na'Vi strike. Gen G once again does not go down without a damn good fight. They knock out FaZe, who was hot on their heels. And while Na'Vi are currently kings of the mountain from this match, Gen G, there just doesn't seem to be any way to stop them.
Na'Vi can be proud of that, they needed that. That gets them back looking like the team who can. Good positioning on rotations coming in from the north, working their way down. But in my eyes, Gen G have suddenly gone from being the team who looked very good, who deserved first place after day one, to being somewhat of a myth. This is going to go down in history if they keep this performance up. I don't know who can catch them. FaZe looked good, but they didn't get towards the end free.
They have their logo on the front of the boxing ring on this map, and that's because of their accolades back at PGI 2018. If they win this, they have all rights and all worthiness to be called the greatest team in the world. But there's still 4 matches to go, and anything can happen.
Certainly is. That's us done, and it has been a pleasure. Let's head down to the stage to hear from that interview.
Thank you guys so much. Down here with Senye and Na'Vi, you guys had an incredible game here. You were fighting from behind at certain points, but then you took control of that match. How did you do it?
У вас была очень хорошая игра. Вы были на 10-м месте, то есть вы были в самом конце, и в этой игре вы взяли в свои руки, взяли себя в свои руки и контролировали всю игру. Как у вас это получилось?
Немножко напрокал круг. Немножко, не знаю, удачи и правильные действия. Правильно перемещались, правильно закрывали людей, и все.
A little bit of luck, a little bit of right rotation, and good teamwork. That's all we need.
Now, part of that teamwork is making the right call-outs there. Up in the northwest, you had a lot of options for who to engage with. How did you decide how to rotate out of that position?
Когда вы были наверху карты, у вас было много вариантов, с кем вступить в драку. Как вы решали, с кем лучше воевать?
Со всеми, по очереди.
Well, we just fight them all, one by one.
You just take whatever comes at you, you mow that down, and you move right on to the chicken dinner. Now, taking a look at the leaderboard, we're talking about work cut out for you as far as the rest of the matches today. How are you guys going to do it?
Как вы собираетесь дальше подниматься по рангу?
Ну, вы видели сейчас игру? Вот примерно так же.
Well, we're gonna do the same thing we did in the last game.
You promise me that?
Обещаешь?
Yep.
All right, good luck to you, man. I'll let you get back to your team, and I'll let you guys get back to the analysts as we take on more PUBG.
It's not a bad start for our teams from PEL as they get themselves back-to-backs. However, Gen G once again up towards the top with another second place. Big kill counts as well. Great for them. Let's talk about Na'Vi first to start things off. Relatively quiet up towards the top there, but they really made it happen when it mattered towards some of those final circles, getting themselves a big kill count themselves.
I mean, they came into this game in 12th place. They're going to see a big climb here. For me, Pokemaladoy was the one who's finally come alive, right? He got 5 kills in 18 last weekend. He only got 4 kills, I think, yesterday. In this game, he sort of tied that and has played very well. So seeing all of Na'Vi turning up is starting to get a little more encouraging, as I think they'll probably be at 8th and 7th in this position.
I talked with Besalashi a little bit yesterday. He wasn't too happy about how they played yesterday. He said they threw a lot of games that they should have won and so on.
Sure.
So they weren't happy. But this is their redemption. They won the game. They got a high kill count. This is the way to get back into the leaderboard.
What I really love from this is also how coherent they are about the settings, how the whole map plays out. They knew that this next circle was going to most likely go north. They were in a really good position, and they really capitalized on that. So I'm happy to see them step up here. The best game before this was 5th and 6 kills here, so this is a massive step from them. They nearly doubled their points in this game.
Yeah, definitely so. Very big for Na'Vi as we take a look at the highlights at the beginning of everything, and a big nade coming out from FaZe. Once again, they got themselves a 5th place and a pretty decent kill count themselves.
I mean, FaZe may as well just turn their guns in at this point and go full nade, because they are absolutely destroying with them. The problem is when that utility falls out, they seem to be getting locked up and in fights that I think are just lasting a little too long. That Rumbler's elimination while beautiful, just took a little too long for, I think, FaZe to make their next transition.
I mean, FaZe basically let them get into the compound. They knew that there is 10 smokes out here. We can't really do anything about it. Let's let them get close, and we'll take them out there.
And very importantly, Gen G pushed on FaZe.
They were fully aware of this fight coming out here. They saw that it was FaZe and Loss and the guys from Rumbles fighting there, so they knew we had to position ourselves to gatekeep, and they did that perfectly. And that's going to put them kind of scarily ahead of FaZe, so see how that's going to go next games.
I mean, that's the reality, right? Na'Vi won this one, but at the end of the day, Gen G, I think, really won this one because it put them far ahead. When we got to that last 4 teams, they were all teams that are sort of mid-bracket or below. So anything after that point is just sort of good news for Gen G. And I think we're gonna see them pull even farther ahead to a point where it is becoming really difficult to catch up.
You make a very good point. You know, W-Click getting themselves 4th place, QM getting 3rd place for the top dogs right now in these standings. That doesn't matter a huge amount for them. So they're still feeling very comfortable up there, despite some of those teams clipping at their heels, like FaZe, for example, up there. So potentially still a lot of shake-up to occur in the next 4 games that are coming for us here, but Gen G, FaZe up there are looking strong.
Look, Gen G, they started off strong yesterday as well. They had 2 wins back-to-back on the first 2 games. It's kind of the same thing we're seeing here now, but after that, they had a 0-point game, I'm pretty sure. So will that happen again? Will they stop going from the rampage now and cool down a little bit?
I think they only got 13 points after their 2 really good games here. So they have to continue this again, though. That was on the Rangel. We do have 2 games coming up in the end, so let's see what that's going to happen.
I mean, I think that it is one more. We got that one more Miramar. A little more time to put some points on the board. Sanhok is just around the corner, and you know everybody's kind of eyeballing that to see where that sort of, does it spread points, or do we see someone just soak them up like last time? But the time for anybody, I think, really below 7th place right now is almost up.
We see Na'Vi really pull up here because all our kind of 3rd, 4th, 5th contenders, our top mid-pack, they have had 2 really bad games. So Na'Vi is extremely close to a massive step up in terms of prize pools here.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, gentlemen. It's time for a short break here at PGC, and when we return, 4 more games remain. We'll see you for 1 more Miramar, and then we'll be switching gears to more Battlegrounds here. Stay tuned for more PGC.
Exclusive Black Equalizer brightens dark scenes without overexposing bright areas. Color Vibrance allows for more realistic and vibrant colors. It also provides the convenience to tune colors in-game, making you see the change instantly.
Sees it through the door.
Oh, goodbye! Say
Instantly
hello to the
disconnects them.
shotgun. Wait, he holds the angle. 2 more shells ready to go, locked and loaded. Smoke still standing. Can GX recover? They can't enter anymore. They know that is a big resounding no. Shut the door, get out. This is my compound. Peeking around carefully. Another fall! GX being decimated and the flush from Joy.
686. He's gone for the flank one. He's completely just. They're looking at this fight and they're sending him after the sniper. That's amazing. If they take that out, that's their cover completely gone.
BUMP! If any time it's now, if any range it's there.
The pressure is just mounting onto 4AM despite their high ground advantage.
There it is.
TSM are cutting them down 1 by 1 and only 1 angry man remains. Now are about to be some angry men because TSM surely now will claim match 3. Gustav knocked down though. Maybe there's still a twist left in this tale for match 3. Shaolu 24 health. He's got all 3 members right in front of him. He'll get the knockdown onto Michael. Is there any more still to come? This would be disastrous for TSM. They get the win.
They're just impacting right front, but that one is good. HC is gonna find both members of Entis Ace.
Now up to 10 kills. FaZe is making their way down the hillside. You can see shots come back over towards BC. Tide has to drop to his belly, and they want control over this game, and they know exactly where BC is at.
All right, can Tide provide a miracle here with that AWM? He's got Domu as well for support, but the grenades are raiding in. FaZe has a ton of utility. Domu is down. It is just Tide left here.
This is FaZe just running right up into the face of BC and taking this game away. 12 kills coming up for FaZe.
Behind you, you have the hills. It's going to be rough to get across there. I would expect a few teams to make a hard pull-up on that. It will be difficult. Speaking of hard pull-ups, Milan's gone.
What?
Tempo Storm are just feeding the Giants here. There's another one as well. Tempo, what are you doing? Why are you just driving into death's embrace?
Easy, slowly creeping up onto this. Are we going to see an angle back over for Molodoy as it's getting very, very hazardous? One solid grenade could land on top of QM and just destroy them, and it's going to be exactly what happens.
오늘 컨디션은 굿합니다. 화이팅!
준비한 대로 제대로 해보겠습니다. 엔토스포스 화이팅!
진짜 화이팅! 하지 말고 좋은 마무리하면 좋을 것 같아요. 화이팅!
And welcome back, everyone, to the PUBG Global Championships final day. Games 3 and 4 about to get underway. I am Porsois. Joining me here is Xenox.
Yep, the other guys.
The other guys. But we're here to bring you one last game of Miramar before we head over to Sanhok and then finish things up on Erangel. So far today, EU dominance with first and second place, but unfortunately for everybody else, Gen G still just clapping people, getting all the points in the world.
Fortunately, we're the guys that saw them yesterday, Gen G, get basically nothing at all from the two games that we saw in games 3 and 4. And for really the rest of the day, on day 1, Gen G only capitalized on the first 2 games. Will we, in fact, maybe see a repeat here on day number 2? Of course, Gen G second. Yesterday was first and first, but then from there, nothing.
Well, that's the thing, though, and those 2 games were on Erangel. These 2 games now on Miramar. Will they be able to keep this same magic going? Is it a we come in and we're so ready to play and we come out swinging and
the way they wake up out of bed,
or is it a map thing? I don't know. I mean, it's left to be found out here.
I think for Gen G, it's the fact that they're so far in front now, the pressure starts to mount a little bit again, right? Whereas before, everyone was closing in on them, and I think you almost relieve the pressure in a sense, because now you actually have to work harder and harder to get that gap again. Look, we'll see. FaZe right now are certainly their major contestants going into the rest of the day. 4 AM maybe, and those inside of the top 3 or 4. But as the analyst desk was saying, I think if you're below 7, your day's almost done, just about. But now going into the games 3 and 4, if you're not picking up points here, the last 2 games is going to be literally impossible for you to finish first place. So far, though, Na'Vi, FaZe have been able to pick up the first 2 wins today. Will we see EU continue to take home the wins?
Yeah, and that's the big question, right? If you've got any magic left in the tank, any hope at making a run for that big first place prize money, now is the time to strike. VC Gaming have not had a great day so far.
They've been thereabouts though, and it's better than some. And I think for VC as a whole, actually for most of PGC, whether it's the group stage, whether it was the semi-finals, they've just been in the middle of the pack. Of course, they were the team that fell down to the elimination stage at one point, right? And ended up actually winning that elimination stage, and now obviously making their way all the way to Oakland. But moving forward, we've of course got Genesis. There's still a chance, still a hope as well, Pyro, for North America. It needs to be now, though, doesn't it? This is now heading into Game 3, final game on Miramar. If it doesn't happen here, and it goes for a lot of teams, I don't see it happening at all.
Well, yeah, and Genesis has been showing a lot of promise in these Miramar games. They're keeping guys up late. They're getting involved in fights. They're winning the fights that they take. It's just they've been chasing circles so bad and finding themselves in bad position and just having a really rough time getting to that late game. But we'll see if they can turn things around here on the last game. Profi looks like he's ready to go.
Turning things around. It's not just for Genesis, though. It's obviously for a lot of teams. And what about FaZe, though? Obviously, they have started well today. Unfortunately, though, they've been starting well when Gen G has also been capitalizing, meaning they haven't quite been able to overtake them for that first place. FaZe Sunday's a thing as we go over to TSM, sort of the other EU team, who unfortunately haven't been able to continue to keep up with the top 2. They're like many teams around that top 6 or 7.
Well, again, it's another example of a team that's being able to get to the late game, have 4 up, but then they're finding themselves with so few kills.
Well, it's game 1.
Yeah, it's just rough and tough sledding for everybody. I mean, this is the most difficult lobby we've ever seen in the history of competitive PUBG. So, nothing is going to come easy.
There is FaZe Clan, of course. FaZe Sunday, I'm a believer, especially after last weekend's heroics. And what they've shown from us in the first 2 games is that they have definitely arrived. Can they keep that momentum going? And the other thing to note as well is, if we look at the first 2 games from what we saw, both FaZe Clan and Gen G performing extremely well. At some point, one has to give way. At some point, we are going to see one of these 2 teams falter. And the question is, who's going to be able to pounce? If Gen G go out here with 0 points, can FaZe capitalize? And then maybe, just maybe, come in for first place. Match 3 underway. The final game of Miramar for the PGC Grand Finals is finally here. Will it be FaZe continuing? Gen G? Maybe another second place could be on the cards. And if they do, and with the kills they've been getting, it's going to make it so tough for anybody to catch them at that point.
Absolutely. We got the easy plane here. Nice plane coming from that northeast to the southwest. You can hear the fans are starting to go crazy in here. They want to see FaZe make a comeback. They want to see if Gen G can win it. They want to see if 4AM can manage to pull something out of their hat.
What do you want to see, Poro, from this game?
What do I want to see? I want to see multiple teams going into these final 2 games, all with a shot at winning that big, big first place prize.
I think we obviously want that, the spread of points, but right now it seems like it's going to be top heavy. I'd love to see the contest between Gen G and FaZe this game, going toe-to-toe points through kills, and then maybe the grand finale, maybe seeing them duke it out for first place towards the end. Wouldn't that be exciting? We'll see how it plays out. So we look at Nile V, best to watch. And for a lot of other teams, though, I think you've also got to understand it's not just also for first place. As crucial as first place is, you've got such a difference in the prize pool structure from, like, say, 5th compared to 15th. And that's still well and truly up for grabs for a lot of teams in terms of climbing, say, for example, out of the bottom 4 or bottom 6 and trying to get to around 5th place, for example.
Yeah, and that's one thing to remember. Obviously, as we see our circle pop, we are going off to the west yet again. But, you know, we focus a lot on that first place money because it's so big. But, you know, even down the leaderboard.
It's not just the money. It's also being, of course, the winners of PGC.
Obviously, you know, that's a big part of it. But, you know, even looking down the leaderboard, I mean, that's still huge, huge amounts of money for these guys that, you know, a lot of these unsigned teams that, you know, this could be life-changing. So keeping an eye on all of these guys as we move forward. Navi going to be dropping up towards the north. They have pretty much the entire north side of this new circle to themselves. They have left Senya a little bit farther south just to make sure they can scout where they want to go next.
You see the stat with the DMR. And, of course, he's found himself an SLR early on for this western circle. FaZe, though, in a great spot around Monte Nuevo. GEX enters Ace around El Pozo. Down to the very south is Tempo Storm. They'll be able to come up that western highway, make their way into this circle pretty comfortably. Gen G, though, they are the furthest team distance-wise from this Phase 1 circle, Poro. Obviously, we're going to have to see what their rotations are going to be able to pull out to find themselves a decent spot within this circle going into Phases 2, then 3.
Yeah, we do see FaZe has a nice little split towards the middle. TSM also with a kind of priority on wherever they really decide to go. Now the question is, will FaZe and TSM run into each other again? Will we see yet more PEL on PEL violence early in the game? As we check in with 4AM, you can see 2 of them looting up, and this is Luke 12 pulling up. I don't think he has an idea that anybody's here yet, though. He actually, you see Purdy and Alo having nice little side angles here, so this might be a push.
They say it's Lacienda. 4AM, though, with Forever and Xiaolu. Just outside, Luke 12 is being cautious as Purdy Curdy makes the run over. It does seem like they've got the information on 4AM's position.
Oh, yeah.
And they're certainly surrounding them. Forever and Xiaolu in a spot of bother for 4AM. They have slowed down here on day 2 of the PGC Finals. Will they turn this around against Lazarus? Wow, nice one tap from Forever. The headshot to start that. Unable to follow it up, though. Luke 12 with the canted sight. We haven't seen that a lot. Forever, the nade, trying to get that over the rock towards Alo. He's already low health, half. Now he's going to pop some heals. He's knocked down by ZGG. They've got the angles on Lazarus from far away. Disaster for Lazarus, and Alo is eliminated. Nade from Luke 12. They want to try and get this fight finished early. It doesn't confirm a knock onto Xiaolu, who holds the angle. Luke 12 is smart, and he doesn't push in immediately. Waits for the pre-fire from Xiaolu, avoids it, and now holds the door.
Worth noting that Uncivil is to the south of this, not
Look
even
at the
really
switch.
involved.
Oh, that was so
Nice.
smart. The canted sight for the short range, then switches over to the 3 times. Molotov to block the entryway. Now can't walk in, but he can nade it still. That was his last one. Oh, he missed it. I think he actually threw it out the window.
This is the only really angle of approach that Lazarus has onto this, because 4AM, as you can see, ZGG kind of come and provide some support with Wayless. They're actually getting involved in this.
This is dragging out,
here.
though.
Yeah, this is dragging way too long for Lazarus.
Yep, and using utility. This is for both teams, not just Lazarus, as well as 4AM, all using utility. Xiaolu spots Luke 12. Oh, no.
It just always, from the beginning, has seemed like a half-hearted push, a half-hearted commitment from Lazarus, and they're just getting picked apart. But nice shots coming out from Purdy Curdy. Going to get the down onto ZGG. Can he flush the kill before he gets aggressed upon here?
Forever and Xiaolu still there. Forever's pushing onto Purdy Curdy though, behind the red tractor. Purdy Curdy behind the hay bales. Does he know that Forever's pushed up close by? Seems like he does have that info. No nades for Forever to flush him out. He's waiting for Forever to go in between that tractor to get the vision. Molotov thrown to try and deny Forever the ability to move to one side. Uncivil, by the way, if you're wondering where he is, he's a distance away. Purdy Curtis knocked down, double head tap from Forever, and that means Lazarus are down to one play remaining. You could see Uncivil far off into the background. 4 AM come up with 3 kills against Lazarus, considering Poro. Lazarus were the ones who engaged on this.
Just, I mean, outclassed.
Oh, they're not done yet. Wayless! The spray from a distance with a red dot. It's unsuccessful. Uncivil able to get away for now. And it wasn't quite Hacienda, but it was just on the outskirts of Hacienda. And Lazarus won't be too happy with losing that exchange.
4 AM getting a little revenge from game number 12 of the semifinals whenever Lazarus took them out at the Hacienda. This time Lazarus coming out the loser.
What did they call it? Lacienda?
Yeah, Lacienda.
I'm not sure if it is anymore after that.
Unfortunate. We see the looting paths of Navi as they looted up in La Cabrera. You see how they have left Senya down towards the south, keeping track of where they want to go next, and everybody on their bikes in the Muranos scouting things out before pushing in blindly, like things you like to see.
Still 2 minutes and 10 seconds till phase 2, and a lot of teams have now congregated around Monte Nuevo. Still a few teams that are going to be coming in a bit late. Navi around El Pozo, deciding to take their time, maybe expecting a northern shift at some point. QM and GEX fighting it out around El Pozo as well. FaZe Clan, though, certainly dead center of this circle, Poro, which does spell good news for now, but it doesn't necessarily increase their chances of winning this game. Really, phase 4 onwards is the circle luck that you want more than anything.
Get a little idea of how many energy boosts we get looted here. Normally 3 energy drinks, a couple of painkillers, and every now and then an adrenaline. Phase 2, as we see QM taking a few passing shots at GEX Shyway, now stuck all by himself. And that's a good nade from Ligue A, and that's going to be another point picked up by the QM squad.
Kane firing back, but it's too late. Shyway's been knocked down. No one going to be able to get that revive for GEX. For QM, they'll be able to pick up that kill eventually at some point. It will convert, unless someone steals it, but I don't see anyone around who will be able to steal it. Kane on the roof. League is pushing up, wanting to flush Shyway to confirm the point for QM.
Always got to flush, especially in a tournament where points are so close towards the mid-range. Every point matters. A single point could be the difference between in a couple $100,000. So you want to make sure you flush everything you can to get an idea of how many throwables get looted. About 3 smoke grenades per game, a little under 2 frag grenades per game as well.
Gen G currently 34 points above 3rd place for Gen G. It's a significant advantage, but of course FaZe Clan still on their heels.
Well, it's how to play with that lead, right? You know, we saw Gen G take a massive lead early on yesterday, and slowly but surely they had it whittled down. So now, can they hold it on? Keep this game going for 4 more rounds.
Let's watch this phase 2 circle pot. Where are we going? It's going to be central. Monty again. Further good news for FaZe. For Gen G, they're still around Crater Field. They're not inside of this circle. They came in late. They had the longest distance to travel. And they might pay for it here for game number 3. We said it before, Poro. We might be the curse of Gen G. And it might be happening again here.
See the T1 squad all in vehicles right now, trying to find somewhere that they can play from towards the southern side of Monte Nuevo, but they're taking lots of passing fire from Rumblers, from Tempo Storm. A number of other teams here on the south side. Genesis holding down a 2-2 split in the south side of Monte Nuevo, also gatekeeping a little bit here.
Decent open warehouse to play from. For Rumblers, no real danger around them though, which means they're not going to be able to find kills too comfortably.
10 minutes in, 16 teams still up, 59 alive. We've only lost a couple, mostly Lazarus players.
Just want to point out that Uncivil has actually made it to Monte Nuevo at the crossroads. He's going to be able to bail straight into that city. That's going to be able to help him stay alive for Lazarus.
Fuzzface looks like he might have stepped out to scout out a little bit. QM finding a spot. Good shot coming out from Mexi. Going to make easy duck back.
FaZe have pushed up to the north side of this circle, running a 3-1 split.
Yeah, they do have Etsy left behind at a single compound on the road just north of Monte Nuevo.
Blue's going to start to make its way in. Gen G have just gone past El Pozo. W Click kind of close by to Enter's Force on the very south side of this circle.
W Click having a good day so far today. They've been able to get late game with all 4 up, but kills have been hard to come by. We have to see if they can turn that trend around here in these next couple of games if they want to have a shot at a higher placement.
Yeah, and that's right. Obviously, for teams like W Click, GEX that are in the bottom 2, you're still playing for a lot on the line here. Not only your own pride, but the placement points that you can get might shift you up into the top 10, for example, which is still very much a possibility for a team like W Click or GEX. FaZe spotted by QM. And do have to be careful from this sort of position. 80, not sure what his vision is like from that compound on the other side of the road. There's the fact that you've got QM on one side, GEX, TSM are close by. Fuzzface is going to be careful. You can see how south he is away from Mexi and Uber. If he gets knocked down there, it might spell death immediately. Sharky knocked, but he's going to be able to get revived from Sampa.
The good thing for FaZe with this split, though, they have so much information about where everyone is around them here on the north side of Monte Nuevo. If the circle does cut up this way, they can have a good idea of where everybody might be trying to go here. As we see GEX actually running into some trouble here in rotation. Rory going to pick up the kill that Iroh knocked.
Yeah, and that's Sophia, who is actually around that sort of FaZe position, and that's how quick you can be spotted and flushed potentially on Miramar. You never know if you're safe, as Rumblers find W Click pushing up close. 2-2 split. They've kept Silzen and Harold at the old position of W Click. 20 seconds till phase 3. Slow start for match 3, but it's bound to pick up soon, especially if we can get a hard shift. If it goes north or south, south would be disastrous for FaZe and Gen G, but if it goes north, both of them can actually have a really solid time alive in this game.
Typically here on phase 3, we do see things
center
have been going a little bit more hard shifted, but today, not so much. We're going to land right on top of Monte Nuevo.
You can see who's absolutely dead center as well, like right on that crosshair.
Uncivil, staying alive for right now. Hopefully, he can manage to snake out a few more placement points for the boys. We see Gen G having to make moves to get inside. They were up towards the northwest. They're working the western side of this circle. They're going to come under fire from Na'Vi, though.
Yeah, Gen G certainly going to have to work for it this game. Rotating far from the eastern side of Miramar, up north, now out to the west, now making their way in. Pushing in behind QM. They can take this compound, but it's only as good for phase 3, probably phase 4 it's no longer unless it gets hard fed. It's a pit stop for Gen G. As you can see those rotations, not a lot of movement for FaZe this game, especially in comparison to Gen G, 4 AM. Those teams having to come out from the eastern side.
And when you're a Monte Nuevo looting team, you get your priority on whatever building you want. FaZe took it early, and they've been holding it since. Things have worked out pretty well for them so far. 2-2 split still. As we check in on Entis Force on the south side, very wide split covering a lot of area on this southern side. They do have an idea of where W Click is, and now they're taking some long-range shots from Tempo.
This was the knockdown that we saw earlier on Sharky, although we didn't see it. We did see him get revived. Obviously didn't amount to anything, but nice shots nonetheless. Still 58 alive, the 14-minute mark. As teams continue to now start to enter Monte Nuevo. As there's just not a lot of real estate on the outer edges of the circle. It's just open space everywhere. This might end up being a city finish, Poro. It's very likely at this point, unless we get a shift to basically any of the corners. It's like a wheel at the moment, a wheel chart.
You're waiting for that next hard shift to come in, if it's going to go south or north, west or east.
Yep.
Somebody is going to get screwed by this thing eventually. VC still coming from the north side, very split up. They still have one guy outside. Tempo, another down. They're going to get that res, though. ZGG going to trade some shots back and forth with FaZe. They are currently right next to each other in this northern edge. 4 AM holding a compound, while Mexi and Uba just kind of overseeing everything here.
And it was interesting seeing ZGG at the back taking those shots, usually the frontline man at the front of the action and playing those risky positions that we usually see him in, and quite usually he's successful. It's 4 AM close by to phase. 20 seconds till phase 4. As Esther's on the move for Gen G. Had a higher ground position. Now time to move with the blue coming in. Going to group up with the rest of Gen G. Eyes are certainly on them, considering the dominance that they've been able to achieve. First 2 games today, first 2 games yesterday. Now phase 4. Do we continue on for a city finish?
There it is.
Potentially. But it's straight onto TSM and a lot of teams to the southwest. Tempo Storm enters Ace, Na'Vi enters Force as well. Gonna have to get moving, and again, more work to do for Gen G. This circle is avoiding them at all costs. They might have to wrap up north, and if they do that, Poro, they'll be running straight into 4 AM, maybe even phase.
This is about to get real bloody here, as a lot of teams from the south and southwest and western edges all have to figure out how they're gonna move in there, but north of Monte Nuevo, north of the intersection is completely empty. Uncivil trying to stay alive, as he's getting crashed now by QM, or T1.
Oh, no!
Oh, no.
That's not it. That's just not how the day was meant to go for Lazarus, but it's how the day has been playing out. It's summed up right there in that clip.
Normally a really strong Miramar team. Lazarus has not found it today. Maybe they can turn things around on Erangel, or maybe Civ can pull some magic out of the hat here. Song Jiang is going to try to make a run for Entus Force.
Yeah, by himself as well. W-Click might have an opportunity to get a spray, maybe find a knockdown. He starts to divert back, returning towards Kale. Wants the reinforcement. A nice 2-2 split for W-Click in this game out of the eastern side. A lot of dead space in front of them, but they'll be able to hold off teams like we see from Entus Force trying to push over and wrap to the east. It's Monte Nuevo where we're going to see a lot of the action take place from phase 4 onward. A Doozie's got to run up and spin Joy, knockdown.
Joy from the car! He's nuts.
Doozy did get Rang, but wasn't able to get Joy. 3 in the car for Ace. No, it's, well, yeah, it is 3. I was right. I saw Alpaca peek his head out. Oh, another one knocked down. A CAD. It's gone horribly wrong for Entus Ace. Down to 2 players. Joy and Alpaca. Joy is also low. Knocked down by Bestelot in Death Valley for Entus Ace. They might just go out in last place.
Oh, as you said, everything falling apart. Entus Ace had the high ground. They had to move, but now we're calling up W-Click getting crashed here, but Akkad is going to finish off Alpaca. That's Entus Ace going out. We see the flaming remnants of that Murano traveling across the desert tundra.
That was like a Michael Bay movie. Gen G as well, in the meantime, lost a couple of players in the kill feed. They're down to 2 alive, 1 down. Never mind, there goes Loki. Too easy. They tried to push into the city. This is what can happen when you come in late, but Gen G had no choice. They had to travel so far this game, but they've got 2 into Monty.
I think Force had to make a push onto this compound that was being held by only 2 members of W-Click, and we see what has happened. It's all down to just Rybo versus Rang. We see Na'Vi trying to make their way on foot.
Is CAD watching though? T1.
Akkad, yes.
Not only them, but also QM out to the west a bit further. I think Na'Vi should be able to push in here. There goes Uncivil to Howland. T1 deal with their pest problem.
T1 has a very wide split here on the street side here. Akkad all by himself. Needs to be careful here. He can hold this. I mean, this is relatively easy. I don't want to say easy, but it's less difficult to hold as a solo player, since you've got some hard cover to really kind of work around, and he can be given support by the rest of the squad. But Na'Vi, as you see, moving into 4, and look at that shift. FaZe.
TSM as well in a massively advantageous position. Will they be able to find kills from this compound? That's the question. But as you said, FaZe are getting a bit of circle luck here for match 3.
And look at Gen G. They have to make their way
Gen
through
G are in trouble.
Montenuevo.
They are in trouble. Esther's knocked down by H-Win. PO remains. He can go for the revive if he chooses to, if he feels like it's safe.
They've
0
already
kills,
lost 2.
0 points so far. Of course, though, still, the other piece of the bite, FaZe will need to capitalize.
Yes, which is going to be very difficult to do while you're out in the middle of the fields outside of the. I mean, you could hope for that maybe they can pick up a few kills of the people that make their way out of Montenuevo, but you got to feel like most of those kills are going to be picked up by the teams inside as they make their way out.
20-minute mark has established. For reference, in the last game at the 20-minute mark, we had 26 alive. We've got 47 in this game. Ooh, Jeff Locker, quick with the trigger, and takes down a doozy. Na'Vi with 2 kills, but down to 3. Pokomolodoy, nice double tap onto a CAD, trying to peek out. And shots back, but out of hands, lands the headshot onto Bestaloch. Na'Vi are struggling here, pushing in. They need to push, continuing, regardless if they get shot at, because that blue zone's right on their back. And that's why they need to take this fight with T1 however they want to. PO knocked down as well. The pressure continuing on Gen G. The nades from Na'Vi towards T1. Hallen's pushed further back.
Esther does manage to get the heal up, and you see the blue is right on his back. He's got to find some way to get in here, but that's going to be huge if Gen G goes down early. W-Click finally getting eliminated by Doya as Tempo and Rumblers are fighting off to the east.
Senior outside, Jeff Locker spraying. Oh, gets the headshot onto Pokomolodoy. 4 kills now for T1, make it 5. And they're going to make it 6 as well, as Bestaloch is all that remains for Na'Vi. This has been an unsuccessful push in. Trying to fall back, but there's only so far that you can go back, Bestaloch. Heals behind the wall. And we'll have to now probably try and wrap around the west and try and push maybe towards QM.
There goes
Eliminator. There goes Gen G. 93 points. And again, Poro, for whatever reason, they just cannot make it happen in matches 3 and 4, apparently. We'll see how they go, of course, on Sanhok. As OG and Entis Force will follow them, so will Tempo Storm. Ada holds the angle. They still expect Na'Vi's Bestaloch to push here, but he's not. Holding in the blue for now as he continues to heal. Look at the amount of players inside of Montenuevo. You can't even see Genesis on your screen, but they're there as well. Let's go to phase number 6. Phase 6 for FaZe Clan? Not quite.
Easy.
But TSM still in with their compound.
All right, what can they do? Who can pick up points off of what's left coming out of Montenuevo? We can also, it's worth looking at 4 a.m. Still 3 strong on that north side, but they've got to push down and get inside that compound where TSM is, because there is nothing else around that area. They have to find some way to get into this.
And 4 a.m. have got the high ground. They've only got 3. Of course, their kills coming in the early game against Lazarus. You just send it in now and try and take on TSM. Duo with an nade, primed and ready to throw towards a cat. A second one came in behind him. That will do. That was Liga's nade. They got the job done for QM. Now got to deal with Jeff Locker and Ada remaining for T1. QM pushing up. They're being aggressive as they sweep the city. Jeff Locker holds the angle. He could only get 1. Liga dealt with the rest of T1.
QM waking up now in game number 3. They've got 8 kills and they still have 3 up. They should be able to get all these reses off.
You say that, but now as soon as you get those revives, now you've got to cross the road. Now you've got to push over to GEX. Genesis have to do the same as well. Bestaloch still alive for Na'Vi, holding on. Kane spots Nerf. He gets him through the window. Genesis only with 1 kill. They needed to make the mad dash across the road. They've done that, but the lost Nerf. Now Profi's knocked down by Bestaloch. Na'Vi's player is still alive. You cannot forget about him. And now Genesis are down to just K-Mine and H-Win. And look at Space just lights up the kill feed.
Yeah, look at the kill feed. FaZe has absolutely decimated 4 a.m. as they try to make a push towards the center of the circle. They pick up a bunch of kills. QM still alive, though, still pushing in. They've run into GEX, but GEX Leo's not having any of it.
DIY holding on the outside of the wall. Easy went for the inside. K-Mine still up. Kane, last one now for GEX. Nade towards Easy, trying to get it over the wall. No. Oh, he gets it onto Easy. He made it. Perfectly placed. Perfectly timed from Kane. Now gets the first aid kit off. He's done well. Oh, unfortunately spotted by K-Mine. Now we're down to the final 8 teams for match 3. Genesis down to 2, but they're finding kills here, putting pressure onto QM.
FaZe have sent 2 down from the compound that they were in. They've sent 8C and I believe that's Uba to come and try to pick up kills off of this. Everybody coming out of Montenuevo. This could be huge for them.
K-Mine found the double kill with a nade. Now they've made it across the road, but how much further can Genesis make it? They're inside of the circle for now for phase 6, but in 20 seconds time, phase 7 will most likely take Genesis safe haven out of the circle. Microfry holds on for Rumblers as well, down to the southeast. On the eastern side, VC, up north, TSM, and of course, out west is FaZe. In the center of all this is 4 a.m.'s Forever. Does he get the feed for phase number 7? It's south towards Genesis. Oh, a hope and a lifeline potentially for the North American team.
So what is the play for FaZe here? What is the play for TSM and VC? There's only, I mean, it's such a dead, empty area. You can see Forever has built a compound out there for himself with the cars that 4AM had. That's looking like a pretty good spot to crash.
And you could also stay on the edge and try and catch those coming into the circle. There's the tracking of how Forever was able to get to this sort of position. Genesis crossing the road as well. What they had to do to get over here. FaZe is, well, like a scribble because they haven't really moved at all.
I haven't really had to much. I mean, the circle ending right on their normal drop spot, but they have been defending. They have 2 kills, I believe, so far. As we see TSM had the north side, they haven't really seen much of any action coming their way, so only one for them is Rory and Gustav going to make the mad dash. They've got the smoke in hand, ready to protect themselves here. Molotov's out in the middle of the field. H-Win's going to pick up Michael. Now, oh, Forever, can you defend yourself?
Iroh's going to be knocked down as well. Rory, Gustav still remain as they go prone. Throw out the smoke. Oh, the nade though from Forever, defending his kingdom in the center of the zone. TSM have been obliterated in the fields of Monte Nuevo. And FaZe Clan are starting to push out. They're starting to find kills and reduce that gap against Gen G on the overall rankings. Uber with a knockdown onto VC. 4 kills, but Mexi's being knocked down from K-Mine, and he's going to get the flush.
Genesis waking up here with 2 alive from the last house available on Monte Nuevo. 7 kills for themselves. VC, 2 down. They're trying so hard to stay alive, but how much longer can they last?
Will they go for the revives?
Forever's got a grenade.
Domu wants to heal up. You said Forever has the nade. He primed it. Has he thrown it? We haven't quite seen. Yes, he has.
No.
The distance, though, doesn't quite make it, as there's only one left. It's DJ Boy. Micro Fry has come out of the blue, quite literally, to try and send VC out here on the road. The next nade from Forever also falls short of the mark, but DJ Boy is just trying to stay alive, trying to avoid Micro, who's now just feeding on VC. 5 kills for the Rumblers. Make it 6. He just got it. H-Win, though, picks up the kill. 4 teams remain. Forever, again, fed. He's the solo. So is DJ Boy. It's the numbers advantage that FaZe has still got here. They've got 3, Genesis with 2, and then the solo players for the 2 Chinese teams.
Forever has been doing such work from this centralized location. Nobody has been able to push onto him. He's got the fort, as we see. Well, how does FaZe push this? They can. 8C is going to go down.
8C knocked down for Forever. Stolen by H-Win, though, for Genesis. 9 kills now, and he's not done yet. Spots Uber peeking above the ridgeline. And now they're scared to push forward. But in 10 seconds' time, they've got no choice, Poro. They need to make the dash into the next circle for FaZe 8. Genesis don't even have to move from H-Win's position as they pile on the Fuzz pressure. K-Mine knocks it down. Fuzz FaZe. They've done well in terms of kills, but not enough. I think they needed more from this sort of game. K-Mine is on another level right now for Genesis.
Genesis picking the exact right time to wake up. This is their map. This is where they get the most points. And this is how they're doing it this time. Uba trying to make the run. Who's going to get the kill? It's going to be Hwin.
Oh my goodness. Genesis have moved up into the top 5. They can potentially move up into 4th, maybe even 3rd with a win. But Forever doing a decent job for 4AM. You've got to give him credit. But DJ Boy might have his death wish on a nade. 2 kills for VC. It's not going to be a 3rd just yet. Somehow holds on. I don't know, but he does. First aid kit. DJ Boy throws another one. This one should be the one. No, it's not. You give Forever a chance, and he might take it. He throws the nade in the wrong area. He gets Forever. Forever's insane. 4 kills now from a solo position. Now in a 1 versus 2 with the rampaging Genesis. K-Mine and H-Win. Do they find the win for North America?
We had written them off after their unsuccessful push. They only had Forever left. He's managed to stay alive and keep collecting kill points, keep collecting placement points for 4AM. They could make a huge push towards Gen G.
Forever does have the best position, though. He's closest to the center for Phase 9. So K-Mine and H-Win need to push towards Forever. He doesn't necessarily have to move at all. He's got a tiny, tiny little ridge here as well. He's safe for now. K-Mine is close. It's time for H-Win to move.
Oh, Genesis has to play this so carefully.
In hand. Genesis, is this the... Oh, no, it's not. Way too far. Not even close. 2 more, though. Do you throw them blindly or do you wait for some sort of information? Now Forever gets up. He wants to take the fight early. Never mind, goes prone again. Didn't find the vision that he was looking for. Genesis, 5 kills from HWin, 6 for K-Mind.
Win did not spot his head whenever he peeked up there just briefly.
They don't know where he is.
They've got to be careful about how they approach this because this could be really easy transition.
They really don't. They don't have the information. 3 Molotovs for Forever, but no smokes, no nades. HWin, final one. You can see they've got no idea how close he is.
Oh,
he wants to get
up
to the bush. If he can get it, it'll be a quick transfer because they're so close to each other. Forever with the 2 times. And a prayer, he spots HWin, he gets his spray, and he gets K-Mind as well, get behind the tree, K-Mind lands a tag, but it's not enough, it's only 18 damage, he lands a second one, he gets a third one, can he land any more? The headshot somehow, Forever on 1 HP, he has somehow stayed alive, K-Mind on 4, what a finish. The Rabbit
he went for the heel!
Are you serious? Forever! I see it, Burrow, but I don't believe it!
That's a bad man!
I don't believe it! Single-handedly wins it for 4AM and maybe gets them back in the race for first place against Gen G. Do not count these guys out.
Absolutely huge from Forever. Coming through for the Chinese squad.
That was still an amazing performance from Genesis as well. Credit where credit is due, but you cannot deny that Forever has come up clutch for his team for 4AM. And now, after a slow start for day 2, they are right back in the picture frame of potentially coming away with the win of PGC. Don't count them out.
What is it with 4AM and having huge solo plays to win these games? These guys are all individually so damn talented.
And these guys here on screen should be happy with that performance as well. Well played from HWin, as well as K-Mind, of course. They did well. They got Genesis, by the way, into the top 5. They are still with a chance. It's slim, it's marginal, Poro, but there's a chance and a hope, and maybe they could fulfill North America's prophecy.
K-Mind doing a good job of keeping the spirits of everybody up. You can see him putting the arm on the shoulder. But we're going to take it down to Seltzer. We're in an interview with our winning squad.
Thank you guys so much. You know, I had to talk to Forever after that finish. Forever, what was going through your mind as you were a snake in the grass against 2 opponents from Genesis?
因为我往左边拉，我把包脱了，往左边拉的时候，他们没有发现我的位置，但是我已经知道他们的位置了，所以说我觉得我不是优势，不是劣势，好吧。
Oh, I already knew where they were at. They didn't know where I was at, so I wasn't that nervous.
You weren't nervous at all? Was there ever a moment during that you doubted your ability to win?
你没有紧张吗？你没有怀疑你的能力吗？
我觉得这个比赛我打得挺好的，好不好？不怀疑自己的能力。
No, I wasn't. I trusted in myself.
Now, we've seen some very impressive PUBG from 4AM, but I gotta know, where does this confidence come from?
你的那个自豪感是从哪里来的？
什么？
你的自豪感哪里来的？
因为花快开了，好吧？ 因为花快开了。
Because he trusted in himself and he was excited.
So you've got trust in yourself, your team has trust in each other, and you have this incredible fan base who has come so far to support you all, so I gotta give you an opportunity to say something to them.
你有很厉害的你们的粉丝，你跟你们粉丝要说什么？
谢谢大家一直以来对 4AM 的支持，谢谢大家。
Thank you for coming to support 4AM. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much for your insights, but the day is not over yet, so stay in your seats because we got lots more to go.
One of the most electrifying teams in PUBG Esports, the People's Champion, takes a chicken dinner, and you can hear them as they support 4 AM, and they make an electrifying play to emphasize their win here in game number 3 of the day. Joining me here at the analysis desk, top is Froz Avenger. Guys, a massive moment there for 4 AM to be able to take those points and move themselves up the leaderboard.
I mean, absolutely. It was a phenomenal play. He positioned himself well. He got the double, and he did, I mean, it was amazing. 6 kills for him alone. You got to respect that, and honestly, you can see why so many picked him when it came to the pick'em.
6 kills. I mean, he was fighting TSM, he was fighting VC, he was fighting FaZe, and then Genesis. It was not just the 2 kills. Also, remember the start when they were fighting Lazarus as well.
It's almost like 4 AM, they specialize in making electrifying moments. It's multiple times now, and forever. Shisha, thank you for such an amazing moment. That was the best clutch I've seen in a long, long time.
Oh, absolutely. Forever will make himself immortal throughout that play. Let's take a look at the highlights here for game number 3 of the day, our last of Miramar. And we start things off dancing around with 4 AM.
Let it start with destroying North NPL. Let it finish with destroying NPL. Yeah, it's been a rough desk for me. Let's take a look at the guys as they try to make a cross here. I mean, T1 got in a lot of fights. This was kind of a weird story about finding places where there is nowhere to go. That circle on North Monte, there's just not a lot of options up there, and you can see that in the highlights as teams die in transition.
We had way too many teams going into Monte really early in the game. Already Circle 3, we had 6 teams diving into there, and you know there's not going to be enough space for all of them.
Oh, then there's also this kind of unwritten rule, don't go into a city unless you know it ends there, or it's your last opportunity to send a Hail Mary. And we saw a lot of teams do that. They failed. Genesis was very close. They managed to keep out a lot of the teams, but Forever has completely taken everyone's heart here today.
I mean, you say it's an unwritten rule, I think we should just make it a law at this point, but here's that double to win. He gets it was that sort of slide around. They used the grenades, they tried to figure out where he was, but he just kept moving, and you heard him at the end. He said, I never doubted it because I knew where they were. I knew it was going to be as long as I get that first knock, it just becomes a 1v1.
4 AM puts a victory on the board, a big, big W for them as they are currently sat in 3rd place, and we'll take a look at that overall leaderboard in just a few moments' time. But before we do that, 4 AM gets themselves plenty of points on the board to be able to push themselves firmly into that position now and make sure that this is not just a 2-team race going into the final couple of games, as we do have them accruing 18 points throughout that. Genesis, though, 17 points per second.
I mean, it's a good moment of brilliance from them. They were sort of mid-pack. I mean, I worry that this is too little too late. I'm pretty positive it's too little too late, but it's good to see them actually playing well on this last one and having a good game.
It's not over yet. Genesis is making a run for it.
Yeah,
they were one of the winning teams coming out from Monte Nuevo there. Not an easy task, if you ask me.
They played it extremely well, but in the end, obviously, the execution in the 2 versus 1 situation, you need to take advantage of that. They should have swept that situation. They could have taken that win home. I'm happy to see them play this well. They managed to get a lot of kills and managed to come out as the victor of the Monte Nuevo fight.
I really like that A2 was using nades, trying to locate where Forever was there. He was trying to just get him out there. If the nade would land close to him, Forever would have stood up and he would have revealed his position, but that didn't happen.
Here's our overall leaderboards right now as they do stand. Gen.G still in 1st place, FaZe in 2nd, and 4 AM takes a big leap up in terms of points as they get themselves to 74. Genesis even, I should say, 4th place after getting that many points on the board. And bear in mind, for Genesis, their road throughout 2019 is a very interesting one. They were originally Cloud9. Cloud9 eventually left that position, even though Genesis had a guaranteed position here at the World Championship. Look at them now.
I mean, they're playing under the banner of friendship, basically, and so 4th place or however high they can climb is a lot of money in the bank without an organization to take a share, so they're going to be pretty happy with this, but also the way that they played. And, you said that they were throwing zoning grenades out there. I mean, it felt a little bit like Hail Marys, the way they were tossing them out, and sort of, I think the problem is they had a spread, but they thought Forever was this way. And when he ended up on the right, they were in a line.
One thing I noticed, though, there was a stun grenade present in the Genesis. They did not use that. If they used that and pushed together as 2, they would definitely have taken that win.
Let's take a look at how the plane developed with all the circles and everything like that, because ultimately yet another extra trial for these teams to deal with. A very different circle compared to our previous ones here on Miramar. And it was our last Miramar circle here, Froz, so what did you make of it?
I mean, I think we should look at the teams and how they were rotating. As you can see right now on the screen, they had a rough time. It wasn't the teams that were starting there. It was the teams who rotated in, because a lot of the teams that started, they went on the west side and they ended up in Montenegro. The other teams that was a little bit late, they came in from the east side, the north side, and they had a little bit more space to work towards the end.
I want to give a little bit of credit to Microfry, because he was kind of the unsung hero, because VC had 4 guys alive.
That's true.
If they managed to get all 3 guys up after the rest and everything, they would have 4 guys pushing into that. They would definitely want that. So he's kind of the unsung hero as a kind of third party, making this possible for forever.
And absolutely, you can see right here as he finishes this one out, he kind of goes for the meds while Kamon tries to go for the position. And at the end of the day, he manages to sort of track him out, and it's just, he picked a good spot. And those bushes, they don't seem like they're very impactful, right? There's no other cover in there, but putting that between where he knew Genesis was, it was just too hard for them to hunt it
But
down.
also the rotation down to the center there, because they sent it in between TSM, between FaZe Clan, and they just sent it in towards the center. They know they didn't have anything to play over there. They had to go down on the ground and just prone.
Yeah.
But it did work out because of Forever.
One rotation we did not see there, of course, because they came quite low in the standings, was Gen G. They decided to take the north rotation, similar to what we saw in one of their Miramar games throughout the day. However, that same rotation, again, did not work Avenger here.
No, so also kind of the thought process of saying you have a very hard northern plane path makes it the density, like there should be more teams on the northern side. So them going on the northern rotation is actually kind of surprising to me, because if they went on the southern side, they would have a lot more space, considering we had a northern plane path.
Yeah, I mean, I think that they tend to like high ground and gather information, and we saw them sort of north of that big desert, sort of just outside of Monte, trying to gather info, but when that circle went to the opposite side of Monte, they made the only option they had, which was go into the town and get caught.
Hail
Sort
Mary.
of, yeah, the meat churner, if you will. Genesis came out on top of that. They got 11 kills. They had to fight their way through. FaZe, honestly, I thought this might have been their game there for a minute. They were in a pretty good position. They got 4. They start in the same area.
Yeah.
And had they won this, they would literally be neck and neck with Gen G as we go into sort of the home stretch of this best of 12. So kind of heartbreaking to see them get knocked out at that point. What can you do?
But we saw one by one, they just fell down the teams in the end there, because they had to run in the open, and running in the open is not an easy task when you have 3, 4, 5 teams looking at you and just mowing you down.
Absolutely. And for FaZe, obviously they got in via a very interesting method, and now currently find themselves in second, 11 points behind that first place. None of these teams really wanted them in, but let's take a look at how 4AM was able to break this down with comms.
先不要让中间啊！相信我吧，兄弟，相信你。
相信你，相信你，
绝对行，我觉得。
最棒的。
有可能拉左右很远啊，左边可能拉得很远，你没有视野的。我等圈，然后打左边，打完左边立马趴下，然后伏地打右边。
太大车，太大车。
这雷好像右前方丢出来的。看一个没有？看见了没有？看到。应该错吧？就165那个坑里面。包丢了吗？3级包。那个斜坡 pick 不行吗？非得爬出来，这样不太好。没关系，没关系。他没看到你。另外一个人在右边，兄弟，打完这个人直接打右边的。兄弟，我看这边又有人，俩都在这儿。啊，两个在这里。穿了，兄弟。感觉可以穿了。火，有火。
他吃多了，一起。这边。
Absolutely splendid stuff from 4 AM. They're the most electrifying team. The People's Champions dropping the People's Elbow on towards the last two remaining players for Genesis, and that moves us on neatly into what is soon to come here. Our last 3 games remaining here for PGC. That trophy right there is what all of these teams are aspiring and hoping to raise at the end of these 3 games. We are slowly breaking it down, though, to only a few teams remaining, potentially going to be able to raise that. One of those is Gen G, currently sitting in first place with 93 points, and they absolutely need to stem the tide from what happened yesterday. We remember what happened yesterday. 2 great games, and then it did not go well for them after that. This last game, number 3, was not their way.
What is interesting to me as well is that they didn't have a good game on Sanhok as well. So if they cannot kind of move that momentum, if they have a bad game on Sanhok, then they really need to step up their game on the last 2 maps, which will be Wrangle.
I mean, I thought it would take about 2 games for them to sort of fall out of that leadership position. Sure. Obviously, I was incorrect there, though I do stand by. If FaZe had played that one out, it could have been different. And FaZe is doing everything they can to catch up, and now 4 AM is right back in the mix. So what we've got is 3 regions throwing haymakers and making sure that it's gonna, I think, come down to probably those last 2 games in terms of they've got to lock Gen G up, and I don't see them getting too far ahead in Sanhok.
I want to point out one thing that we saw there during the end of the last game there. Forever, he threw a flashbang and then started running as soon as the flashbang popped, because he was trying to disguise his sound of his footstep if someone was there. That's just how smart they are, and that's why they are so good.
Yeah, it was absolutely fantastic to watch. One of the teams here that's kind of sitting mid-pack right now is Entus Ace with 53 points. Still technically, when it comes to that middle pack, if they have 3 fantastic games, they still have the potential of being able to cause massive upsets.
I said at the start of today that I'm worried that too much depends on Mickey and his sort of 50% frag performance. He's been dying in these rotations. We've seen him go down a few times, getting picked off on scouts, and that's costing him. It's very obvious in the games when Mickey is not up that they can't keep up.
3 games, 3 points, and 3-16 places, guys. That is not good enough on a Championship Sunday.
Well, it actually has been pretty catastrophic, as you're mentioning, because originally they were in the top 4, basically, and they have fallen down 4 places because of that. So it has gone anything but their way here. As we take a look at Entus Force now, and they've had a little bit better of a time, but not by much.
Yesterday, there was one of the most consistent teams. Except for the last game, they were playing splendidly. Today, not so good.
All right, well, thank you very much, gentlemen. It's time now. Our 1 map of Sanhok here for the day is about to begin. Let's head over to the commentators team for all of the action. It's game number 4 of the day.
Yes, that is correct. Gone are the Dust Devils, Deserts, and Hot Sun of Miramar. We are now going on to Sanhok to see who can even try to catch up with Gen G at this point. It's got to be done now. The time is running out.
The time is now, and strike while the iron is hot, which is the fact that Gen G picked up 0 points in that last game.
Yes.
11-point differential for FaZe. It's 19 points for 4 AM, 35 for Genesis, and 36 for Entus Force. That's the top 5 at the moment. Sanhok yesterday, there was pretty much nothing for Gen G. It was either 1 or 0 points. Will that replicate again here today? And if it does, very well could find ourselves with a new frontrunner going into the last 2 games. Certainly, Sanhok is about to set up an amazing ending for the PGC finals, especially if Gen G go out with 0 points.
One thing we are seeing that's changed from yesterday, FaZe Clan no longer dropping in Painan, giving that rather over to Tempo Storm. Instead, FaZe Clan going towards the southwest of the map, looting up a little bit more safely. Nobody really around them except for a couple of members of Entus Ace, but not really right on top of them.
Do they get that southwest island, though? Typically, Quarry is one of the more popular locations for the circle on Sanhok, and it's just obviously because of the mainland being so much bigger than the 2 other islands. Wow.
Oh, there we go.
It really is FaZe Sunday in terms of circle luck. That is a given. How they play it out here, though, is, of course, the other question. They only got 8 points from the last game. I think it's fair to say many thought they would have got more from it, considering they barely moved.
They were in a pretty prime spot there for most of the game until the circle pushed off of them, and Genesis actually I mean, they were in such a great position to gatekeep them. Fortunately for them, they did not have to leave the compound. They could use that hard cover and get the multiple angles that they needed. We check in with TSM Iro, recorded the highest number of knocks in the semifinals with 32.
And TSM sitting in 6th place right now, 54 points. They are a distance away from Gen G, but can still stay in touch, potentially, with the top 5 based off these last 3 games. Luke 12 for Lazarus. It hasn't quite been Lazarus Sunday as they were proposing at the beginning of the day, but maybe with the final 3 games they can turn their fortunes around, try and climb up the overall leaderboards as he stalks Jeff Locker.
It's like Jeff Locke's spidey senses are tingling, though. He keeps turning around, checking behind him. He's running. Unfortunately, it looks like he should be able to get away from this. Luke going to go up to the top of the hill, see if maybe he can get a few cheeky shots, but nothing should be found. As we check in on the Rumblers over by Ruins, they are all by themselves, and they have a nice little compound. The question with this circle, though, it starts getting interesting. Is this going to stay west or is it going to go east? That is what most of these IGLs are thinking.
If it goes east, then you've got that, well, river split, I guess, with Painan.
Yeah.
That's going to be a factor. And obviously, if it goes west, then we know definitively what island we're going to be playing on for Sanhok. And for match number 4, Rumblers rumbling through. They are on this southwest island, so they're in a prime position here. Currently in 10th position for the Rumblers, 9 points from the top 9, away from Na'Vi. And really, besides probably the top 3, Poro, I mean, 4th is still very much open for a lot of teams on the overall standings.
Well,
FaZe moving up to Entasace.
They know. They absolutely know. They're creep walking up on this. They're moving as 4. They don't want to lose anybody off of this, but they've won these 2 points as they're going to crash the compound. Here comes Uba. Pushing through. Joy's not going to spot it just yet. Nice shots coming out from 8. Going to get the down onto Joy. It's now down to Mickey. Mickey looks like he's trying to bail out of this.
Yeah, unfortunately for Entasace, the other 2 members, Alpaca and Co, are actually near Cave. Mickey's in a world of hurt here. I don't see a way out.
There it is.
Headshot underneath the hut from Mexi. 2 early kills for FaZe. They played it well. And that shrinks the point gap with Gen G to 9.
Oh, this is bad news for Ace as they're making their way. It looks like they might have designs on pushing across the river. It looks like they should be fortunate here enough. It's 4 a.m., not going to spot them out in time. Now, we were taking stock of this leaderboard. We had the top 3 with 93, 82, and 74 points, but then we have a log jam between 4th and 9th of teams with over 50 points. I think we were thinking that maybe if they can put something together here on Sanhok, they could be in the conversation as well.
And definitely behind the scenes here, we thought that if Gen G could continue on, match 3, match 4, racking up huge amounts of points, this whole thing could have been over by match 4, but that's not going to be the case now. Definitely going into the last 2 games, they will be the deciding games.
Yes.
That is now a given.
As always, so much hinging on the performance of Gen G. Can they keep rallying from their bad performance in the last game and
Genesis
maybe turn
crossing
things around here? Genesis, yeah, crossing the river here. Looks like they should be pretty safe.
One of the safer areas to actually cross over. Smart from Genesis pushing out a boot camp. Obviously, they're not going to want to push down to Painan or any further than that. They're fortunate there's no one here. In fact, there's no one even at Ruins, for example, further in for Genesis. So they're looking like they're going to have a safe entry to the Southwest Island as we look at Hallen and T1 very much up north, far away. Blue Zone's making its way in. And they themselves will be going on actually the Northwest Island, which has got VC around Camp Alpha.
T1 looking like they're going to stick to this island. They do, as you said, have VC up there as well. So it's going to be, they stop here and start looting up and maybe taking their time to get to this bridge on the northern part of this circle. They could end up running into VC early here, and that could be disastrous for both of these teams.
I don't think they're going to go to the bridge. I think T1 should go to the warehouse to take that short little cross-section.
Yeah.
VC will most likely go over the bridge near Ruins. Although that's just speculation. We'll see how it plays out as we look at the real-time tracking of 4 a.m. around that quarry section. They've now moved on towards just west of Cave, which has got W-Click inbound along with Na'Vi. Still a couple of teams yet to make their way over to the Southwest Island. Obviously, still all the chance this could shift over to Quarry, Bootcamp, for example, and as you mentioned before, that have that split out east with the river.
Haven't really had much opportunity to talk a lot about W-Click today, but they have been getting 2 late game situations with 4 up. But as we said, the kill's just not really coming for them just yet. Maybe they can turn things around here on Sanhok. Currently in 15th place, GEX just behind them in 16th by 3 points.
And that rough game, of course, on Miramar against Enters Force. Last game for match 3.
It's actually W-Click not spotting out 4 a.m. crossing the river over here. So Wayless getting a little bit fortunate.
We're going to see this circle pop, Pyro. Where's it going? East, west?
Anybody's guess right now. We got a couple, most teams thinking it's going to go west, and it is still 50-50 on the south. It is kind of Camp Charlie, Painan area. 4 a.m. pretty much as dead center as you get, and it looks like they're actually sending one back, and they're going to do a 2-2 split on both sides of the river here.
That's a lot of unplayable area because of the water, the river down south near Bantai and Camp Charlie. We're seeing TSM push down south just below FaZe.
Get a little idea of what the most used weapon comps are on Sanhok. M4 and the QBU by far. Very unsurprising by
Although
far.
I'm surprised the
leader there.
QBZ is as low as it is. Maluk gonna
what a shot, Maluk.
Land that shot.
That's why you see the QBU.
And speaking of Tempo Storm, they're actually pretty much center for the circle. And 4 a.m. have actually made that 2-2 split over the river. Oh, Lazarus Sapir with a knockdown to Waylo. Continuing forward, it's going to be uncivil. For how much longer, though? Makes it past. Luke 12 coming in very late. Purdy Curdy's actually going straight into QM. Looking at the map, I wouldn't be surprised. Yep, look, there it is.
Purdy Curdy got his skid spot out now. What can Uncivil do? He's got half health. No, only 10 bandages on him. So a little bit of a rough looting situation early here for Lazarus. It appears Luke 12 just going to stay over the top, maybe give a little bit of oversight.
This is just continuing to be an unfortunate day for Lazarus, a team that many thought would be the best team for North America here for the PGC Grand Finals. Unfortunately, that hasn't been the case whatsoever.
Well, GEX definitely looking to turn things around.
Oh, spotted Luke 12 on to Shine Way. And his shots actually jumped over the wall in one motion. Uncivil spotted and finished off by Kane, and Lazarus down to Luke 12. Only the Australian remains.
Once again, Lazarus finds himself in a spot where they have to keep one alive as long as possible. This time, it's going to be Luke's turn. How late can he make it here on Sanhok? Was he Gen G? They are just making their way. They've stayed on the eastern edge of this circle here. They have elected to just kind of play that.
Just southwest of Quarry for Gen G. But what if this shifts over to the west? Then Gen G are going to be in a horrible position. We saw in the last game for match 3 of Miramar what happened when the circle luck wasn't with them.
You definitely see a lot of gambling going on, and pretty much every single team except for Gen G has gambled that this circle is going to cut west.
There are a couple that, of course, are hedging their bets. GEX staying in Painan, 2-2 split for 4 a.m. on either side of the river. Na'Vi at Camp Charlie can cross over towards South Cave pretty quickly if they need to. But everyone else that's, as you mentioned, on that Southwest Island out further west are definitely committing here. I mean, T1 can rotate back up north, so can Genesis as well if they want to cross on the North Painan Bridge pretty comfortably. Look over at FaZe.
Not sure what Wayless saw there. He's a little spooked. Looks like they're shooting back and forth at each other. They're just shooting all over the place, seeing if somebody will maybe come over. That could be
Are they inviting over teams?
I think they're baiting. And look at this. Liga is actually biting on it a little bit here as we see T1 making their way in from the southwest with the blue.
4 a.m. taking shots at Gen G, though. So at least some of them are in the direction of some players. As we are 5 seconds away from phase 3. Again, we've got to ask the question, west or east? It's west.
There it is.
It's straight onto Tempo Storm. Bad news for Gen G. They've struggled so far at PGC Finals when they don't get the circle luck. Will this trend continue? Or will they finally be able to make something happen when luck is not on their side?
That is a big, big question because there is no easy way for Gen G to get into this next circle here. I mean, you've got QM covering one
without
bridge,
fighting or
yeah. I mean, there is just nothing set in stone here. As Rang is going to take a few shots here from 8Z.
I mentioned circle lock. FaZe again getting a decent circle here. They held a small, tiny 2-2 split. Now they're going to group up because they're expecting fights to happen here. Phase 3 onwards, not a lot of room. Teams are going to be rotating and roaming around as a pack, so you want all 4 together. That's why FaZe have grouped up.
There are a bunch of fights look like they're about to pop off here as Rumblers right on top of T1. T1 just outside in the blue still, eating that blue damage. Rumblers trying to see if they can maybe gatekeep them. But look at this, Entis Ace now once apiece, and Genesis looks like they might be hearing shots as well.
And this is the nature of Sanhok. You hear these shots play out, and they're not very far away. You're only one small climb up the mountain from getting vision. T1 continuing to try just to basically push into the circle. They don't really want to take this fight with Rumblers, but they're pretty much forced to. Hallen going to take a vehicle, but as you mentioned, Genesis starting to hear these shots. They're starting to come on over and see what's happening, see if they can find a third party, which is typically what happens on Sanhok, especially when fights do in fact drag out.
W in a lot of trouble right now. They split themselves into 2-2, but somehow 4AM managed to get in between the 2-2 split here. Silzen and Rybo in a world of hurt as 4AM is focused fully down on top of them.
Forever out to the left, Wayless low. Rybo holds this rock position further as he forces Silzen back behind him, maybe as an anchor. Oh, even into the smoke from Forever, continuing on from the Miramar game for 4AM. Certainly feels like they are the crowd favorites right now.
Yeah, Silzen looks like he's just going to try to run away from this, but little does he know, Tempo Storm in the compound just above him. So that's going to be one picked up once they find him in the smoke here.
40 seconds.
And look at this, T1. Rumblers taking out T1.
Made from Loss HD, confirming that TSM. Gustav gets a doozy. Na'Vi down towards Camp Charlie. W-Click are around the area, and so will be Gen G soon enough. You can see in the mini-map, that's going to be Pio making his way in. Expecting Gen G to get involved, potentially with TSM, maybe even Na'Vi. As this progresses, they're still in the blue though. This is still not an ideal rotation, but it's going to be the only rotation they could make without basically running directly into 4AM.
Yeah, we asked how they were going to get in there. They decided to cut north down to the
oh
peninsula
my
by
God.
Cave, and look at FaZe get the circle again. Everybody wanted to talk about Gen G getting circle favor, circle luck. Today, it's FaZe Sunday, baby.
Well, I guess when it's your day, you get the circle luck. It's your day after all. Still a lot to do though. It's not a given. Sometimes you get these feeds on these compounds and you actually can't get kills from it. So sometimes it's detrimental, especially on Sanhok. When you're roaming around, you can find a lot of kills from roaming. And generally, if you're winning those fights, you're going to end up in the top placing anyway. We'll see how it plays out. Gen G still low. You can see in the bottom left. They are losing health because 3 members are still in the blue. They don't want to push in too early and run into Na'Vi. Pio is at least giving them information because he's already in the next circle. You can see behind Na'Vi now for Gen G. Eyes are definitely needing to be on them as our front runners in first place right now.
Yeah, Pio was definitely in there serving as a scout. And look at this Genesis and Rumblers still fighting. Look at this Genesis all over the place. Once again, FaZe, they got brand new shoes, man.
Brand new shoes, unused.
No.
Harold spotted by Pio. Oh, Loki, Taman have both been knocked down in the blue. They've been spotted by W-Click and Na'Vi. This is exactly what I mentioned before. We really are, in fact, the Gen G curse, Poro. They might get nothing again from this game, especially if Pio gets spotted here. One still in the blue. That's Esther. Pio close by to Na'Vi. Loki dies to the blue. 4AM hearing the shots, moving south towards Na'Vi. W-Click has still got Silzen close by. He might be the wrench here, the spanner for 4AM, and Luke 12 behind 4AM as well.
One down already, and that's going to be another one as Silzen's coming alive. He gets the down and the flush onto Wayless, but no, he's going to get picked off, and that's going to be 4AM with, I believe, 2 up, 1 down.
Yeah, Luke 12 actually getting the kill onto Forever.
And QM is pushing this as well. They're going to find out Luke 12. That's going to be Lazarus out in 14th. QM keeping the push alive, though.
Esther knocked down to the blue. Pio is the last one alive for Gen G, but they did find some points at least. Only 2. It's not really that much. No, never mind. They actually haven't found anything here. Oh, no. This is a disaster, though, for 4AM.
What?
From the late game heroics in the last one, ZGG cannot make it happen from the blue. 4AM eliminated in 13th position.
All right, FaZe Clan, what can you do? You've gotten the circle, you've gotten the center. Now you need to get the points, get the kills, start to climb.
3 kills for Gen G, so they did actually get some points here. It's not a lot, but 3 kills for FaZe Clan still keeps it at that 11-point gap. PO as well doesn't really have that many people around him, but he's spotted out of the field. It's actually FaZe as well who spots him behind the tree temporarily. Mexi with a 6 times on the SLR needs to land these. One more, gets behind the rock. Not only gets behind the rock, but it's inside the circle for PO because we went out east on 3 HP. What may be the ramifications be from that?
Spam those ones in the chat. I know you'll love to do it anytime a player stays barely alive. We haven't even touched on Tempo Storm. They've had a compound in the northeast of this circle for quite some time. They haven't had to play out of it just yet. As we see, PO is going to stay alive. He is in circle. He's just going to lie prone and wait to make the next move.
Genesis did go out, by the way, in that chaotic moment that was, of course, generally Sanhok in a nutshell.
We have a replay of that Rumblers
the Lost
T1
HD
fight.
nade, I believe. Yes, it is. The double nade onto T1.
7 kills for Rumblers. We talked about those teams.
They're into the top 10 now.
That needed to have a big performance on Sanhok if they want to be in the conversation. Rumblers, I think, was just on the outside of that group.
But this is what I also meant before with FaZe. Everyone else is killing each other, roaming and rotating out on the outer edges, meaning that there's not many teams left for FaZe Clan to actually pick apart here in this game. They've only got 3 kills. PO and Gen G have got 3 kills, and they're still alive as well here into the final 8 teams, as now the placement points are distributed. We're going to see Waldo knocked down. Microfry throws the nade towards Indigo. Is it too far, or is it right on him? It needed to hit that tree. It did go too far, but the knockdown comes from Microfry. Kale moves up to the tree. Oh, he doesn't get the knockdown. 1 HP. Rain gets involved for enters Ace as the solo player. Song Jang, the last one alive for Force, the sister teams. Both colliding onto Rumblers. As Song Jang, though, wants to send Rang packing, says thanks for the help, but we don't need it. The nade is good, but it doesn't get the elimination.
Los HG and Cherry Poppin' still alive. Los gonna try to cook that grenade a little bit more. They know exactly where he is. Is it gonna be enough? It's well cooked. He gets him down to very, very low health, but again, not enough to get the down.
Last nade for Rang, underarm. Oh, that was so close. Lost HD gets on the right side of the tree. Rang healing up. Song Jang still alive as well for Enters Force, which right now he's not involved. It's all about Rang and Enters Ace. You can see the circle again feeding right on top of FaZe. If they don't win this game, it's a throw.
Song Jang actually going for the res while all this goes down, and that's gonna be Cherry Poppins going down. Rang is causing so much problems. Los is taken down to next to nothing here, and Tempo Storm starting to push out to come get these kills.
They've come out of their cave and they're hunting whatever they can find up north, whether it's Enters Force, Ace, or Rumblers. They do not care. Tempo Storm need kills here. The nade from Song Jang explodes mid-air, sends Enters Ace out in 8th. But now Tempo Storm get involved. Nade. Oh, it's perfect. Oh, bounce doesn't somehow get the knockdown onto Kale, but it's a decent job. Forces him to heal. Sharky spots Song Jang at the rock, who got the elimination onto Zempa prior to that. There goes PO, finally 7th for Gen G. Now it's time for FaZe Clan to start to catch up. Potentially by the end of this game, they might be in first. The nades ringing down onto Enters Force. Song Jang remains, still holds the rock. It's the high ground as well. Uses it to his advantage on the last player alive for Tempo Storm with the blue moving back. There's no way forward.
Oh, no.
Tempo go out in 6th. Song Jang and Enters Force continue to move forward. But for how much longer can they survive? And I should mention, Lost HD is still alive for Rumblers.
Tempo just got decimated. I mean, that is a fight that they wanted. They wanted the 3rd, 4th party that fight, and they came up and they just got absolutely rocked. Song Jang still alive for Enters Force, and this is big for them as they are one of those teams. You can see them in 4th place. Okay, well.
I saw where you were going with
curse,
that,
I guess. But hey, VC still alive with 4. TSM have 4 up, and FaZe just keeps getting the circle over and over again.
Still a lot of work to do, though, for FaZe Clan.
Yes.
Because they've done no work at the moment. VC, 4 alive. TSM, 4 alive. Lost HD is going to get spotted here and eventually finished off. Unless FaZe can help him tied. There's the nade. There we go. 4v4 remains. You can see the total rankings to the top left. FaZe, if they win this game, they'll go in first. Provided they get the kills.
Yeah. I mean, this could be huge for TSM, though. I mean, they're sitting on 62 points in 5th place. They could jump up and be in the conversation here for this top 3.
They could be.
Especially now that we're about to switch maps and finish out the day on Erangel. that could be big news for them.
I do feel like if you are going into the last two games, you want to be within at least 30 points. Rory with the nade towards DJ Boy and VC. It's going to fall short. VC have got a slightly higher ground position elevation on this mountain. FaZe, though, are not getting involved. If VC and TSM basically eat each other up, there might not be that many points for FaZe to actually get kill-wise, but if they come out too early, then they could be sandwiched between both VC and TSM. It now begins at these huts. VC push up. Aitzy's trying to cover Fuzzface. They swarm into the buildings. Sanhok, immediate knockdown with the Fuzzface. They've only got 3 kills. This is not enough points from FaZe. We saw it in the last game. They only ended up with 8 points in total on Miramar. Is it about to happen again here on Sanhok? No, Uber, he's too good. Headshot knockdown onto Gustav.
Working the rooftops there, keeping TSM honest. He's going to find Iro as well, and Uba is coming alive.
Oh, don't do it to them like that. They've got families. 1 HP, knocked down, tied with the M249. The revive in the blue. That's so ballsy. TSM, what are you doing? You're allowing DJ Boy to push up. Knockdown onto Michael. They might have just thrown this, trying to go for the revive. Rory, Gustav, both low. VC eating them up for breakfast right now. They've just been annihilated. VC Gaming turn their attention to FaZe. It's only Mexi and Aitzy. 2v4.
There's anybody you want to do with the 2v4. Mexi and Aitzy are the ones. As VC trying to find some. Summer's going to go down. Mexi is coming alive here. Aitzy gets taken down to about half health. Mexi barely stays alive.
Should have gone prone, should have tried to heal. He stayed up on the rock. Now Aitzy's in a 1 versus 3. Summer's knocked down. Domu, DJ Boy tied. Moving into his position. Aitzy, the blue spotted. Gone. Done. VC Gaming. Back up 4 AM for the 2 Chinese teams. 10-kill win. And again, FaZe not good enough.
China still has something to say here today in these last 2 games, back-to-back wins from 4 AM and from VC Gaming. And Gen G sees their lead slowly slipping away. We have so much riding on these last 2 games, and it is so close.
I said it at the start of the game, Poro, if I need to remind you. Sometimes you get fed. Yes, but sometimes you cannot get kills from that fed position. We just saw it with FaZe. We almost saw it pretty much in the same on Miramar in the last game. In saying that, you've got to do better there. Only 3 kills. And all of that, 2 of those were at the very beginning of the game when they took that position.
It was a rough spot for FaZe to be in. I mean, you have the compound, the circle keeps falling on you. You can't really push around it once it gets late game because you just expose yourself to so much. So, I mean, there's really nothing much that FaZe could do from there. It's not like they could have, you know, I mean, tempo, you saw them eventually
What they needed to do was win the fight at the end. When you have the utilities from not being in fights, the other teams have been roaming, they have been fighting, they've used their smokes, they've used their nades. FaZe should have probably been more aggressive there, tried to start that fight early on their ground, on their terms. Instead, they allowed VC to push in. VC initiated. It's now on their terms, and we saw what happened.
It was always going to be a rough hold with that compound.
Oh, it was.
They had to split up the way they did just to make sure all angles were covered. But VC, once they decided to really push in, they took it. They took what they wanted. They took TSM. They took FaZe, and they took the win. And now we have Seltzer with an interview from the winning team.
Thank you guys so much. So many times this weekend we've seen VC come this close to the chicken dinner, but this time you slam dunked it. So what was the difference in this game?
你们每次都快要吃鸡了，可是终于今天吃到鸡，现在感想如何？
挺开心的吧，追了点分。
We're very happy and we got lots of points.
Happiness was the difference. Well, I'm glad to see you guys feeling lucky after that match. Going up against FaZe, not everyone is so successful. So what was going through your mind in those final minutes? Because 2 alive from FaZe is still very scary.
FaZe 是一个还蛮难打的一个队，可是你们剩2个的时候，他们剩2个的时候，你们还是把他打败了。你现在感想如何
？4打2都打不过，那我们还打什么
？4-2 is definitely a success.
Hey, there's a lot of confidence in numbers like that, but there are some numbers that do give us pause. We are getting very close to the end of the tournament. How do you see VC finishing?
我们快要结束了，所以你觉得 VC 会打得怎么样？
尽全力吧，中国队加油
We're gonna do our best. China is going to win.
Fantastic. I'm going to let you get back to your team. And ladies and gentlemen, you stay in your seats because we have the culmination of have our tournament coming up very soon. Back to you guys.
That's right, big moves from VC as they're able to take the chicken dinner there completely out of the grasp of FaZe as well. They had the circles going their way, but VC were able to push in and crush any resistance that they had available to them, be it TSM, be it FaZe, in those final moments. Big pickup for VC. They're fighting for a lot of money, especially when it comes to that mid-pack there with that big win.
I mean, I think they're right up on top of possibly taking third and technically 2 games from being back in the mix in first and second, and that is a difference of like $150,000. So that's a massive amount of money. Let's take a look at some massive plays. ZGGO1 in the highlight here. I got to be honest with you, nobody moves and fights better than this guy. He let the barrel like spray end as he transitioned and rose up with the recoil into the next shot. Like, this guy is insane.
Tempo Storm, they tried to go there in third part of that fight, but they ended up dying early on, and Song Jiang, he got out from there alive.
VC, though, their positioning and how they took control of the outside of this compound took them to win. TSM tried to move there, they naded and made sure that they gate kept them effectively out of the new circle, and then it just took over and rushed in all the way over FaZe.
This is one of those wins that I think you get because you're hot, right? We've been in that position where you don't get the circles, but your team seems to like really just be getting stronger with the more challenges that you face. FaZe got the circles, there's no denying that, repeatedly, and I think they were cold going into that last fight, and VC was coming out of a war zone and was able to sort of just keep it rolling as they went into that, and they executed.
Let's take a look at the points coming in from that game. VC gets themselves another 20 points on the board for them. The Rumblers in second place on Sanhok.
Well, hey, listen, 12 points. I think that they've doubled their total earnings from Sanhok this entire tournament. So congratulations to them. I mean, they came out, but, you know, might be a little bit too late.
I mean, it's not really too late yet. They're still playing for a lot of money in the prize pool there. So, hey, it's time to show up, and they did it on the map that they play worst on. So, I mean, if this is what they can bring us on Sanhok, what are you going to bring us on Erangel?
Nice to see them triple their points from the whole tournament on Sanhok. So it's really nice to see. We talked to them before they went into the games here, and they promised us top 5, and it's looking likely if they continue this kind of aggression. So
I mean,
I'm happy to see that.
They're in that mix. They were at home, not really planning on being here, and just like GX, they got the call up. That said, they're now competing for anywhere from $50,000 to $75,000 from having a quart of Ben & Jerry's in your couch watching this thing. Like, that's a pretty big pivot.
Yeah, that's a pretty big pivot. I must agree with that. Let's take a look at the overall leaderboards, and the gap up at the top is closing. Gen.G did not have a great game there. They managed to squeak out a 7th place, but they had a hard time coming in from that top northeast position across the river, and they lost a lot of members eventually because it was having a hard time getting into the circle Avenger. Gen.G.
Gen.G, yeah, obviously them being on the northeastern side and then trying to get across that, they were trying to get into a position where we have 3 teams. It was extremely rough for them. And it felt like FaZe was very rare. This was Gen.G hiding behind the Ruggers PU there. And he got him down to less than 10 HP. And they went out early, and 6 points now, guys. 2 games left with 6 points different.
I'll tell you this, with 2 games left, though, we're moving back to Erangel. Even if it looks pretty good for Gen.G and FaZe Clan, 4AM are really deadly on Erangel. We saw that yesterday, and I mean, with the 2 last game here, they're pushing themselves. They are a little bit behind, but it's far from over.
I mean, as we look at the map coming up right now, we're going to see the drops. You're going to see FaZe really landed where it ended for the most part. And honestly, I think that may have hurt them. At the end of the day, they come out in second, but they only get 3 kills, 8 points. That's, imagine if they had to fight a little bit. If they had to push, they would be ahead of Gen.G right now.
I'll take the example for this compound here, because you have a compound that is on a very high ground. So when everybody's far away from you, of course, shoot them. But here, when you're in the top and everything is basically a ridge where you can sneak up on, and everybody can get out, so you have to hide inside. You can't take control because you're going to get third party from literally every side. So they played this right. Yes, it was very gifted. We had a lot of like circles towards them, but from the second circle on, they were very central, so statistically they should be closer to the center.
Look at VC's rotations here, though. They were basically following TSM on the west coast there, making sure they got in from the south side, because they thought, hey, there's not going to be anyone on the south side. Let's go in from there and see what we can do. And I mean, they found some kills and they found a lot of points.
I mean, everybody, we saw the 3 tracks had to work for it. FaZe was left off of that tracking because, well, they didn't have to go anywhere. And those final teams got in there and took the fight. You know, good try for 8C there there at the end, but really it just came down to, like you heard during the interview, we knew we had the numbers. It was a W.
I don't know. I feel like I would have enjoyed watching that guitar pick not move for about 5 circles, but you know that's how. It
you know, FaZe would have enjoyed that after how much they chased circles in the last rounds.
I suppose. All right, thank you very much, gentlemen. It's time for a break here. Things are getting very tense at PGC for our final day to crown our world champion. And just to confirm, our first place prize is now a guaranteed 1.95 million for first place. We're going to that short break. When we return, 2 more games. Do not go anywhere. We are going to Erangel.
Exclusive black equalizer brightens dark scenes without overexposing bright areas. Color vibrance allows for more realistic and vibrant colors. It also provides the convenience to tune colors in-game, making you see the change instantly.
Is it enough? How many kills? I have 8. How many kills? 4. I got 4. 14. Did we do it? Did we? Did we?
Sees him through the door. Goodbye! Say hello to the shotgun. Wait, he holds the angle. 2 more shells ready to go, locked and loaded. Smoke still standing. Can GH recover? They can't enter anymore. They know that is a big resounding no. Shut the door, get out. This is my compound. Peeking around carefully. Another fall! GX being decimated and the flush from Joy.
686. He's gone for the flank one. He's completely just. They're looking at this fight, so they're sending him after the sniper. That's amazing. If they take that out, that's their cover completely gone.
The UMP! If any time it's now, if any range, it's there.
The pressure is just mounting onto 4AM despite their high ground advantage. There it is. TSM are cutting them down 1 by 1, and only 1 angry man remains. Now we're about to be some angry men because TSM surely now will claim match 3. Gustav knocked down though. Maybe there's still a twist left in this tail for match 3. Shaolu, 24 health. He's got all 3 members right in front of him. He'll get the knockdown onto Michael. Is there any more still to come? This would be disastrous for TSM. They get the win.
They're
just impacting right front, but that one is good. HC is gonna find both members of Entis Ace.
Now up to 10 kills. FaZe is making their way down the hillside. You can see shots come back over towards VC. Tide has to drop to his belly, and they want control over this game, and they know exactly where VC is at.
All right, can Tide provide a miracle here with that AWM? He's got Domu as well for support, but the grenades are raiding in. FaZe has a ton of utility. Domu is down. It is just Tide left here.
This is FaZe just running right up into the face of VC and taking this game away. 12 kills coming up for FaZe.
Behind you, you have the hills. It's going to be rough to get across there. I would expect a few teams to make a hard pull-up on that. It will be difficult. Speaking of hard pull-ups, gone. Tempo Storm are just feeding the Giants here. There's another one as well. Tempo, what are you doing? Why are you just driving into death's embrace?
Easy, slowly creeping up onto this. Are we going to see an angle back over for Molodoy as it's getting very, very hazardous? One solid grenade could land on top of QM and just destroy them, and it's going to be exactly what happens. Massive 18-kill victory.
FaZe Clan shocking the world. 18.
Look how active Lazarus was being in that entire late game, and that's what they seem to do best. But at the end of the day,
now led to this moment. So now, here we are, moving into the pinnacle of the PGC with 2 rounds remaining. My name is Match. I'm joined by Paper Thin. We're going to be taking you through these last 2 rounds. And man, we've got a beautiful setup to look forward to.
from all across the globe. The teams are now here in the final moments, and it looks like there are a few front runners that we're going to be keeping our eyes very closely on as we shift over to Erangel Matchroom. This has been one heck of a day, but it's getting pretty top-heavy up there.
I mean, we're starting to see some separation come out. There's still a couple of chances for these guys that are not in these top 4 or 5 positions. Maybe they could have a huge showing, but it's got to be big. It's got to be now. And this is what it all comes down to. We've seen sweat, tears, so much determination lead to this point. This is whenever you have to clutch up and show what you're made of.
And this is where you need your superstars to come up big. So far, we have been seeing that. It's been Pio for Gen G. 20 kills in 10 games. Anybody who pays any attention to competitive PUBG knows that averaging 2 kills a game is really damn good. Now, just behind him is Forever from 4AM, who has been an absolute monster for them and has kept them in things today. He has 19.
That clutch save, where he was just, it was one against the world there at the end of it, and somehow Forever just managed to survive through the whole thing. Gen G, these are your guys. You've been talking about them for so long now. They're stepping up. This is the team that you've been looking forward to, so what do we need to keep our eyes on today?
Pio. You need to keep your eye on Pio. If he can stay alive, if he can guide his team properly into these late game situations. They do excellent when they're given a circle. They spread out. They're able to control a lot of territory. We saw them come into a circle a bit late, making a long rotation in the first game on Miramar today and make it work with some really aggressive play. If they are outside of the circle, they need to be aggressive. On Sanhok, they weren't, and they paid a bit for it. Pio managed to do the best he could, but at the end of the day, it's all on his shoulders in a way.
Well, with this, here we go. Everybody knows what day it is today. Is it FaZe Sunday? This is the time to tell. It has been a story building for so long. These guys can just step up whenever they need to. Just manage to turn around these magnificent games where they just do the impossible. Do they still have it in the tank? Can they get these last 2 rounds?
Their teamwork is incredible. Their positioning impeccable. And right now it's AT leading the way with 16 kills. Uba has 14, not too far behind. This team is very well balanced, and there are so many scary players on it. They are absolutely capable of toppling Gen G as the top team.
When you talk about teams that can topple other ones, 4AM, these guys do not care. They will charge anything at any given time. They are they're aggression incarnate, it feels like. They will just walk up and take any fight, and they will probably win it. You just have to surprise them.
It's what's getting them here. It's what has got them to this tournament. They are an incredible team. I love watching them. VC off the backs of a huge win, just destroying those last couple teams, TSM and FaZe, dashing the EU hopes there. They are in a position where if they have 2 more big games, they're absolutely in contention.
Well, we're moving over towards Erangel, where it's been kind of chaotic as far as performances go inside. A lot of these teams that we used to herald as like these phenomenal Erangel teams have kind of struggled. When you look at a stage like this and you're playing against the best of the best in the world, the competition rises. Now, which teams can step up as we do have the plane up and in the air? Making our way over towards Erangel. Plane path is going to be going right over shooting range and ending just south of Novo.
The final map, the last 2 games begins now. Erangel is here. Who will come out as our grand champion?
Couple of very interesting shifts right off the start. You can see the Rumblers are cutting back over towards Zarky. We've seen a lot of competition happening back down towards the middle. We know 4AM, they love to drop down around school. This is kind of they own this area. But we've seen a lot of very interesting shifts happening in these buildings in between Pachinki and school. Gonna kind of keep an eye out, see if those are contested at all. We know that Genesis loves to make that push back down towards Pachinki as well.
One thing I want to point out that can be very important in this situation, Rumblers have gone Zarky. They aren't going to Lipovka, and FaZe is getting out over Sosnovka, as is Entus Force. Of course, we saw Entus Force going military base. Curious to see exactly where FaZe is going to shoot to here.
So we see VC doing an extended push. Looks like they're making their way back over towards that shelter lumberyard area. They should have plenty of control with the shifts and how people have opted into not dropping around this time. FaZe, they actually dropped out over military base to realize, hey, nobody's going back over towards like Milta Power. Now starting to make that push back over there, but that's just going to open up all of this terrain for VC. They're going to have plenty of space to loot.
I think this is just FaZe playing it safe, making sure no one is trying to hot drop them. Circle is going to be dead center. So a potentially fair circle depending on how it goes, because sometimes that river will cut things off for a while.
Look at this 2-2 split coming up from Lazarus. We have 2 over in Yasnaya, 1 in Saverny, and then one west of Severny. These guys are trying to claim a lot of territory up towards the northern part of the circle.
Well, I tell you what, we'll see if they can make that work. Entis Ace has a member up there as well, but they're splitting out around the ruins and the Sunken City, which has kind of been their home in these finals for Entis Ace, but today has been not their day. It was a thing I was worried about going in today about Entis Ace. They came through on that one-day 6-game tournament. They played very, very well throughout the group stages and the semis, but finally I think the pressure has caught up with them.
There is just so much pressure in playing in an event like this. We've had several weeks of competition where you just constantly have to mentally rebound. We talk about the decision-making process being such a big factor of PUBG. When you play at this level of competition and you have that pressure just constantly mounting on top of your head, you've got to be so careful with every single one of your play calls moving into these last 2 rounds.
Yeah, everything is so important. And Entis Ace likes to take aggressive early positions. It just hasn't been their day today. We're going to see exactly how these teams start rotating. Nobody's really making any moves yet on the map. Everybody's just kind of in their normal little drop location. So we haven't seen much skirmishing here, and teams are pretty spread out.
It's a centralized circle. I mean, there's not anything crazy that's going on in here. We haven't had any real big tells. Everybody knows this territory. This is the backyard for every single team. Almost everybody seems like they're very comfortable in their drops and the positioning that they managed to get right now. Just a couple of teams on the outside might have to make their way into the safe zone, but it's not really any long rotations. Nothing too crazy. It's just about if people opt into going a little bit further inland. If they want to move towards that center position just a couple of meters more, that's where we might see a little bit of contention for position come into play.
Yeah, there's not much water in this, so there's tons and tons of real estate available to all of these teams. The real question becomes around phase 2 and 3, when it starts shifting, how much of that river is going to be in play, because that becomes a really important focal point of this map.
So we do see VC starting to regroup. Looks like they're making their way over towards these reds. Remember, they did drop around farm shelter. They had a very interesting split over in this position. Going to regroup, moving back a little bit more centralized, moving over kind of close to where 4AM is positioned at, but Lazarus still getting away with this ridiculous split all the way across the north. Almost everything north of Yasnaya except for Zarki is theirs right now.
Yeah, there's not much else going on there. They can kind of take control over that northern area, and if they get the shift that goes north, they should be pretty well positioned. I mean, nobody wants to go up there. You want to be on the south side of the river, most likely, especially with the way this circle looks.
But we've been baited by circles so far.
Yes.
So if we see this go up towards the north, it actually could lead to a very interesting situation. Whenever you're running a split like this, you're kind of assuming that you have time to regroup in no rush. But then the circle pops on you and you're like, damn it, we all have to get back together as fast as possible. It's very, very dangerous. So that's why you're starting to see a couple of these teams start to regroup at this stage, trying to figure out where they're going to move to. Now, we have so many, okay, like you're talking about, almost everybody's back down towards the south right now. Nobody is really moving around too much in any different difficult positions. If we do see a northern shift, I feel that's where all the chaos is going to kick off. And I mean, we've seen some chaotic circles so far, and I know the fact that that's kind of what a lot of people are looking for. Whenever you move into this last game, you can call me evil, you can call me an agent of chaos, whatever else like that, but I want to see the best of the best play under circumstances where you can just fully appreciate, where they can showcase their skill.
Well, I tell you what, if you like those funky circles, this has been your finals. We've had a lot of really good ones, I tell you what, but this one's pretty normal so far. I mean, we're going to get basically, it's almost exactly dead center right on top of the school there. And you can see some teams are going to be starting to make their way in. FaZe eventually will start rolling. They got to this location a little bit late because they dropped over Sosnovka Island, so they're going to make sure they get fully looted up, and there's not much distance for them to travel, not much distance for any team to travel. The only thing I'm maybe a little bit curious about is if anybody's going to gatekeep Enter's force on the military baseline. I kind of doubt it. Like, it doesn't really seem worthwhile at this point.
So if you're new to watching PUBG, something to note right now, you can see a couple of these teams who are early in their rotation factor. Usually if you're an early rotator, that means that you're trying to opt for a center position, so that way you can get control mathematically of the best location, so that way you don't have to move in the later circles. If you're a later rotator, that means the fact that you have no problems in just trying to get into a position, maybe get a couple of kills on the edge, but instead just try to carve a path inside the circle and really try to get information playing the edge first. FaZe, often known for doing very long rotations, trying to scout out everything before they make that first push into the second circle.
Yeah, a very disciplined team, and that is something that'll get you very far in PUBG Esports, is discipline. Knowing when to make the right pushes, knowing where to set up, get your information, and make your moves based off of that. You'll see a lot of teams get on high ground. Right now, Gen G is up on this mountain. You can see so much of the map from up here. This is why you will often see Gen G come up here right away, basically no matter where the circle is.
But there is the down
downside. Whenever you're playing at the top of Everest, if the other guy's got scopes, they're back around this. There could be a couple of pot shots from angle you aren't expecting. Could be downed. I mean, there's a couple of little rocky terrain points that you can play off of, but look at this. I love to watch how people drop and they handle this as they're immediately making the way over towards the mountain like you were talking about. Damon's going to come over there as well, feeding information. Meanwhile, Loki, Pio, going around, collecting as much loot as possible, then bringing it back over towards their teammates, dropping it off so that way everybody is fully looted.
Yeah, so Tempo Storm does have a 2-2 split down here on the south side of Everest, and you can see Pio has maybe seen them, maybe not. Sharpshot is up on the roof, Sharky there with him. So Tempo has a bit of a block here. Gex is up to the north. GEX is up and covering the north side of the river on the east side of Georgia Pole, which is a common position for a lot of teams to take, because if this shifts north, you can catch a lot of teams in transition.
So we do have Tempo Storm running that larger rotation right there. VC firmly regrouped. We were talking about they were trying to move a little bit more centralized right now in no specific rush. Really, this is an interesting point where you can get a lot of kills depending on how rotations come into play. But with everybody playing so quiet, I mean, everybody's just trying to get information. And the problem is there hasn't been a kill yet. And when this starts happening, nobody's taking shots. It's all about angles, trying to see if you can catch somebody out. And that's exactly what GEX is trying to do. The shots go back over towards Loki. Loki's going to be able to get away from Sophia, but it looks like there could be another trap as Leo's just right down the line, and several other people might be able to take the shots back over towards Loki's vehicle's already on fire, and there we go! That's got to be first blood of the round.
An early loss for Gen G. That is painful. Loki has been quite solid for them throughout this tournament. 14 kills for him, 14 for Taming as well. So that is a big early loss, and a lack of information or maybe just a little impatience from Gen G cost them early.
And that's the problem. Whenever everything is so quiet, there's no gunshots to give away position. People could be sneaking around all these different parts of the map, and it makes it so nerve-wracking to move through different parts of this circle. Even with this great vision, you can see that Gen G is holding up towards the top of it. They just weren't expecting a trap in that position and just lose a member off of it.
Yeah, it's a smart play by GEX, and like I was talking about, you can catch people coming over those bridges real easy. There's a lot of easy setup points to camp that spot. Here is Iroh putting some shots into, I believe that is Kale from Entus Force, who is already very hurt. Looks like he might have connected a bit, but so far, looks like Kale is going to get ahead.
Where are we going? This is what I want to see. Man, I wouldn't be surprised if it goes centralized, which it's going to do. I was hoping for something a little bit more spicy, but now it's going to make life a little bit more interesting for Gen G. They're off on the side of this. I mean, these are front runners right now, and now they're going to have to cut a path back over towards the center of the circle with so many teams posted up on the sides of this. I mean, there's only been one person that dies. There's no easy way to make a rotation in this safe zone.
What I suspect Gen G might do is tank some blue damage for a while and potentially try to come in from the northeast side, from the Yasnaya side. That's going to be, at least if you're looking at the plane path that came in, it was a little more western based. That's the most likely place to not have teams. Now, what I'm curious about is what the Rumblers are doing, because they're moving up on the northeast.
Notice how FaZe came back in. Remember, they dropped late in the plane path, so they actually came from Military Base Island doing a long drop. And look how separated it is. Everybody has their own specific spot that they have to drop, regroup, and then make your way in rotation.
Yep, so let's get some looks at Pokemoladoy and Na'Vi. They've been playing very, very well throughout this tournament. They are at times really explosive, a dangerous team. Very good on Sanhok, I felt like. Those guys really played that map very well. QM, one of the other China teams, they might be running into their brethren. 4 a.m. here.
And they know exactly. They know that this is a 4 a.m. territory. This is where they always like to play. 4 a.m. has control over the circle right now, so hasn't had to move. But QM does manage to find one building, one interesting angle to approach on, and they're like, okay, we've at least got this, but what do we do with it now? As they're not, it's going to be so hard to get any more information or really make any peeks just based off of the positioning that 4 a.m. is at.
Yeah, I want to see how 4 a.m. plays this. They've got a 2-2 split across the school and the apartments. Will they call in for reinforcements, or are they just going to kind of have a standoff here? You can see Gen G making their rotation around the north like I thought they might try, but they've got Lazarus and the Rumblers with a similar idea.
Well, this one's already faring better than the last one, not losing anybody inside this rotation. So with a very large northern rotation like this, the teams that did opt into the north, like you were talking about, Rumblers and specifically Lazarus, might be able to catch him out. So with this, you have to be very, very cautious on it. You can see how far away from the circle Gen G is right now, making this rotation out. Exactly as you called it, no rush to really get in circle. But that's going to be 8C going down early to Microfry. That's going to be trouble for FaZe. They are 6 points out of first and lose a member, but Gen G's already lost one as well.
Yeah, this has been a big storyline that I've been really keen on during these finals. is actually the Rumblers versus FaZe. Early on yesterday, the Rumblers kept running into FaZe. A lot of times because they dropped Lepolka, FaZe was dropping Mill to power, so they were running into each other on rotations, and Rumblers was getting the best of them.
I don't know, Paper, it feels like we've moved into the last 2 rounds of a game before where we were having to talk about a team with Uba on it and a team with Pio on it and how it was breaking down and who's losing members because it just became so dangerous. Oh, no, GX, that's not the way you want to do this. But it's all right. He's alive, guys. He made it out.
He'll be fine. He just rub some dirt on it. He'll be okay. No problem.
It's asserting dominance towards your teammates. Look, I'm the shot caller now.
All right, Pio's going to set up, get some more information on the north side of the Yasnaya Lake. Likes what he sees, more or less. He probably caught Lazarus over to his west, moving across the eastern Razak Bridge. I know that's a little bit confusing there, but there's 2 bridges by Razak. They're both pretty small, but the one's right in the middle of Razak. The other one's to the east, and Genji is going to continue to tank some blue and come in, looks like around the Yasnaya area.
This is dangerous depending on the path that they come in. They're taking a lot of blue damage at this stage. Sure, they have the meds running up, but with the circle shift away from that look, Genji's over in Yasnaya. They have to cross the entirety of the circle to make it back over there or take even more blue damage. But really, if you're a Na'Vi fan right now, if you like W-Click, they're in great positions as well as 4AM still posted up exactly where they started.
I think 4AM is in a really important position for themselves right now. Both of the other top two contenders are outside of this circle. They are in and they could try to play gatekeeper. This is QM though, taking some shots at Lazarus. Lazarus getting through mostly unscathed there. Or, excuse me, that's T1. That's not Lazarus. The colors, I got confused there.
So we have T1 making a cut back over towards the top of Potato Mountain. There is a team that's situated up on the top of it, and it's going to be W-Click. So we're going to have to see how T1 decides to make this rotation. There's outside shots kind of forcing them to funnel into this position, but I think they managed to find a dip that's got a little bit of cover to play around. Meanwhile, FaZe really just trying to find some easy approach into this, but it's going to be a little bit hazardous. You can see that they have Force right next to him. TSM already waiting along this path. We have to be so cautious in making this. Instead, FaZe is going to hop out, see if maybe they can get a shot back over towards it, but narrowly misses on it. T1 decides that they're just going to crash right back over next to where Navi's at. There's already 2 members at T1 down. Make that 3. There's just Jeff Locke left, and there's so many shots coming from outside angles. There's nowhere easy for him to go. He's just huddled down inside these vehicles.
I mean, he gets the first aid off, and only Akkad is left to be res, but it's going to be near impossible to get to him. The vehicle blows up behind him, and finally he's taken out by Rybo. That will be T1 out in 16th place.
Navi's just sitting there like, what just happened outside this? Everything was happening. That was all third party going on. There was a couple of grenades being thrown out. You can see a doozy did get 1 kill, but it was just sheer chaos as they were waiting for somebody to approach, and they just got cut to pieces before they can even make it to the door.
FaZe is forced off just a little bit maybe to the east of TSM here. Another interesting setup that Genji is going to have to face in front of them is a long split from VC. VC is doing a very long 1-1-1-1 split in like a 45-degree angle across the circle. They control a lot of that situation over there, and I would suspect that's kind of where Genji is thinking about going, but it's going to be very tough to get through that.
Genji's been rotating for a little while. You can kind of see based off the lines moving across the map. They're slowly making their way back on approach into rush as of right now, but looks like they might just be opting into a direct approach, but has to be very cautious. We already know that QM's posted up in the exact same spot as 4AM. This is a firing squad, just waiting to light up anybody that comes by, and PO is going to be the front runner for it. You can see a couple of shots did come back over as GX is eliminated, so now we're going to have to see PO realizes, okay, that might be a little bit too hot. They have to have done their homework and know that 4AM loves to be in this spot, and that's a little risky.
This is so precarious for Genji. PO is in the Doom Buggy. This is one of the worst vehicles to be in this situation. It blows up pretty easily. It's pretty easy to get some shots in through the front of it. You're taking blue damage. This is what I was talking about. This is what I thought Genji might think about doing, and they might be forced to do because of this blue.
Summer does have an angle back over towards it, taking the shots back over towards PO. A little bit of damage coming through. Got to be a lot coming back over towards Genji. Summer does go, gets a connecting shots onto one of them. That's another member of Genji down. So with this, Genji does manage to cross through one team, but there's several other teams posted up. Rumblers is looking back over towards them. Could this be the opening that everybody is looking for? Are we going to see the team at the top finally go down early? It's going to be a peak battle back and forth, and Microprice got the angle, and there you go. Genji is out.
Disaster for the Korean team that is on top. It is a combination of BC and the Rumblers who tear them apart. Could not find anywhere to go in this circle. Everything was already taken.
FaZe, the door is open for you. This is your opportunity if you can claim it. 4AM has a chance to have a big game as well. They've got a ton of circle favor going over towards them. W-Click is still holding the top of this hillside. Ace is going to lose 1. maybe even more, trying to get that UAZ just across the hill.
All right, Rang and another member of Entis Ace coming down this hill. Looks like Mickey is with him. We got to see a nifty little drive-by. Ooh, Alpaca in there. So 3 in that UAZ. We got to see a little nifty drive-by by Joy earlier today, but he is already down for Entis Ace.
That was like the most casual drive-by. I'm going to look over here, take a couple of shots, and that's going to be it.
Well, Navi is doing some work on the Genesis right now. This is OG and Entis Force. Still an outside shot for them. They're going to absolutely have to just go crazy these last couple games. They have any hope at all. Coming into today, it looked like they could have a shot, but these first 4 games have not been theirs, and this is a battle for these compounds on the east side of Pachinki between Navi and Genesis.
So we have VC in rotation, trying to cut a path, get into a gatekeeping position in front of QM. A couple of shots coming from the side of them. It's going to be Rumblers. They love to fight across the edge of the circle. They just like to take shots at anything that moves around them. They spot this out, and they're actually starting to push back this direction. So if we see a fight happen between VC and QM, Rumblers could opt into third party and just sneaking up right back behind them.
I would expect nothing less of the Rumblers. They're already getting it kicked off. It is going to be Micro Fry who finds Duma with the first knock, so that is 3 for VC. This might be the go time for QM as well. They are desperate for some points. Everybody is playing for this massive prize pool. The higher you can get, the more money you are going to make. So every kill, every point counts.
There is nowhere for VC to go. They've got 1 member up. They're caught between 2 very violent teams right now. You can see Tide's just trying to find an angle. There's nothing that he can do. It's all about this pathing that we can see from Rumblers back behind it. The grenade's going to roll out. Is it going to be enough? Narrowly makes it around the tree, but there's no cover. VC is out as well.
VC is dusted, and after a great Sanhok game, they are not able to duplicate their success. Now there's the battle popping off between these guys, the Rumblers and QM. There is one knocked. Liga is down. You see Wu Feng over there, easy up, and Navi, they are still in this battle now. And it looks like H-Win's going to get the finish onto a doozy, but Genesis was taken out.
4 Angry Men gets light signs back over towards W-Click there and trying to see if they can get any angles for it. W-Click to Rubo, looks like they're going for some shots. Stops for just a second. ZGG just annihilates him. Now you can see the opening starting to come up towards the top of this. 4AM running a very, well, I wouldn't say too separated split right now, just making their way up the hillside, but off to the side of this, Lazarus also thinking of making a similar approach back over towards it as Rumblers still looking back over towards QM.
Love the Rumblers. They are just suffocating QM right now. Just keeping Wu Feng completely blocked in, knowing that he's going to have to start moving because that blue is right on his butt.
Tempo's pushing up, tries to make their way back over towards Navi, but nice hold back on this angle for it, just jumping around the bathtub, trying to buy a little bit more space. But it's going to be Sharp Shot, going for the peek back over towards it. Navi tries to hold it together, but they're going to go down in 11.
A nice push here by Tempo Storm is going to give them control over that western edge compound. They've got Lazarus to their north, and down here on their south is Entis Force, who is doing a good job containing their sister team. Rang, the last member up for Entis Ace.
See, it's just a pressure cooker. It was so quiet for so long. There's just nowhere left for all of these teams to survive at, and now it's just a matter of cutting a path through this game to make it towards the center to try to survive. You can see Uba is down right now, looking back over towards TSM, but 4 Angry Men now has their sights set back over towards Lazarus. They have the upper hand. They have the angles back down towards it. Grenades are starting to roll back over towards Lazarus, but Lazarus somehow managing to fight, hold an angle on it, but it's going to be Tempo Storm with that side flank onto it. They might be able to take a couple of shots back into this and completely undo Lazarus.
I want to see W-Click potentially get involved in this. They need points desperately as well. They're on top of Potato Mountain. A good grenade from Forever is going to find Uncivil. Purdy Curdy crouched behind this rock, trying to get a heal off. Uncivil's going to crawl over to him to try to get the res as well. Forever is going to launch some more explosives into that area.
Gotta be so cautious off that. It's gonna roll back down the hill, so every little bit of space is so problematic. The res does come back for Uncivil right now, but Purdy steps out, instantly gets dropped by Sharky. Remember, Tempo Storm has an angle on this as well, and there you go, Lazarus is out in 8.
Sandwiched between Tempo Storm, their NA brethren, of course, the running joke, NA on NA, but 4AM was definitely a big part of that as well. Now over to FaZe. They have 0 kills and only Fuzzface left now. Mexi is very hurt. We're gonna go for the res. This is, of course, a much needed healthy member for them, and Fuzzface throwing some smoke grenades down, but TSM is keeping their eyes posted on this.
This is very dangerous. Anytime you throw down one of the smokes at this stage of the game with this many people alive, It's a giant flag just saying, hey, look over here. There's a potential kill you can get. As you can see, everybody on TSM looks back over that direction. Fuzzface is trying to go for this res, takes a little bit of damage, but the rock is going to provide a little bit of cover. The spray just nearly going over their heads. They're going to have to be so cautious when they complete the res because they might just pop right up into a headshot.
There's just enough of a rock left there. I feel like TSM should try to push on that and give themselves a chance, but for now, they think they can get it done with just their snipers. Here's 4AM swinging around the north side of WClick. Already one member knocked for WClick. Silzen is going to be finished off by Sharp Shot from Tempo Storm.
That's never a place you want to be. Just huddled up next to a tree and watch your friend die right next to you just as body collapses against you. That means that you know you have absolutely no cover. But we have seen 4AM trying to get control over the northern part of this circle. Rumblers to the northeast of it right now. Tempo Storm back over towards the west. And a couple of these teams just kind of spattered towards the middle of it with Remnants coming through.
Here comes Tempo Storm. They are pushing up on FaZe. A huge moment in the tournament right now. It is a 2v2 with the other two members of TSM lagging a bit, providing long-range cover. Iroh up front with Rory. They know exactly where Mexi is. If these grenades are good, this could be the end of the round for Mexi, and it's right on top of him.
That is such a beautiful throw coming out from this. So Fuzzface did manage to get away from it, but then there was one. He gets spotted out by the Rumblers, and that's FaZe Clan down in 7th. So now it's starting to open up a little bit for 4AM as the guys in those top two positions already out.
I tell you what, if 4AM can do this, it will be neck and neck at the top of the leaderboards going into the last game. Gen.G with 0 points. FaZe just gets 1. Now we're moving over to the Rumblers, who are trying to push down onto TSM from the high ground. Seeing some other members. They're going to get backed off, though, by some nice shots from the TSM squad.
Rumblers move up to 10 kills. They've got a beautiful position. Great sightlines back down towards TSM. Meanwhile, Force is trying to get more control over the angles. Caught up in a lot of fights with multiple teams just trying to get to some form of cover. Kale narrowly manages to make it, but there are so many teams surrounding him. Keep in mind, there is still WClick up at the top of this hill looking back down towards it. 4 Angry Men. It's kind of like one of these king of the hill situations where everybody's just trying to make their way up towards the top of it, and it's just death the whole way.
And there's just Harold by his lonesome up there. A good grenade from Lost is going to finish off Rory. The smoke was down, but it was not enough to give him the cover he needed. Of course, those grenades so good. And now we're seeing Kale get into Tempo Storm as well as Indigo, but 4AM is up on the hill, and they can see the two members of Ventus Force that are firing down on the Tempo.
4AM has been they've been so involved in so many fights, but they're only sitting on 2 kills right now. They're needing a bigger game if they're wanting to try to catch up to FaZe at this point. They're still 10 points behind, but it's really the Rumblers on the opposite side of the circle right now. They're just massacring everything around them. That's going to be Tempo Storm now going down as TSM looks like they're going to make a push back over towards Force instead.
All right, another big kill going over to 4AM. A grenade's going to finish off TSM from Duya. Entus Force with 7 kills right now. They need every point they can get to climb themselves back up into contention.
It feels like this could be the round for a couple of teams that are really needing it. There's this one, and then the next one to follow it up. Force is running a huge split. They're all across the bottom of this hill. They can look back up onto it, but that means that they've surrendered the high ground towards all these other teams. We do have 4AM still holding down a huge chunk of it. It's going to be Rumblers holding down the other side, and Harold just in the middle of it praying everybody kills him.
Yeah, Loss almost landing some shots onto an OG and Entus Force member. Gonna back them down off that hill a little bit, and here's Harold's perspective as he just looks around. Please don't come. Please don't
fighting
come.
each other. Keep fighting each other. I don't want to move. This is my home now. All right, new circle's gonna pop. I'm venturing to say Harold's probably gonna be in it, and yes, he does manage to stay in. So now, Rumblers, they're gonna have to make a little bit of a rotation through, but it's starting to shift away from that center at the top of the hill, and you can see 4AM looking off to the side of this. They do have sights back over towards Force.
This could get really dicey really fast for Entus Force. Both the Rumblers and 4AM are starting to encroach on their positions. You've got Doya up in the middle, guarding the high ground for them, but Sungjan, Kale, and Indigo lag behind in this 3-1 split they've got going, and you can see the Rumblers are very hungry to get down on top of Entus Force.
This is a scary as hell place to be if you're Force right now. Rumblers and 4AM, they do not care. They just see everything as potential points, and they will push towards it. You can see just slowly and steadily being sandwiched. Shots come out from 4AM. That's going to be 2 members of Force already down. Now it's starting to come apart for Force. Shots do start coming back out, but it's actually going to be the Rumblers protecting Force.
The Rumblers are buying a little bit of time for Force, but I'm not sure if they have any hope of getting to Kale and Indigo. There is a lot of teams that can kind of see that area, so let's see what Sungjang and Duya have left. This is going to back Forever and ZG off a little bit, but man, tell you what, Forever is going nuts. There he goes. He is going to get the flush on to Indigo.
Look at the movement differences from what we're seeing right now. Force is just trying to get towards the center. Meanwhile, these really aggressive teams are just running all around the edges of the circle, just trying to hunt down every kill that they can get. Grenade really close back over towards Sanhok. Next grenade's going to come back for it. Is that going to be a little bit closer? A little bit more damage? It's okay. It's okay. He's still alive inside of this position, but next one's going to land right on him.
Right off the tree branch into Sungjong's face. What a grenade from Loss. A little bit of luck there, but some nice stuff. Xiao Lu does find Herald, so W-click out in fourth. This is looking very good for the 4 Angry Men.
It looks like it's 4 Angry Men on one side and the Rumblers on the other, as alas, poor Force is just caught in the middle. One member up. Shot starting to go back and forth between the two of them. Cherry Poppins managed to make it back around. We're still sitting on 13 kills from the Rumblers, and you can see Duya is just cowering right now, being like, just start fighting each other off of these angles. So, look at the mini-map. See the separation that's starting to happen. There's still this hill that's kind of dividing everything as people are starting to vie for different positions on it.
Oh, Duya is in a lot of trouble here. If any of these teams step just a little bit closer to him, the circle's going to head the Rumblers' direction just a little bit, but all of these teams still have some real estate available for them here. Duya's going to put down some stuff in front of him, but now somebody spotted him out. A shot hits the tree right next to him. Could just be some pre-fire as well. Sees ZGG, but is not going to pull the trigger, of course.
He could be huge from this position since everything's just kind of going over him at the time. If he decides to step up, take some shots, he could weaken one of these teams immediately, allowing the other one to just step up and pounce the position. Rumblers still moving back around the southern part of the circle on the hunt. They know that one member of Force is still in this position. 4 AM still just trying to get a little bit more information, but they're moving up towards the top of the hill instead. Everybody's just kind of circling around Doya's position as he's got his Molotovs just chilling off to the side of him.
Well, right now, this is a little game of cat and mouse, trying to take the best possible spots in this circle. You can see 2 members of 4 AM are heading up onto the high ground to the north. They're going to find a little bit of damage onto a member of the Rumblers. Way less up here with some smoke for cover, but now the Rumblers quickly reposition because they know they've been spotted out.
I love watching the way both of these teams move, but it's going to be Doya that steps up, gets a shot back over towards Wayless. Microfry moves back over towards 4 AM, but it's going to be Shula getting a shot back over towards him, so now a 3v3, but somehow Doya is still alive in the middle.
All right, let's see if Xiao Lu can get this flush. He does, but he gets shot by another member. I believe it was Cherry Poppins who put some damage into him. Doya does get found out by a grenade from Forever. Entus Force out in third. 4 AM looking very good right now. It is 3v3 standing. Wayless is knocked. Let's see if they can get that revive.
The nerves coming out from Cherry Poppins right now. These grenades are rolling down right next to him. ZGG still thinks that he has the angle for it, but it's so risky to go for the throw. The angle looks like it might be good, and it's going to roll right back behind Cherry Poppins, but it's not going to do any damage towards him. The angle's still being held. ZGG's on peak with one side of this, Cherry Poppins on the other, and it's going to be ZGG that gets him down, but he has to be cautious. He's taking a lot of damage. Waldo's down on the other side, and there we go. It's all turning up. 4 AM with 11 kills.
And you can listen to this crowd erupt. The Chinese fans are pumped for the second win of the day for 4 AM.
They are an unstoppable force once they start getting going. These guys live off of the adrenaline. They can just murder anything in their path. I gotta say, that was such an intriguing battle to watch between them and Rumblers.
Really patient play from both teams, but in the end, 4 AM makes an aggressive move to take the top of that hill, and that gave them sightlines onto so many members of the Rumblers.
These guys are definitely the fan favorite crowd. We've all seen how many people are just dropping so many votes on them, and they're just a pleasure to watch. I mean, I always like to talk about the aggression that they bring out, but it is always so controlled. There's always a motive behind every single movement that they make.
Somebody has to find a way to stop them, because right now they look incredible. They move so well, they team fight so well, their positioning is incredible, their knowledge of the map is top tier. It's an incredible play from them. That's all I've got.
If you're a FaZe or a Gen G fan right now, this last round has got to make you a little bit nervous. Force managing to hold up, move into that third position, but walking away with a round victory. 4 AM, you don't want these guys to start charging up moving into the last game.
No, absolutely not. This is the scariest team in the lobby right now. Like we said earlier, it's their second win of the day. They look to be completely on fire, but there is still one more game to play. There is still a lot of teams in this.
So much is still on the line moving into this last round. start to feel like we're going to see, I don't know, a little bit of separation happening in the leaderboard, but instead it's just going to start getting more compacted as we move into this last round. But let's hear it from the 4 angry men themselves. Seltzer, take it away.
Thank you, guys. I'm here with ZGG, and we have to talk about this execution in the final moments of this match. You and your team were able to take the high ground away from Rumblers. What led to that call out?
你和你们的队伍在高地，能得到了高地，那是怎么得到的？
因为之前圈边已经打扫干净了，后来就把圈上山上的人稍微压制了一下，他们并没有过来，然后我们就比较轻松的上山了，然后下边又打起来了，所以就挺容易的。
There wasn't a lot of people on the high ground, so it was easy to get the high ground.
Great, so you guys moved right in there. That puts you in a perfect position to clinch the match. But moving forward, you started this match in 3rd place. You need to not only get placements, but kills to get towards the end. Have you changed your strategy at all to try and get kills, or are you very comfortable after this finish?
你们在完美的位置，得到了，赢了。然后呢，你们现在是第3名，所以你们换了你们的技术吗？你们的战术换了吗？
没有，这个。就是我们在自家作战一样，那个就是我们锁楼出来，这边是我们比较熟悉的，挺好打的。
We didn't change our strategy. We just used our comfortable strategy that we used before.
Well, it must be a comfortable strategy for you getting kills because you have over 50 kills here in the PGC this weekend and throughout. So I want to know what makes you so good at clicking heads.
你现在有50淘汰以上，为什么你在这个特别好的？现在你有50以上淘汰，让你有这么多的淘汰是什么原因？
第一肯定是指挥的好，后来是圈好，再后来就是打得好。
The circle was great, and then I also did great.
Well, whatever it is, it's working for you guys. So I'm going to send you back to your seat so you can get in this last game here at PGC. And I'm going to give it back over to the analysts to take us through one more.
It wouldn't be a world championship in PUBG if it wasn't for China showing up and making this a very, very close contest here towards the very end. The People's Champion gets another victory on the board for day number 2, and they make it very close indeed. A huge game by 4am. First place, 11 kills, massive points on the board, and it's all going to come down to the last game. Toffees, Froz, Avenger, that was a great display by 4am.
Oh my goodness, 4am played out of their minds. They managed to somehow get that high ground advantage on the Rumblers, who, by the way, were an absolute wrecking ball during this match with 14 kills, and 4am has just been putting the pedal to the metal, no looking back.
I mean, it just looks great when you watch them, how they rotate, how they move. They started in the apps there. They took it very passive, but also how they were moving up towards the other teams. There were so many teams up towards Potato Hill already, but they fought one by one and just took them down.
Second last game of the day, highlights time here as we start things off. Na'Vi picking up massive kills onto T1. They tried to crash this compound Avenger. It was very unsuccessful.
This compound ended up being an absolute slaughterhouse. I didn't expect it to be that. Na'Vi's managed to survive for a long time. Tempo then managed to crash them, and there's a lot of third party. There's a lot of so much map awareness and so much micro plays that really made this match one of a kind.
I mean, as we get to the end of these highlights, you're going to notice that FaZe is not in it and Gen G is not in it. And I think they played too defensive, too passive. They left the door open for 4am to slip in and try to steal this away from them. And as we get to the final breakdown here, you can see them doing it. ZGG01, just a masterclass and getting that peek and getting the kills, and Rumblers, they just didn't stand a chance once that high ground was taken over.
4AM with another victory under their belt here for the last day of the tournament. Let's look at those points coming in, of course, as we do have 4AM at the very, very top there, getting themselves a big chunk of points to be able to propel them up the board. Once again, the Rumblers getting big points on the board here to try and propel them up the line.
You know, we talked earlier, I was like, man, they're playing for like $60,000. I don't think so. I think they're playing for like possibly top 4 at this point, and we're talking 6 figures. Like, that's the passion you want to see as they play these games.
This is the Rumblers we know. They can be super explosive, and they showed us on Sanhok, the last game there. They don't even know how to play Sanhok, but they managed to get a bunch of kills, and now once again,
they promised us a top 5 today, and I'm happy to see them step up. They're potentially going to take that in the last game, guys.
Absolutely. So a few other points coming in here or there. It's not making too many shifts. Obviously, we're keeping a very close eye on FaZe Clan. We're keeping a very close eye on Gen G. And for Gen G, in these last couple of games, things are slipping away from them. They are not putting up the points here, as of course they are at the top. Ladies and gentlemen, in case you are unaware, the People's Champions 4AM have now taken the lead as they have found themselves 99 points up at the top. Gen G is no longer in first place. This now makes it a 3-horse race. This now makes it a 3-region race up towards the top.
I mean, it took 5 games to take the lead away from them, but finally it falls. It is anybody's game with like 7 points in the differentiation and 3 teams who have all fireworks waiting to go off in the last round.
China, Korea, EU, who's gonna bring it home? I mean, this is gonna be down to the last game, and it's gonna be super close here.
This is truly the global championship.
Oh, yes.
I did not expect it to be this low. 7 points. 3-horse race, guys, to the last game. Unexpected, to be honest.
I pray and hope these 3 teams are the last 3 teams surviving.
Oh my God.
That would be insane. But also, ladies and gentlemen, we should announce that because of everybody's contributions out there, because of everybody purchasing in-game to be able to contribute to the prize pool, not only is the prize pool at $4 million plus for the entirety of the tournament, there is also $2 million going to all of the players here across the board via the Pick'em Challenge as well. So congratulations to everybody for contributing here to PGC. It has been a momentous occasion already, and we have 1 game remaining between these 3 titans of PUBG Esports at the very top.
Say that again. 3 titans, 1 game, $2 million. Literally, 16 teams dropped. Those 3 are playing for $1 million. That just, or $2 million. That blows my mind.
And you might see me smiling a little bit extra, but it's because these 3 top teams, I got them on my pickings. So I'm really happy. I am really happy.
And you contributed as well? You contributed. We all contributed.
7 times.
Fantastic.
7 times.
Absolutely fantastic stuff. Guys, I don't even know what to say about the last potential match coming up here. What are your thoughts, Roz?
I mean, it's going to come down to where we're going to see them drop and stuff. There is so much that is going on in my mind right now. I don't know where to even start, but let's be honest. 4AM, Gen G, and FaZe, all 3 of them have put up enormous amount. And I mean, the game they've been playing, it's just phenomenal.
They've left blood, they've left sweat on the battlefield, but there's a big difference in these 3 teams for me. FaZe and Gen G both tend to default to these long, outside, meandering rotations very defensively. 4AM doesn't care. They smash into the middle, they take out whoever they have to. So if 4AM plays their game and doesn't get knocked out in those first 2 or 3 circles, then I think FaZe and Gen G have to be very stressed out.
Let's take a look at how things did develop when it came to rotations and the drops. One thing that really did stick out, whilst probably not shown here, is that Gen G's rotation was very, very wide. They were once again trying to find a way in where it was very difficult. Actually, is that Gen G there?
No, they went up on Everest. They had PO scouting on Everest as per usual. Then they went on the north side going towards the east, but PO, he ran out of gas. That's how long they rotated, and it didn't work out because they had to go for a close entry into the circle after that.
Oh, they managed to find a gas can last game, because I want to see them fully gassed up for this match, guys.
Absolutely.
Hopefully, these 3 teams, as you said, if we get a dream scenario, a 3v8, 4v4 fight, that would be absolutely fantastic for me.
I'll tell you this, so far in the finals, we have 3 teams that have won 2 games each. Those teams are 4AM, Gen G, and FaZe.
No, I mean, like I said, if they're not gassed up for the 2 million potential, I don't know what else to say. Gen G, though, like I said, they've been playing too passive. They won those early games. They started strong just like yesterday, and it's like they put on cruise control and then never accelerated back up to full speed, and that's why I'm frustrated with them. I need to see them turn off that speed restrictor, go all out and say, this is for everything, because even if you don't win, you're still walking home with, what, almost $1 million? So come on, let's go.
It sounds like you're describing 4AM to me. Never putting the feet out of the gas. They just keep on going, keep on rumbling everyone.
You gotta go fast, man.
From VC in 5th all the way down to Na'Vi in 9th as well, there's only 15 points. If any of these teams have a great game, they could potentially take home an additional 6 figures because our prize pool is now that big.
Yeah, it's very, very tense for a lot of these teams across the board here to try and find themselves the placement that they need. Toughies?
I mean, I think it comes down to the stories of these 3 teams, right? We've got FaZe, who they didn't make it to PGI. They missed it by 1 shot. Depressing for me. We got 4AM. Ooh, you saw the pick'ems. I mean, I don't care how this goes for them. They're still taking home a crazy amount of cash.
Oh, yeah.
And then, of course, we've got the last team in there, Gen G, who is just great. They're coming out of the PKL. They're a dream come true. I can't wait to see which one comes out on top.
For both days, though, they have been sprinters, not marathon runners. And now, at this final hurdle here, Gen G is going to have to be able to try and jump it. And when it's a lobby quite like this Avenger, sometimes those hurdles can be very, very difficult to get over.
It's going to be extremely hard. And also because we have other teams that are kind of playing without any fear now. They have nothing to lose. They can be very dangerous because they will literally just run at you full force. And if we have a team like FaZe, like Gen G, that are playing a bit more passive, they will most likely lose a fight with 4 guys just running at you.
You can't go passive now. I mean, now's the time to go aggressive, super aggressive, to be honest. You don't want to be passive. If you go passive, you see what happened to Gen G in the last game? That's exactly what's going to happen to you.
I mean, Pio's Buggy has been a metaphor for their day, basically, in that context. And they need to step it up. They need to make those plays, and I think that that's what they can do. They've proved last year that they're the best third-person perspective team in the world. Now it's time to prove you're the best first.
Let's listen in with 4AM, the People's Champions.
还有 M。
我底下有2个人，我在这边，我在这边。别急。啊，有个在坡底的，有个在坡底，有个在这个位置。一把雷剑。放到坡底那个了。到了，坡底又倒了。又倒，最后一个。加别急，10道，别急，别退啊！
Yet another chicken dinner under their belt. Amazing scenes here, but all of these scenes, everything here at the PGC is not possible without some of our title sponsors. So a big thank you to NVIDIA, GeForce, and Zowie by BenQ.
Listen to it. Let it build.
An audience here very behind 4AM for sure, and they can hear it. They know exactly how much support is here in the crowd and how much they've been able to garner from that, how much strength they've been able to draw from that is very evident in their last games. Very, very powerful stuff.
They also have a very good advantage going into this last game. They drop in the middle of the map. Both FaZe and Gen G are a little bit dependent on hoping that it's not an east or west circle because that one might knock one of them out into a really tough rotation. 4AM, doesn't matter where it goes, they have the same chance of getting there. So I think that's a little bit could go into play. When we see that first circle pop, who has the advantage?
I'm excited, guys. This is a culmination for a year play. For me, 2 years I started. This is my first tournament. I was here with you 20 kilos ago.
20 kilos ago.
Much less experience. Now 20 kilos more experience, but goosebumps are rising when we hear these guys, when we hear the shouts. 55% or more is currently cheering for 4AM because they have their pick'ems and also, of course, the pride of the People's Champions, guys.
No matter who wins, all these teams have given all they got. And I mean, they've made it so close. It's going to be amazing to watch the last game here.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for the final game of PGC. I want to hear you shake this place to the foundations. Let's head over to the commentary team. It's Erangel. It's game number 12.
4AM managed to step up and move into that first place position. It is so tight up at the top of the leaderboards, and there is 1 round remaining, paper thin. It's time to go.
The pride of EU, the pride of Korea, and the pride of China on the line right now. 4am 99 points, Gen G 97, FaZe 92. These are your 3 front runners, and this is going to be an amazing finish, Matchroom.
This is what you want from a PUBG event, for it to come down to the very tail end of it, for this last round to decide everything. There is so much on the line. It's just like Avenger and the rest of the desk was talking about. We start off over here at IEM Oakland so long ago, and now back in this arena to culminate a full year of esports for PUBG.
And a $4 million prize pool now is on the line. And that is a lot in part to the fans, the passionate fans that love this game. We love you guys. You're the best.
TSM dropping back off towards the north, as well as Force.
Whoa.
These guys are back. They've been back and forth towards the top of the leaderboards, and they're going to be kind of next to each other. It looks like they were potentially going over towards Severny, but instead TSM is going to have to shift away from this. 4am, they're getting their comfort pick. They're just landing right around school. They're going to have QM moving off towards the north of them. We've seen that these guys tend to like to hang out around each other, but it's starting to get messy back towards the north. As you can see, TSM now having to move off. There's not a lot of loot around there, and now we're going back down around Quarry.
This is incredible. The move here by FaZe to drop on the western side of this could potentially pay off. Now we're getting some early action with Lazarus as Entis Force is trying to control Severny. Entis Force here has a very, very outside shot. I will throw it out there, 79 points. They're 20 points outside of first, but it's going to take some crazy luck for those top 3 teams, and then one of the best rounds I've ever seen from them.
I just got really excited. I was hoping that we'd see another VSS kill. I don't know. It only happens in the early game, but whatever happens, it always makes me happy. But we have a lot of teams that are not inside this safe zone, so a couple of dangerous rotations could come into play. We have a lot of water also eating up a ton of space on this, so a lot of these teams are kind of jockeying for different positions, and I do have to point out, we also have Gen G that's just towards the north. They love to drop around South George, and they're going to have a ton of control over that area.
All right, I'm really curious to see how 4am is going to maneuver in this. Are they going to make an early aggressive rotation? Are they going to play it a little bit more patient, wait and try to play some edge? Because FaZe and Gen G already in the circle a bit, but both of them are kind of on the outskirts of where it potentially could end up.
You hit on a very interesting note. Whenever you move into that top position, sometimes this thought happens in your head where you're like, okay, we just need to keep it now. And that's so dangerous in PUBG because once you start deciding that you want to keep it, you start playing more passive, more trying to control. You don't want to risk as much. That's not a 4am way to play this game, and I hope that they just keep the pedal to the metal, keep pressing W, and just keep sending it in because it has been working for them.
You got to go with what's worked. Exactly, and I feel like Gen G has to be doing something similar. That was what was working for them in the first 2 games on Miramar. They were playing, dare I say, 4am-esque.
Oh, 100%. And let's also talk about the fact that we got to see Rumblers and 4am in a fight at the end. I've been wanting to see that for a while now. I just love to see both those teams the way they scrap. But Gen G, again, right on the edge of this circle. They're towards the north of it, but might see a couple of rotations. This tends to be a very popular spot whenever you see a circle like this. A couple of teams will opt into playing around Everest. We know that Gen G is very prone to move into that position, but there's also Hospital, a lot of buildings around those locations, and you can see FaZe, due to plane path, way over towards the other side of the map than where they normally drop that.
Yeah, and I don't think any other team is going to potentially know exactly that this is FaZe. Maybe there was a scrim result where they had to drop here one time. Not exactly sure, but for now, they're just going to be looting up on that western edge. VC is making their way down. Tempo Storm is collecting on the east side of FaZe, north of Quarry here. Gen G moved up to the mountain like we've been talking about. They love to do that. Now they're making their way down, making an early rotation for themselves as well.
So much on the line inside of this, and we just want to do a quick thank you to everybody that is watching. You guys have put in so much in watching this and participating through PGC Pick'ems and the skins and everything that's involved inside this. We are just so happy you guys are enjoying this and tuning in for this last round, as it's going to start getting intense here in just a little while. Circles starting to move here in just a moment. So now it's about how is everybody going to start their rotations. I still have my eye back over towards TSM that had to move way back over next to Kameshki, and a couple of shots already coming back over towards the center as it looks like Genesis does catch W-Click in rotation.
Yep, Genesis moving southwest of Pachinki are finding W-Click, making their way across the southern part. Now we got a battle breaking up between Entis Ace. Rang is down. Sharpshot was already down as well. Rang with that micro Uzi, and he is going to get found out. Here comes Alfaka. He finds a Zanpa. Mickey on the right-hand side. Out-duels me, Luke.
So with this, Mickey's now starting to get controlled back towards the center of this. Sharky's just had to make an exodus out of this position. He's just got to leave his teammates behind. As you can see that Ace has managed to take control over this position. They do lose one. Joy's in the process of bleeding out, but with this, they should be able to rotate back over there and get the res, depending on how these rotations go. You said you wanted to see how 4AM's going to rotate. It's just straight through the middle of it, as now FaZe starting to bump into a couple of teams rotating as well. FaZe is just out in the middle of the road. VC's got an angle. There's already one down. A lot of damage is going back over towards Mixie. So now you can see he's just trying to spin back around over it. This is just a fight in the middle of the road. No, Mixie is down as well.
VC surrounds FaZe and gets 2 of them out the gate. A huge loss for our EU team here. Fuzz, FaZe, and Uba, the only 2 left, and that is going to keep them pinned in that compound more west of all of this fighting.
How did that fight even start off towards the beginning of it? It looks like they just bumped into each other and decided to go for a fight back towards it, and it ends up taking a lot of damage back over towards FaZe. So FaZe losing too early. They can still potentially scrap it together, but 4AM coming in with that aggression that we know that they love to do. Look at the sight lines. They're picking these buildings where they can go for these shots at, and 4AM going to take a quick look at their looting.
And if you were looking in the bottom right-hand corner, you might have just been able to catch who the team next to them is. It's Gen G right next to 4AM. Will those 2 teams rumble? I don't expect it to happen for a while. We're still very early, but potentially there could be a fight that breaks out there. Maybe if one gets a knock on the other, they might just try to knock each other out.
PO is in that dip just to the side of this, and it's going to be W Click taking a couple of shots off of it. So that's going to potentially pin them back over. PO's just trying to get a little bit more information back over towards it. Now it's just a matter of playing with information, paying attention to the kill feed, knowing who's around you is very important. And woo, ZGG just hops in the UAZ, pushing it back over, and we've seen that back over on this angle is where that Ace fight was happening just a second ago.
Yeah, you can see 4AM is splitting up a bit, trying to cover as much territory as they can in the center of this circle. Give themselves easier rotations, easier ability to group up into their fights. They've got Pio out there. They've got Sharky.
Setting traps. They're setting traps right now. They're moving over these UAZs into different positions, trying to use it for cover, but Pio does spot out one of them, gets a couple of shots, not going to connect off of it. So with this, Gen G's going to retreat back a little bit. There's not reinforcements coming up from Pio. It's a little risky, so instead, going to hop in a vehicle, make his way back over towards his teammates.
Wise move by Pio here. He got some damage in. Time to get out, regroup. No knocks came through for that, so he doesn't know exactly who he was shooting at there. But now it's going to go back with Esther, and they're going to do a 2-2 split.
Look at the cover angles back. ZGG is looking back up that hillside, protecting his team that's at the top of the hill, and they can look back down towards him. Really, it's got this kind of kill box that they have set up for themselves, depending on how teams path through this. Looks like Forever is going to kind of make their way back down on this angle as well. This is a very interesting play coming out from 4AM. We were kind of curious. Do they get in their own heads, or do they play aggression? Aggressive seems to win.
Aggressive is the way they absolutely should go. We're definitely going to be keeping our eyes on them. Entis Forest is making a long southern rotation. Sungjong is way ahead of Indigo and Duya along this road. In fact, Sungjong is down by the ferry pier. Oh, and the Rumblers, they have been taken out in the back by GEX after a fantastic second to last round. The Rumblers will be our first team to drop here in our final game.
So with this, their points are now locked, and they're just going to have to watch the leaderboard and how people collect points around them. They're presently in 6th. So now, rotation still coming in play. Forest is kind of the outlier inside of this. Back behind them, they do have TSM, and in front of them as well, as it's going to be a little mixed up in rotation as these guys are just kind of riding along next to each other. They're both moving over to different points, but at the direct time, they're just kind of like honking the horn at each other, kind of saying hello, you know, being friendly.
Well, both of them had to make very, very long rotations because of where they dropped in the north. Now the all-important Phase 2 circle about to reveal itself, and it will go. Oh my God. No way.
Okay, this is going to get messy fast off of this. So VC with that aggression back over towards Phase early is going to be rewarded with that coastline. There's a ton of teams that are stacked over next to that quarry location, but Batka Fields aren't even inside this circle. That is absolutely nuts. It's just going to be a race to try to find some cover in this circle.
There's more water than not in this circle, but Gen G, 4AM, and the last 2 surviving members of FaZe all in this circle so far. So for now, they can rest on their laurels, try to get some members, to get some other teams in transition. You can see here, Fuzzface lands a couple shots onto Joy, but isn't able to get a knock out of it.
It's still just buying space. There's just the 2 of them right now. They need to hit the shots to try to force people to move away from from them. These late rotating teams that we were talking about a second ago with Force and TSM, they have so far to move inside of this, but on the opposite side of that, Gen G have carved out a nice little position that they can play from and maybe find a couple of kills on rotation.
I'm kind of wondering if there might be a battle that breaks out between Force and Navi on the south side. Force is cutting across. Oh, Sharky is going to get a knock onto ZGG. Now remember, Tempo Storm got very beat up. Sharky is the last member. Silton's got an angle on this as well. He is putting some damage into them. Can 4AM survive this?
There is nowhere for them to go. You can see it's just bullets raining down on top of them. Somehow Forever is still alive. He's got a little bit of a divot to play in. Two different teams shooting back over towards 4AM right now, and it's just constantly raining death and destruction. And 4AM, they're going to have another member knocked.
This is disaster for 4AM. Forever tried to get out there quickly, but he is knocked as well, and he will be taken down by Silzen. Another team in our top 3 is 2 members less.
So now 4AM sitting on 2, FaZe on 2, Gen G in a good position right now, still all 4 members up, but all the violence is happening away from them right now. They haven't been able to net a lot of kills in this position. They only need a few at this point, but 4AM, FaZe, we know these teams can be so scrappy. They can somehow salvage what looks to be disaster and turn it around. Don't count these guys out yet.
Absolutely not counting either team out. We saw what Forever could do on his own on Miramar, and no way I'm counting FaZe out either. Those 2 members, they're scrappy. They'll find a way in. You can see GYY putting some shots onto Lazarus. There's a little bit of damage done to Luke, but he's able to get back inside the house.
So Lazarus, they do have control towards the center of the circle right now. Can kind of gatekeep out QM. They have a little bit of a foothold inside the safe zone. QM's just trying to get a little bit of more of a feel of what's happening around them. Back down towards the south of this, we do have GEX that's managed to make it inside the safe zone around this. But really, it's just about how QM is going to opt into playing this. With so much water inside of this circle, there's not a lot of clean paths to make it down here. So you can see a lot of these teams are struggling, going, okay, what's the safest route whenever there's 48 people alive in this small position?
Right. There's actually quite a few compounds to work with over here, surprisingly. So there's a lot of room for these teams to maneuver right now. But as this circle tightens up, now most likely it's going to move away from the water. So there's going to be kind of about the same situation going forward, most likely.
So with this, we need to kind of note where the shift could come out. It's about 13 seconds away from revealing itself. It's going to move away from the coastline here in just a bit. It's going to be QM and Lazarus just taking a couple of shots back towards each other, but the position that FaZe is playing right now could be extremely powerful depending on how we see these circles shift away. And there you go. It's just going to move up a little bit closer towards the coast. Nothing crazy right now, but a lot of these teams already firmly cemented as QM does have one of their members get knocked.
All right, the battle rages on between Lazarus and QM. There is a grenade coming over. You can see these are the 2 members. The tire is out on that Dacia for 4AM on the very eastern part of the circle. So this makes it even more difficult for them to get where they want to go. They still have a UAZ and a buggy, it looks like, but like we saw in the last round, the buggy's not the ideal vehicle.
Oh, well, it looks like they just decide, let's just do up inside of this, both of us, so that way we've got one guy on the back taking the shots. It is going to be very hazardous to make this push back over. It feels like they just want to send it back towards the center. Live how you die right now. These guys are just charging in. They know exactly where they want to go, and they're going to commit towards it. They have their buggy slip off to the side. It's fine. It's righted up, but it's going to slow them down. The shots are going to come through from Tempo Storm, but not connect. The push continues from 4AM. They're going to run back over next to FaZe Clan. A couple of shots going to go through, and I think 4AM is just going to find this little bit of a dip up towards the top and try to sell it. Oh! That's one more down off of this. Wayless is the last one alive. Mickey has the angle for it. The shots are coming through, but somehow Wayless manages to dodge the first one. His ankle's the third. 4AM is out.
4AM is done. They're only 2 points ahead of Gen G, 6 ahead of FaZe as they pick up another point, killing that member of 4AM. Tragedy is struck here for the Chinese team.
The wreckage rolls down the hillside. 2 points back behind them is going to be Gen G. Still, all of their members alive, but it's been so quiet around them. Like, they're just kind of posted up over here. All the violence is happening in different parts of the map. That could lead to be a little bit of a problem, as there's still 14 teams alive. If something bad happens to them, there's still a chance that 4AM could hold this, because FaZe has already lost 2 as well.
Yeah, Gen G, I think right now knows full well that we've lost 4AM out of this lobby. So Loki sees that drop, potentially going to look and go for it. Sungjang pushing ahead for Entis Force as they're going to try to regroup and get a little bit more center circle for themselves. This is a really nice situation for Gen G right now. Can they hold on? They've still got 4 strong. They've got a decent position inside of the circle. It's going to come down to their teamwork and their aggressiveness at the end.
So with this, you can see Gen G, let's just stack up more things in their favor as they're going to walk over and get a crate to play with as well. But no teams really next to them. It's just Lazarus who looks like they're making a push back over towards GEX right now. They have a lot of control over this situation, but they're also kind of down in a dip. They can play along these little bit of ridges, take a couple of pot shots at what goes on around them, but also not a lot of information that they can gather off of this position.
Right, exactly correct. Because of all the hills here, there isn't a lot of sight lines for them to utilize. This is a team that likes to get up high, find the angles, get the information, but right now they're going to be playing without it for a bit, relying on their visual and sound cues that they have, which isn't going to be a ton. Now, yeah, there's a flat field out there, but nobody's really going to be going on it. As you can see, Lazarus just bypassing it. Circle heads directly south.
So with this, Gen G not inside the circle. They're going to have to figure out how they want to make their push back over towards it. Navi, TSM, Force, all back down towards the south of the circle right now. It's all about how Gen G tries to move this. If they go a little bit too risky, we could see already 4AM has felt that detriment on what can happen to you, but Gen G tends to be a little bit more controlled. Here comes the start of the rotation, starting to send one of the members out. You can see a couple on foot, trying to gather a little bit more information right now off of it, but so much of the circle already kind of controlled at this point and becomes very, very hazardous.
Yeah, there is some room to maneuver up there, and Sharky is going to push up towards FaZe. So Sharky's already played a bit of a spoiler for 4AM. Is he going to do it to FaZe Clan as well? This guy is the lone ranger right now for NA. He's trying to put some hurt on some of these other regions.
So with this, Gen G starts to make their push back over towards the circle. They can hear the fight off to the side. It's going to be GEX and Lazarus getting caught up in a little bit of a skirmish. PO hops out, immediately looks that direction, trying to see if there's anything that they can pick up, any angles that they can find. GEX is trying to retreat off of the situation right now as it looks like Lazarus has an angle back over towards them, but there's no clean sight lines for Gen G to play with.
Well, right now, they're just going to try to set up a contain. That battle is going to have to resolve itself one way or another between Lazarus and GEX. Now moving over to T1, they're pretty well and out of it, but there is a potential big battle between Entis Force and them that could erupt here. Entis Force needs all the kills in the world and a chicken dinner. Now 4AM is already out, and neither FaZe nor Gen G has done anything, so the door is open for them, Matcham.
See the point that Lazarus is playing off right now, taking a couple of shots back over towards GEX. Meanwhile, Gen G is just praying that the fight starts to move over to a different side, seeing if they can try to get anything out of this. This is a very aggressive position coming out of them. They've got their vehicles along the slope of this, just trying to see if they can get any shots, connect with anything to get any downs. FaZe also still on the hunt. Remember, they're right up there towards the top of this. There is still a chance for FaZe to come away. If they manage to walk away with some kills or a first place position, they can make their way up towards the top of the leaderboard. 4AM already locked in position, and it looks like Lazarus on the motorcycle starting to send it. Might have a side flank off to the side of Gen G.
All right, Gen G is set up inside of this little divot by the road using a couple buggies as protection potentially. Loki has got that level 3 gear for himself, just trying to find some kind of angle, but nobody's really exposing themselves because all of this battle is pretty much taking part on the north side of this, on the other side of these buildings, but now somebody's gonna poke their head over. Pio's putting some shots in. They are not able to get any knocks.
This is start to be a little frustrating for Gen G. They know that they need points right now. Finally going to connect with a couple of shots, but they're not even going to get credit for it. Look, it's just going over towards GEX right now. Purdy Curdy's also finding himself getting caught on an outside angle as well. So Lazarus starting to fall apart to the side of this, and Gen G made a commitment to playing off this position to try to find kills off of it and finds nothing.
Yeah, Fuzzface looking at TSM's IRO. Oh, PO is able to get one kill onto Purdy Curdy, so that is one more point for Gen G. They're going to get another one here. That's 3. They are now ahead of 4AM.
Looking back over towards this, you can see Loki starting to make a little bit more of a push back with the buggy. They're comfortable inside their position. Luke 12 down below them just inside the shack. PO starting to feel a little bit more comfortable, but notice Tide is starting to move off across that field. I don't think that PO spotted him out off this. The new circle pops. It's going to shift back over towards FaZe and Entis Force right now, but Gen G is going to have to move yet again.
Yeah, and this is going to be a really interesting fight that Gen G has coming up. First of all, they want to deal with Luke 12 here. Then they've got the other Korean team, Entis Ace, up ahead. You can see Luke 12 is stuck inside of the shack. VC has a bit of an angle. And once again, a member of VC popping off with an AWM up there, so they're getting themselves some nice little equipment to work with. Luke 12 is going to wait this out as long as he possibly can. Only one way in or out of those shacks.
Look at the differences in playstyle from what we've seen. Gen.G right now is playing so controlled. They know exactly where Lazarus' last member is, instead going to opt into rotating around. But this is going to put them in the path of FaZe. It looks like they've opted to make the push back over right next to FaZe's complex. There's only 2 members of FaZe posted up. The full push did not come through. We didn't see the send it, but just on the other side of this little bit of a ridge, you can see that's where FaZe is sitting in wait.
This could be the tournament right here. If Gen.G can bust FaZe out of here, they could potentially put themselves in the winning position, assuming something completely nutty doesn't happen from Entis Force or somebody else. You see Luke 12 leaving, but I tell you what, Matchroom, this is getting really intense.
Pay attention to the kill feed. The moment that we see FaZe get a down off of this position, you might just see Gen.G rise up and run to those buildings, knowing the fact that there's the potential for them to get the win off of it. So now, Gen.G still holding that angle off to the side of it. They are now in first place, but it's FaZe that's just nipping on the heels back behind them. They're just a couple of 100 meters apart right now, as TSM also has a little bit of an oversight position to the side of them.
All right, Gen.G's got to be careful. Entis Ace is rolling up along the north side. Gen.G is repositioning to try to block this flank. They know that the team in the building in front of them probably isn't going to be leaving, so they got to make this fight work. That is a really nice grenade. Almost takes down Mickey, but Pio is also going to find joy. It is Pio once again popping off for Gen.G.
Magnificent awareness coming off of that. They knew where the threat was approaching from and instantly destroys it. Ace was thinking about making the push off to the side of that. Mickey's now down in cover. He had a potential point where he could push from, and now Pio is starting to feel it. You can see he's starting to step up, try to make this push off to the side of it. Mickey's still playing inside this dip. They know exactly where he is, and now they just got to spot which hump of grass is he behind, as I don't think that they know exactly with it, and now gonna have to step back. This could be bad for Gen.G, depending on when Ace decides to take the shot. Gonna spot him out. The spray's gonna go through, but Pio's down.
Pio gets out-dueled here, but other members, TSM is now shooting into Gen.G. Pio is confirmed dead, so there's only 3 standing for Gen.G. And look at this, Uba now spots them out, putting some shots into them. Loki moving forward, and now the circle is on top of FaZe and Entis Force.
So now FaZe knows who their neighbors are. That's why they started spin back over on this. They know that they need to eliminate these guys. Gen.G sitting on 5 kills. Uba manages to hit a little bit of damage back over towards Taman, but he drops down, trying to play off of a little bit of cover, but notice Loki slowly starting to creep off to the side of this. Loki might have managed to find an angle back towards it, but I don't think he has a clean sight line, as TSM is looking back over towards him, and really it's Rory holding the angle and kind of containing back Gen.G's push.
All right, Loki is going to relocate. He doesn't like this situation, and I don't blame him, but look at this. TSM is hungry. They know that there's only 2 members of FaZe. Taemin's out in the open. Uba is popping some shots into him, and he is going to get the knock on the Taemin.
But at what cost? TSM is running right up back behind him. Uba does manage to get the shots back over towards it. Fuzzface manages to get it down onto another member of TSM. They're spinning back around on this. Now starting to hold back the approach coming out from TSM. As you can see, off to the side of it, it's going to be Michael and Iroh up towards the top.
Can the heroics come through here for Fuzzface and Uba? Back over to Gen.G. Some grenades are bouncing past them. Taemin is still knocked from that earlier Uba knock. Loki and Esther trying to bounce Alpaca outside of this shack. Grenades up and over for them, but right now Alpaca is taking damage from another angle. I believe that is tied from VC.
We have so many small fights that are stacking up right now and stalling so many pushes from these teams that want them so bad. Fuzzface has a sight line back over toward Esther. Doesn't want to take the shots yet, but starting to connect with a couple of them off. It's going to be his teammate that's going to force Esther back around the other side. Just trying to find some clean sight line, but notice Loki is moving yet again, trying to move up on an angle, get this res off, and maybe move their team back into a decent position to be able to fight everything that's happening around them.
That's going to be a huge res if they can get it. Meanwhile, a big fight popping off here. Entis Force. Indigo gets at her first. Helen up on the hill. Now VC is popping some shots into this as well. There are other teams getting in on this action. Entis Force not really thrilled with this positioning, so Indigo is just going to move that up just a little bit. Kale taking a bunch of damage from Helen on the bottom side. He is very weak, going to have to heal up. Oh, but he gets found
out.
out.
You can see the shots coming out from FaZe Clan. They're committed in one specific direction right now. Meanwhile, Gen G is just trying to clear up these other angles. They're just trying to find anything else around them that moves. They want to secure more and more points off of this. Meanwhile, you can see FaZe is just kind of trapped in the position. Force looking back over towards Adder, can't quite connect with the shots through the smoke, knows exactly where he is, and has to play so cautious, tries to go for the shots, but it's going to be Jeff Flocka.
Jeff Flocka coming up and over, so 2 knocked for Entis Force. This could be their tournament as T1 pushes down the hill. Doya very low as well. It is just Sungjong with full health for them. Akkad is going to get knocked here. Esther finds Indigo. Oh my god, Esther finds Adder as well. 8 kills for Gen G.
Starting to get a little bit more space on the leaderboard. They managed to control inside this dip. The circle has shifted away from both Gen G and FaZe. All these guys are going to have to move, and it's actually going to be Na'Vi and Entis Force that are in a decent position.
This is huge. FaZe needs to get some points, and they need to start getting them because Gen G continues to tear through everyone in their path. Sungjong is knocked by Taemin. He is looking over towards FaZe. Fuzzface is down.
Fuzzface is down and out, and now there's just one member of FaZe. It's a Herculean task ahead of him. As you can see, Gen G is just accumulating more and more points. He has no angle that he can really work with, and Gen G is just taking more and more control over this game.
All right, Uba has finally abandoned this compound and is going to try to get something done. 5 kills for Esther, your veteran for Gen G.
But he's
coming
making
up
a
huge.
push off of it. This is exactly what you need your superstars to do at this moment. Uba knows where they are. He's trying to creep up back behind him. Gen G's going to feel like they have this area under control. They're not going to be expecting somebody to just pop off on this angle. If Uba can manage to get behind him, he could just absolutely destroy Gen G and maybe buy them a shot at getting that first place position.
All right, they are completely in control of the western edge. Somehow, some way, Sungjong is back up. Doya does find him, but Loki, I believe Solomon is going to get the knock. Now can he get the finish onto Doya and get 2 more points for Gen G, separating themselves even farther. But ooh, Esther is going to get found by that SLR from Doya.
Gen G just feels so strong off of it, and look, the hunt is still on from Uba. He's paying attention.
Oh my
he knows
God.
they've lost one. Looks back over. He could have the angle. Connects with a couple of shots. That's one of the members from Gen G down. Can he connect over with another one? He has to be careful as TSM is still back behind him. And now he's given away his position. So now we have a 1v1 with the guys that are all in the top 4.
It's going to take a miracle from Uba to get this done. He does find another kill. So you can see there on the left-hand side. 99 for FaZe. Oh, Loki! Gen G is down. So it is going to take Uba with a win and at least 1 more kill to get this done. Can he do it? Oh no, he's done!
FaZe goes down, and it's gonna be from Na'Vi off to the side of it. Now it is just Force. Doya hiding down off of this angle. There's no way that he can get any more off of this, is there? He's got to have the angle off of this. 3 different people all seem to know exactly where he is. He's gonna opt. Thinking about the grenade, gonna bounce it back up. Na'Vi steps away from it. Doya still just trying to hold the angle, trying to see if maybe he can sneak around, find some different position. The grenade's gonna bounce right next to him, but Doya is now gonna get a little bit more information. Grenade goes off to the side, not gonna connect with anyone now, and it's just about trying to figure out exactly where Doya is. The step up comes through, and it's gonna be Na'Vi taking the round.
But the real story here is your 2019 PGC champions, Gen G!
These guys have stepped up when it mattered. That was one hell of a game to close us out, as it was just so back and forth towards the tail end of it. It was, you could see so many teams just trying their hearts out, but at the end, it's gonna be Gen G that stands on top.
PO kicking things off for Gen G. He gets found out, then the other 3 members get it going. Loki with that huge pickup on that crate, taking advantage of that MK14, picking up some big kills. Esther as well with a ton for himself. What a final performance for this Korean team.
Gen G, these guys fought their way up through this. They had a little bit of a rough start at different points, but now they stand here full, content, glorious as they've managed to win this, and they are the PGC champions!
Congratulations to Gen G. They are your winners from South Korea, and they are taking home more than $2 million thanks to the incredible PUBG community. So now you've got your trophy, you've got your flag. It is time to give you our medals. And presenting these medals, we have Chang-Han Kim, our CEO of PUBG Corporation, to distribute your gold medals. And now we're going to take a quick moment for our press and media to grab some photos of our champions. So players, please hold your trophy and flag high. I invite you all to take your photos. Right down. All right, thank you so much. Congratulations to our team, and thank you once again to Chang-Han Kim. I appreciate it. And now let's have a few words with our winning team. First and foremost, I would love to know what your experience has been like in the PGC as part of Genji.
젠지로서 그 PGC에서의 경험이 어떠했는지 한번 말씀해 주실 수 있나요? 팀 젠지로서 PGC에서의 경험이 어땠는지 한번 말씀해 주실 수 있나요?
일단 지금 많이 믿기지가 않네요. 많이 믿기지가 않아요.
It's an unbelievable moment right now.
Well, how much does this mean to your team? It was a huge accomplishment, and you are standing here now on the global stage.
지금 현재 can you just repeat that again once again? 안 들려서
이쪽으로 오셔야 될 것 같아요. 안돼 오셔야 될 것 같아요.
Come on down.
자, 이거
Yeah, sure. How much does this mean to him?
아 그래?
지금 이게 PGC에서 우승을 한 것이 본인과 본인 팀에게 어떠한 의미가 있는 것인지 한번 말씀해 주실 수 있나요?
세계 최고의 팀이라 생각하고 저희보다 잘하는 팀은 없다 생각합니다.
I think your team is the best of the best, and I'm really proud of it.
You guys have earned over $2 million by claiming first place at this tournament. Will this change anyone's life on the team?
지금 현재 1등을 하심으로써 약 200만 달러 정도의 상금을 받게 됐는데 이것이 혹시 팀원 분들에게 각각 뭐 어떤 변화를 줄까요?
저희가 상금을 생각하고 이렇게 게임한 것이 아니라 그냥 한 판 한 판 열심히 해서 최선을 다해보자 했는데 그게 1등이 된 것 같아가지고 좋고 행복합니다.
We didn't actually aim to play for the final prize. We actually tried to put our best effort for each round, and I think that has become the momentum to what has become like the winner of this PGC.
Fantastic. I love to hear. It's not about money. It's about pride and showing that you are the best. Now you stand here as our champions of the PUBG Global Championship. So how would you like to address the greater PUBG community as their champions?
그럼 현재 이제 PGC의 챔피언이 되셨는데 챔피언으로서 여기 보고 계신 관람객들에게 한마디 해주실 수 있다면은
여기 오클랜드에 지금 저희 팬분이 뭐 몇 분이나 있는지는 잘 모르겠거든요. 몇 분이나 있는지는 잘 모르겠는데 저희가 이제 젠지로 또는 계속 꾸준히 이어가서 여기 관객수 전부가 저희 젠지 팬이 될 수 있도록 열심히 노력하도록 하겠습니다.
We're not actually sure how many are fans around here in Oakland Arena, but we will try our best to fill all of this audience as our Gen.G fans in future.
After a victory like that, I think you can count us all as fans. So congratulations once again, gentlemen. And now to close out the day for the very last time, I'm going to send you back to our wonderful analysts.
It's a legacy that is etched with absolute excellence. They chiseled into the PUBG Esports tablet absolute gold, and that is the flag that they fly here. Gen.G is your PGC champions. An unbelievable feat from them at the final game, coming down to every confident and calculated move. They were able to take the championship in phenomenal flying colors.
I mean, it came down to a win, basically. 10 points put them up on top. They started this tournament with a bang, and they ended it that way. Phenomenal play, and a big shout out to Loki, the only player who won. He was the world champion in third-person perspective before that format left competitive play, and now he is the world champion in first person. So I think that deserves a little bit of love.
They started off the finals with getting themselves 2 chicken dinners. And coming in today, they got themselves 2 second places, gathering a lot of points. They ended up with 111 points and 69 kills, most of all of the teams here.
Last year at PGI, I was extremely excited to see how they were able to play. They absolutely smashed third person, and showing now that they are also the best at first person a year later, more than a year later, is absolutely stunning to see.
I mean, after the second game of this series, Martin put his book down and said, that's it, Gen.G is going to win this thing. And turns out he was right.
Absolutely, only one commentator.
Wow.
Congratulations for getting the prediction correct. A big round of applause there. Fantastic stuff. Gen.G, a name in esports, in Korean esports as well, that is even a newer name in Korean esports, but has already completely been able to dominate a scene after a scene. And here for PUBG Esports for 2019, who can deliberate with them getting the victory here after effectively 4 massive games, 2 at the start of the first day, 2 at the start of the second day, and some great consistent performances throughout.
And also how they played this last game.
Yeah.
They were so aware, their map awareness, their positional awareness. They played this game to perfection, considering how 4AM lost out early, how FaZe, they lost 2 players early. They managed to play this to perfection.
I mean, the story of their victory comes down to the kill counts on that last match. They stepped on the gas. 4AM finished with 0. FaZe finishes with 4. But Gen.G pulls the trigger, says, we're not going to play comfortable, and they take home a 10 to make sure that this is their big day. And you got to respect that kind of passion and aggression.
The best thing about it, it was so tense in that final game, with Circles favoring a little bit of FaZe Clan, with 4AM going out very early, and unfortunately for them, losing out on that first place position. But FaZe Clan getting themselves the kills. We'll talk about that in a moment. We're still on Gen.G here for a second. 111 points. Fantastic stuff by them. Fully deserving of the championship.
Esther got himself 16 kills in total during the finals. 5 of those during the last game here. He's the support, but he shows that even a support player can do a lot of impact here.
Absolutely so. An amazing trophy, an amazing result here for Gen.G, an amazing result for PKL as well, as they're able to attain this trophy. And it does make you wonder with how competitive things were with the top 3 regions here being able to take that 1, 2, 3 spot. 2020 presents a fantastic opportunity for all of these teams. Of course, Uber with those final kills as well, got himself an extra $300,000 effectively. But ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much around the world. That is it here for PGC. Thank you to everyone tuning in everywhere. Thank you to everybody here in the audience as well. You've been fantastic. That is PGC 2019 concluded. A big congratulations to Gen.G, our PGC Global Champions.
Fist clenched to my side, blood burning in my veins, hands soaked sweat for battle. This is more than just a game. Breaking through the silence, it's time to stand up, face up to the fear. It's time to rise up. Now is the moment. Now is the time to win or die. To win or die. To win or die. To win or die. This is the moment you want, so stand up. Stand united. Undivided. Stand united. Undivided. No time for weakness, prove we can survive. Noise is shaking up my bones, it's when I feel alive. Got metal in my hands, we roll ya, you keep coming on. We have to school ya, rise up to the sky. The enemy is here, we win or die. We win or die. Win or die. To win or die. This is the moment you want, so stand up. Stand united. Undivided. Stand united. Undivided. Live for this. Die for this. Try for this. I'll rise to this. Live for this. Die for this. Try for this. I'll rise to this. I'll live for this. Die for this. Try for this. I'll rise to this. I'll live for this. Die for this. Try for this. This is the moment you want, so stand up. Stand united. I live for this. Undivided. Stand united. Undivided. This moment is all that you got, so rise up. Stand united. Time is now. Undivided. Fist clenched to my side, blood burning in my veins, hands soaked sweat for battle. This is more than just a game. Breaking through the silence, it's time to stand up, face up to the fear. It's time to rise up. Now is the moment. Now is the time to win or die. To win or die. To win or die. To win or die. This is the moment you want, so stand up. Stand united. Undivided. Stand united. Undivided. No time for weakness, prove we can survive. Noise is shaking up my bones, it's when I feel alive. Got metal in my hands, we roll ya, you keep coming on. We have to school ya, rise up to the sky. The enemy is here. We weather